Good morning, everyone. And hey, Jay in the chat, see you there. I got your email. Welcome, everyone, to the Yissilmissil Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissil, and today, let's talk about it. Hope you're all doing well. So it's been a busy week. Stretching myself a little thin here, but I'm doing well. Got about 10 days. Oh man, is that true? 10? No. Little over 2 weeks before I go on my mini vacation here. So the last Let's Talk stream, I don't know why, but DaVinci Resolve, I'll put a file that's over 80 gigabytes. And I wonder if it's because of the code rain. So we're not going to be having the code rain for too much longer here on this stream. It's just way too much space that's getting eaten up. Although I do like having it here. We're going to have to go with a still or something. I just didn't expect it to be this high in the file size. But you know, we'll have a little fun with it today. I'll put a little Xeon mainframe code. It's not the one you're looking at here. We have some interesting developments happening. A few things on my end, a few things on other users' ends getting in contact with me. The nefarious people, for the most part, they've stopped all of their stuff. Gives me a hunch that it was somebody in Tom's camp that was antagonizing me, wanting to take my videos down. Well, too bad, bud. It ain't happening here. We'll wait for a few more people to stroll in here, and then we'll get to what we got here to cover. It's not that much, but you know, it's something. I want to be able to do this every Sunday for you guys. Hey Texas, good to see you. Let's see if I can transition this smoothly. Nope, it did it right away. Give me a second. All right. We're gonna have to stick with this for now. Although it's probably gonna eat up a lot of bandwidth. Either way, no matter what I use with this. So I don't know about all you guys, but I'm kind of waiting on that Roseanne Part 2 interview with Tom. I haven't heard much about it, but it should be surfacing soon. When that does, you'll know. And I'll especially know because my channel will get a spike. And no, that is not what it was all about with bringing him on my channel. But I am looking forward to seeing how many people dig into these Let's Talks once that gets released. And like, what is Tom gonna do? Tell Roseanne not to release it? He can't help himself. He wants to get his name and face out there any means possible. And no planning involved. Like, the dude doesn't know what he's doing to his... whatever's left of his reputation. I was in contact with another ex-host of Tom's. Like, not direct contact, but a previous host was mentioned by a guest on another channel I was also guesting on. And I really wonder how many of these hosts were, or yeah, how many of these hosts had the plug pulled on them via Tom, because a lot of them had just stopped posting, pulled all the videos down, one or the other, or both. But as for this channel, we're doing really well. We've updated a lot of the descriptions and comments, making it easier for everyone to start watching the deep dives in a playlist form, especially if new viewers are finding the current deep dives at their current counts. So like part 14 of the Chicago film industry, you could watch it as a playlist. That's the first thing you see on most of these live streams that are posted, and then also for the re-uploaded videos, they also have that link in there, as well as in the comments. And I used to think that was a little redundant at first, but the views aren't going up. And it's not because of the content. It's just like a permanent blacklist here. Oh, and last week's Chicago film industry show, it went up to 101 views, and then it came back down to 100, and it's sat at that now for the past several days. No increases in views on that, so it's like I hit a triple-digit number, and Google didn't like that. The only other triple-digit number I hit was May 28th with Abe Cius, when I interviewed Abe from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Been nearly a month. That's how long ago I got my last triple-digit video. All the other uploads for the past 2 weeks, it's between 23 views and 5 views. Oh wait, that's for the some unlisted intros. 28 views and 10 views. That's the current numbers right now. You know, we can take a look at my analytics here too while we're at it. It's going to be really hard to see. Can't crop it either. So I wanted you to see in the bottom right hand side here, the podcast window. Let's see, can I get the cursor here? Okay. So the number one viewed podcast on the channel is the Chicago film industry one at 257 views. And falling way off is the Tom Althouse interviews at 189. And then that's followed by the Coral Castle deep dives, which is at 114. And these are playlist views. And then 71 views for the Bermuda Triangle playlist. There's 2 views for Madness Hour. Madness Hour should be coming back soon. I talked with Jeremy a couple of days ago about that. But that's what we're looking at in terms of numbers. I guess one other thing to show. These are the top 3 videos of the past several days, the past 48 hours. You see the numbers on that? It's pathetic. But there's nothing I can do about it. This channel's just blacklisted, what can I say? Out of all the falsities that Tom spread on my channel here, one of the true things is that we were indeed blacklisted, but it probably wasn't because of Tom. I think it was because of the board meeting videos. You know, a lot of this stuff is politically motivated when they go to attack individual channels here. Oh, I'll point out one more thing. Yeah, I wish I didn't take that down right away. Alright, hold on. My top content is the stuff I spent the least amount of time on. Tom Althouse is a liar clips. 652 views, 441 views, 165 views, 137 views. We keep going down here. Got the Abe intro or interview. And then that 100. I don't think I was supposed to hit 100 views on my deep dives. Because look at that. This is the first one that pops up. It's at 100 and it was at 101. And now it's stuck at 100. And the rest are all sub 100. So that's what I'm dealing with here. It says I have 2 live viewers, which I assume it's Jay in Texas. The 2 of you. This is all meant to demoralize me on behalf of Google, though. It's Google that's doing this, not me. So I'm picking out music right now for the Smith video. I do have plans to release the Great Lakes Triangle deep dive very soon. That'll be for members only, starting out. But planning on doing these streams, as I've said before, the past several weeks now, it does take a lot of prep and planning, and it's a choice I need to make every day to come on here and do this stuff. And some of these streams exhaust me. But I enjoy doing them. But YouTube really doesn't want me on here, do they? There's no incentives. There's no viral videos. I guess they want me to continue putting out the Tom Althouse is a liar videos, huh? I even saw a cap happen on those, where it spikes up to like 1,000 views and then really quickly it just drops off. So they kill the virality of all of this, which is unfortunate. So what would you guys like to do today? Okay. You know, let's take a peek at some of the Tom interviews. I wasn't planning on doing that, but I think it's a needed update here. So I haven't looked at anything, honestly. Ooh. Jay says, I am cooking salmon and lion's mane mushrooms. That sounds delicious. Alright, we're doing it. So this is one that was put on his Twitter account. And you can see the source on here. Alright, you want it, you got it, guys. I mean, I kind of felt like looking into this stuff today, too, since I've been actively avoiding anything with him. Like, even behind the scenes, I haven't gone in and looked at anything. Yeah, and there's really no other updates for right now with my deep dive series. We're getting deep into the energy grid. I think it speaks for itself. But we'll have some major revelations showing up soon, I think. I mean, there's little nuggets of information in these books that recontextualizes everything. Alright, let me take a swig of this coffee here. Yeah, Texas, it's a lot of tabs. A lot of them aren't even open right now. Like, they're not even loaded at the top. Alright, let's kill the music for now. I thought this was funny. When I opened this up, it went straight to this, what he's about to say. So I rewound it and put it back to how I opened it here. Hopefully you'll hear it. Alright, let's see.
Yes, my name's Tom, and basically I was being groomed to be a leader in the Cabal, which that's a story you don't often hear about. Those
I hear about it all the time. Guess you're not on Twitter too much anymore, Tom.
of us that were actually groomed on the inside, as you were brought on the inside too, offered, different things. We often don't know what's going on fully, but we're offered many, many things. We start to smell it out, pick it up, what's going on, and then you get the hook where they actually throw you what's actually the plans are.
Alright. So, that's the same stuff over and over. I'll skip over this part when we get to it again. But I wanted to skip this guy's intro here. By the way, this guy is using Canva. Canva is what I use. Canva is where I got this background from. So, they do a free month of pro memberships like every other month. So I don't even have to pay for that stuff. But yeah, I had used this little circle here for a different channel I was going to launch that I'm no longer launching. But I thought that was kind of funny to see that. Very simple stuff. A lot of people can use this. And so, why not me too? It's very easy access to video and it's like an online Photoshop.
Are you divine lions and lionesses?
Yeah. So I guess that's what this guy, the Sovereign Soul Show, talks about. They have like images of lions at the beginning. And you know what? We'll just watch this because of the Canva thing.
Divine lions and lionesses. I am Brad Wozny. I'd like to welcome you to Soul Speak, a new series here on the Sovereign Soul Show platform. Our ethos is love, levity.
This is all stock footage available on Canva. If you look at my Bermuda Triangle show, I actually have some of that in the intro now.
And liberty. Many times I've shared that soul stands for the sound of unlimited love.
And it's impressive too. But there's no real like copyright on this stuff. People don't have to say that they're using Canva.
We all agree this gift from our great creator is infinite. Science proves mysticism, confirming the presence of consciousness. Are you divine lions and lionesses? Welcome once again to Soul Speak. And I am honored to be here with this icon and maverick, not just from an industry standpoint, but one.
You see how they stroke this guy's ego? Look at this icon and maverick.
Once again, a man who has walked through hell and is still going through a form of hell right now.
And this guy still is having trouble with the audio. Like, the music's way too loud.
But still doing so in the light of our great creator, the great spirit, the great omnipresence of divinity, all loving, all knowing mother and father. This is Tom Althouse. In a moment, I'll let you introduce yourself because we're going to take it into this great interview format, everybody. And for
the first time. All right, who wants to get a checklist going? We're going to make one for every time Tom says how intelligent this host is. Every time he says the word cabal. Because he can't say Jews, you know that? He can't say that. He can't say Zionists. He has to say cabal. Tom also claimed to have some Jewish blood in the past. He dropped that real quickly. Once, I guess he thought that I wasn't impressed with it. He just stopped talking about it. Hey, Woo. Good to see you.
many of you, you've likely seen a few of the tremendous interviews that he has done because he is the original writer of the Matrix series.
No. Are you noticing all these same talking points coming up now? I am tired of all of this.
The Immortals, and so much more. We're going to discuss that a little bit as well. It was 100%.
Thank you, Woo. I love how the Woo is complimenting my stash again. I love how it's introduction. Hi, Steve and Steve's mustache. It's all part of me.
And stolen from him, and you'll find out why, as well as a great inspirational messages as we go through this program. So, Tom, welcome. This is the first time we finally get to meet face to face in a virtual setting. All right, they still don't allow me back at the USA Inc. right now because I was a bad boy refusing a mask and a jab. So I got 8 years left on my sentence from the Nazis, the two Nazis at CBP. So, but beyond that, my friend,
What? Dude, where's this guy's yarmulke at?
you know, you have done a tremendous job. You are a soul that has a massive bright light that they're trying to dim, like, you know, moths to a lighthouse. You are one of those avatars, I think, who are meant here to help awaken humanity. And
Check his face out. He's just soaking all of this ego stroking up.
the masses. So, you know, thank you.
And notice Tom also has changed so he's actually in the guest room that he had me sleep in. This is the same room that I stayed in his house for 2 weeks in. If he was any more foolish and he did let Penny move in, this is the room where she would have been living in now permanently. Because that wasn't going to be some 5-hour tour there.
For you, first and foremost, from my heart, and for being an inspiration to all of us, mankind on the planet.
All right, I'm not going to mock this guy. Let's keep going.
No, I appreciate that. What a great intro. Yes, I want to thank Jen Allen, too, for bringing us together. There are
Jen, the one who designed his website that has nothing on it. And it's his name, his full name, the one that I suggested he should use. He said, "Oh, no, that's too egotistical." Well, now he's using it because a woman told him that it's a good idea. Just like he was, when I was there, he was obsessing over like whitening his teeth and doing all this other cosmetic stuff because he said he wants to look good on camera. It's like, people aren't looking at your teeth, dude. They're listening to your message, but you do you.
Those people that just act like conduits. They have that heart and intelligence and brilliance, and they are
There it is, number one. Mentioned intelligence. All right.
able to short circuit the cabal's actions by
And he said the cabal. All right. That's two tallies.
bringing together the people that should be brought together, and
Yeah.
they do it in such a wonderful, dynamic, and gentle way. So yes, my name's Tom, and basically I was being groomed to be a leader
Hi, I'm Tom. Yeah, I'm the one you heard about. I'm the one that wrote The Matrix. Yeah.
in the cabal, which that's a story you don't often hear about. Like those of us that were actually groomed on the inside, as you were brought on the inside too, offered different things. We're often
Notice he never gets into detail about the Pat Robertson stuff. He never gets into the grimy details of all that stuff. He just speaks in generalities. There's no first-hand accounts he's really mentioning here. I tried to pull it out of him. Like, you'd think this guy would have like at least 2 or 3 core memories from his time with Pat Robertson. Like, oh, I was actually in this one situation this one day and so called me and blah, blah. You know what I mean, right? He isn't going into detail about stuff. It's just general fluff over and over.
often don't know what's going on fully, but we're offered many, many things. We start to smell it out, pick it up, what's going on, and then you get the hook where they actually throw you what's actually the plans are when they feel they've won your confidence enough. And what's interesting is, in my situation, being the writer, the intellectual property actually was one of the catalysts for their interest in me personally.
By the way, this script is available to be purchased. And there are some people out there who are willing to purchase this script to go over it, to really put it on blast here. Because he has not read this script out loud. All he's been doing is saying that he's the writer of The Matrix, which is a falsity in itself. And then he's going on to say about all these matchups where really at this point it feels like he's cherry picking all this stuff. When he says about lifting concepts and putting it in the I don't know where to begin with it. But I guess an example would be like the father-daughter relationship in the movie. It's not even existent in the Matrix franchise. Neo does not have children. So that's a false matchup in a sense. It would have made the Matrix trilogy a lot more interesting if he had children. But that's not what they went with. And the court system's really designed to be drug out. There was a Twitter post I saw the other day about, I don't know, that lady basketball player had a stalker, and the stalker was all handcuffed in a red jumpsuit, and he walks into court and he's like, "I'm guilty as charged." And the judge is like, whoa, no, we're just starting the proceedings right now. You don't speak. You have the right not to speak. And in the comments it was saying like, damn, this dude admitted his guilt and they're still trying to drag out the process. And then another commenter's like, yeah, all the lawyers and the judges, they all need to get paid. They need their payday. They need this to last several months instead of just committing this guy. Because he already admitted his guilt. Should be, okay, closed and done case. And I do believe that Tom went to court for this stuff, but it got thrown out. And I'm sure the people that he had hired, he was telling them, like, oh, I'm so glad you finally understand this. We're gonna win. We're gonna get this stuff done. But he has a habit of getting close and becoming bedfellows with the very people that are out to destroy him. And he's trying to say that about me, and that's not true. He decided to flip the switch on me. And how dare I make him wait 5 minutes, right? Where I was waiting the same amount of time waiting for him. But that's neither here nor there. But back to this script here. This script is available for purchase from the Copyright Office. And I know a few people are out there that may be purchasing it soon so that we can investigate what's really in the scripts without having accusations thrown at us that we stole it. Oh, no. No, that's not what's happening here. But Tom won't show it. Maybe we will once we get our hands on it. So, there's that. And I don't know about whether or not it'll have that seal and everything. It probably would. You need to get it certified through the Copyright Office. And that's an extra fee on top of requesting a physical copy of the records. But Tom spared no expense for this stuff. I actually know he spent close to $500 on getting this physical script. This is the second copy he got too, so he's dropped over $1,000 on getting this script to parade around. It's impressive on the outside, but on the inside, whenever this script is read in its entirety on the internet, it will completely deflate everything he's doing here. And I'm surprised none of these guests have asked, like, let's sit down and read through some of it. No, he just wants to open the script to a random page and be like, see, look at this.
Just like your talents were. And this I'm holding up is the original 128-page Matrix story, which they didn't copyright the Matrix title. They copyrighted this title, Immortals.
Wow.
This title is what they actually...
But Tom has also said he'd never used the word Matrix in his script. This is a hang-up of his that really is going to come back to bite him. He's not using the verbiage that he used, and he's trying to make the connection to others at Warner Brothers. He's not using any of his script names. He's referring to his characters as Neo, his characters as Smith. Which really, it's not the case here.
actually copyrighted. But beyond that, they actually commissioned and ordered stars like Tom Hanks.
This guy had the opportunity to get the 2-page Tom Hanks Immortal script from the Copyright Office. He had me get the credentials to go into like you needed to get permission. You needed to make an account on the Copyright Office website, and there was some other one too to get court records. He didn't want to pursue any of that, especially while I was there visiting him in person. He just didn't want to deal with it. I'm like, we need to get the Tom Hanks copyright script to see what is it. See what's in it. What's it all about? What are the 2 pages about? But Tom refuses to look at it. You'd figure he'd already have gotten a copy of it. If he has any kind of legal mind, you would think that he'd actually go and get that.
To write it for HBO and Warner Brothers. This is these entries are in the Copyright Office. Now, the other side will say it's a forgery, but you can see a PAU number there.
Yep.
So here's another interesting thing. Tom saying that leads me to believe that others that have questioned Tom's story on all of this have accused this script of being fake. That the certification and everything's fake. Because why else would he be pressing that point?
That's the number, the register number that's at the Copyright Office, that this is housed there. So there's no way around it. This is the only script that exists of The Matrix.
So, again, he's lying because he has a second copy at home. And that other person that was harassing me through email said that they have a copy of the script too. So who's telling the truth here?
Their attorneys are on tape for Warner Brothers saying they have no working drafts. No scripts, no working drafts. They shot that on set with a visual storyboard. Often fans hear about the visual story.
All conjecture right now, because we don't have solid proof of that. If we're going to court for this stuff, like Tom says he wants to, he needs to have solid proof of all of this. The recordings, he sent me one recording. And it's not even, it's not even anything of substance, is it? Hold on a second. I'm going to dig through my computer here. I'll get the music back on. We'll get back to watching this, but I just want to take a quick check here on what I got here from my trip. Alright, we're about to have some exclusive content drop here. Because I had permission for this. Just give me one moment. Okay. So this file is called Second Deposition of Tom by Soul Hall. He sent me it's 2 hours and 39 minutes, man. Again, who's gonna look at all of this stuff in depth other than me? I'll play a little bit of this just so you know that, I do indeed have this. It's ear rape, man. Three minutes in, nothing. So he hit a microphone. I think he wasn't supposed to record this.
Taken care of, and that was made clear through numerous communiques to you that I would not be able to do it today, but you said I had it here anyway.
Sir, isn't it true that you're flying to Hawaii tomorrow?
No, I don't know if I can make that trip.
Okay, so isn't it true that you were celebrating yesterday?
No, I just said that we were celebrating as a family, but I wasn't celebrating as a person.
Hey,
Why are you
let's
looking at
this
my
is
website?
exhibit 24. This is exhibit 24.
See what they were asking him? I heard you were celebrating yesterday. And I do believe they they found out that he went on some show and was like screaming and crying about like winning the court case, which never happened. Because he didn't win it. And then he's in here being questioned about like, hey, weren't you celebrating? You're flying back to Hawaii? Like you're gonna go back home? Like you need to be here for the court case. And he's like, oh, what do you mean? No, I wasn't celebrating. I'm celebrating with family.
Thank you.
Sir, you just said that that's your website. Isn't it correct that that's your Facebook account?
Who is the person that is your friend, or how are you getting to have my access when you're not my friend on my personal page?
How are you seeing what I post on the internet on Facebook? Tom's not bright in that sense. Sorry to say. So he was publicly posting and bragging about winning the case and all of that. And people found it on Facebook and they shared it to these other attorneys for Warner Brothers, I guess. Not a smooth move, Tom.
Strike as non-responsive. Sir,
I need to know it's criminal.
okay, sir, that's your allegation. You can report me after this deposition.
And he's saying it's criminal that people found his Facebook posts.
Okay, let's just move forward with the testimony. Isn't that a printout of your Facebook account?
It is, which you should not have.
Okay.
I hope you're hearing all of this, people. So Tom recorded his deposition without permission. I don't think he's supposed to be even recording any of this, but he gave me this. He gave me this to use to defend him. But the audio speaks for itself.
If you can look at the post that was posted yesterday at 12:36 a.m., I'm going to read it. Quote, another huge breakthrough today, celebrating at the Althouse home, and a quick trip to Maui to keep all moving forward, end quote. You recall writing that, sir, yesterday?
I certainly do, for a friend.
Okay.
And see, this is all like 10 years ago. Because I believe this case was between like 2013, 2015. So even 10 years ago, he was doing all this stuff saying, oh, we're so close. We got it. We got it all. We're moving forward. It's the same stuff today. He's on a loop. Repeating the same stuff over and over again is not introducing new information into this at all. So he is continually just on repeat. It's not that he's reaffirming all of his talking points and stances. It's that he has nothing else. So he just continues recycling the same stuff over and over and over because he believes it's working for him.
Okay. And so isn't it true that you were celebrating yesterday?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I wrote that for friends to keep morale up, but I was not a happy person, of course, as you know.
Okay, so you're making a trip to Maui tomorrow?
Not set.
Okay. So you're, as of right now, you don't know whether you're making a trip to Maui tomorrow.
I do not know.
Have you purchased a ticket?
Is that your business?
Question, sir. Have you purchased a ticket?
Not evidence. It's not even triable evidence.
Okay,
But no,
so-
they're not purchased. As far as I know, they're not.
Okay. And is this post case related? Is this something that you were talking when you say another huge breakthrough today? Are you talking about something related to this case?
I'm not going to answer anything about that because that is private correspondence that you hacked into an account. You have no right to invade privacy, just as I would not invade your privacy. It's funny to you.
Tom willingly gave me this audio file. Okay? And by the way, this is like the first time I'm actually sitting down and listening to this. So all of you are hearing it live with me for the first time.
You're smiling.
And that's a fact.
Sir, I did not hack
It's not
anything.
funny.
Sir, I did not hack anything. Your Facebook
This
is
is not-
open to everyone.
This is not, no.
So Tom's accusing this other lawyer of hacking into his Facebook and finding all of his posts. But really, Tom probably publicly posted a bunch of stuff saying, oh, I'm going to celebrate. We're moving forward. The case is working. Like, and he thinks it's all private.
This is not someone's friend. Who is the person that copied this?
Sir,
I
I
need
asked
to
that
know
question.
who's the person that copied this. This is an invasion of privacy. and
I
need to
copied
know.
them, sir.
You copied this?
Wait. Okay, I can't do it. I cannot.
I know, but this is very
Wait,
personal.
No, okay. You know,
No, I
I'm on
understand.
the outside of that. It's question and it's answer and it's not at the same time. And otherwise I can't do it.
Okay,
So,
yeah, for the record, let's just to be fair,
See, even this chick that's like moderating them two right now, it's like she's even like having enough. I can't do this anymore, she's saying. Like, you have to, one of you has to be asking the questions and one of you has to be answering. You can't be questioning back and forth. Is this your Facebook post? How did you get it?
for the record, Mr. Althouse believes that his Facebook account is private and I somehow hacked into his Facebook account. My position is his Facebook account is open, is not private, and anybody with a Facebook account can type in Tom Althouse and get access. And I, being the good attorney that I am, and diligent attorney that I am, just would do my investigation. And that's what I'm doing. But Mr. Althouse's position, we will put it on the record, is that Mr. Althouse believes that I committed a criminal act.
That's my words you're trying to say. You can't say my words. You can't say what I'm thinking.
Is it not? Tom just accused this guy of criminally accessing his Facebook and getting to his posts. And then when the lawyer goes and rephrases that, he goes, it's like, you're not allowed to use my words against me. Dude, you're in a court process. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I don't know why you don't understand that, Tom.
Okay. Sir, okay, let's just, that's the position here. Let's just move forward.
Well, I need to answer that.
No, sir.
just made a
There's no
fact check.
question pending, sir. Okay, next. Sir, and also, I believe you said that you have this condition.
Is it bothering you?
Sir, can you turn that off?
It's a stopwatch. I'll put it under the table. I have to keep track of the time.
Okay, so you're gonna let that keep going on?
No, I'm not going to let it keep going on. I'm going to put it in here. It's bothering me.
Let's go off the record.
I'm trying to make issues, and I don't need issues.
time's what?
10:02.
Hold on.
You know what?
Yeah, so his stopwatch and his phone's all going off during this deposition here.
I think that he's gonna act like this.
I'm not acting like anything. Just let me do my thing, please. My God.
Guys are getting the real Tom Althouse here, people.
You're gonna set these
Hey,
alarms.
baby. I'm getting in trouble right now. He just went off record. He's trying to make it like a big issue and stuff, and like he's going to pull the plug or something. And he's laughing. He's laughing right now, too. And he pulled our Facebook account.
Did you hear them? They're laughing in the background and they're saying, oh God. They've realized what Tom actually is here.
So he's trying to make it so we're disrupted into anything. And he just called break because the watch was beeping for the stopwatch. So it's a nightmare here. Everything you would expect. Everything is happening to try to make it so we're going to get thrown and charges brought and all this crap. So I'm just trying to get through this thing. That's all I'm trying to do. And it's a hostile environment.
I'm sorry to say this, but Tom is being a bumbling fuck here. He is his own detriment.
So I wish. But yeah, he's got our Facebook pages copied off.
I wonder if he set a stopwatch for when somebody was supposed to call him And that's why the stopwatch went off and then his phone rang. And now he's on the phone with somebody else in the middle of this deposition. Oh, yeah. They're getting me. They're doing all this stuff. They're flipping everything on me.
He's making a big deal out of another huge breakthrough today, celebrating Althouses and saying I was celebrating, which I wasn't.
Celebrating what?
Celebrating the Althouses home. That post he made a big deal about, that I was celebrating, so I wasn't having a condition. Anyway, I'm going to have to go and get back on record. I hope we'll just get this done. This is a nightmare. So just for you guys, I do want to finish this today. I'll do my best just to be not overlapping. This is very hard for me. But, the treatment's been tough. I know, I just want to go forward and finish it. All right, love you, baby. Can we go back on record and finish, please?
So that might have been somebody he was dating at the time, because he said, love you, baby. And I think I'm justified in speculating on that, because the other person that was harassing me through email, wanting to buy all of my interviews to pull them down off the internet, they said that they had information of who Tom was dating at the time. So this is probably who they were talking about. It was like a car crash in slow motion, honestly.
You're doing your best for you. Because let me just tell you, at the end of the day,
I know. Well,
we
that's
have the deposition transcript.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
So it's for your case. I'm trying to get down your words without overlapping with cancel,
Right.
so that it's accurate to what you...
It's the transcriber that's... The transcriber's the one that said, oh my God. Because how can you transcribe this back and forth with Tom and the other prosecutor here? When they're talking over each other and Tom's trying to redirect the conversation like he always does.
You said. If you're talking on top of him,
No, I understand.
I can't do it.
No, it's just that, the long
Right.
speaking.
And yes, it does make my job easier, but at the end of the day,
Well, so
for you.
I know,
Okay?
but both of us. Both of us. Hey, how you doing?
Right. Okay.
Ready?
Yes, I am. Back on the record?
Yes.
For those of you just tuning in, we're listening to a file that Tom gave me himself about his deposition. And this is a recording that I believe that he wasn't supposed to be recording, but he did it anyway. So he had it in a little digital audio recorder in a pocket of his suit coat or something like that, because he stuck the stopwatch in there we heard just now. But, yeah, let's continue here. This is an investigation into this material. And by the way, this is probably the only channel that has this stuff up. You're not going to be hearing this anywhere else right now.
Back on the record, the time is 10:04.
All right. So, for just to, the last document was Exhibit 23, correct?
24, I think it is.
Oh,
24.
24, okay. Okay. So this is going to be the next one.
Thank you.
All right, for the record, this is a document entitled First Amended Notice of the Continued Deposition of Plaintiff Thomas Althouse, demand for production of documents.
I'm sorry. Althouse.
Mr. Althouse,
I'm sorry. It's important to me. Althouse.
Mr. Althouse, have you seen this document before?
I believe it's the one you sent to me in the mail.
Okay. Sir, do you have any documents to produce today?
Yes, I was going to give you these email correspondences between myself and Eric Leventhal, I promise.
And
That's a new name.
take it that
Derek Leventhal, somethingowitz.
in order to locate any responsive documents and to produce these documents today, And by the way, is this my copy? Can I
That's
see
for
it?
you.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
courtesy.
Take it that you went through and reviewed the document demands that were attached to the deposition notice.
Beck actually secured the materials, as you know.
Okay. Did you review the document demands, sir?
The document demand.
Yeah, that are attached to the notice.
We saw these.
Okay. And did you do anything to look for documents that are responsive to, or that may be responsive to the demands?
We saw that as the response to the demands of those documents.
Okay. Let me ask you to turn to page 4. Okay, and if you can look at number 8, the document demand reads, all documents reflecting communications between you and the Warner defendants. Did you perform any searches to find documents responsive to request for production number 8?
I don't understand. You and the Warner defendants.
Well, the Warner defendants in the definition section, which appears on page 3, are defined as the Warner Brothers and the other defendants who were defendants in the underlying lawsuit. That's defined in the document demands. So my question to you, sir, is before coming in today, did you perform any searches to locate any documents that reflect communications that you may have had with either Warner Brother or any of the other defendants from the underlying lawsuit?
Can you name those defendants specifically that you're referring to?
Yeah, Joe Silver. You don't know the people?
No, I just don't know.
And the
all
Wachowskis.
Well, inclusive, what all is. It says that all and things like that. So I'm just wondering what specifically you're asking of me. So, did I have communications with them? Is that the question?
No, sir. Did you perform any searches to see if there were any documents in your possession reflecting communications that you may have had with, for instance, Warner Brothers, the studio?
I don't believe I have any documents about communications with the studio, except for I did make a offer to Kate Chilton to meet. She was very nice about it. I met her at the deposition. So I believe Warner Brothers has that email. It was a nice offer.
Okay, I think, let me just ask you, sir, what did you do today, before coming in today, to find any documents that are responsive or may be responsive to these document demands?
Today,
Yes.
I just tried to find my way here, basically.
Not today, prior to today, did you do anything, did you take any actions to locate any responsive documents?
I tried to meet what was requested of me to the best of my ability at the time.
And how did you do that?
I had help to look for it because of the condition I have. Becca helped me.
Okay, but I'm asking you, what did you...
So Tom is continually to reference a condition that he has, and that he has others help him gather documents because he can't do it on his own. How y'all doing in the chat? Let me know. We're gonna keep going here.
Asked for her help to do it. She helped me.
Okay, so is it your position that you assigned this task of finding any documents to your wife?
I didn't assign it. Due to my condition, she helps me do things, as you know. That's why it would be very beneficial for her here.
So it's his wife that's helping him. So it's not a girlfriend. So one of the wives that he now claims to be a honeypot. So I guess that would be Aiden's mother. He talks really bad about her when Aiden is in the same house as him. Like, I was constantly looking up stairs, like, just listen, because I look up to, like, also listen and stuff to see if, like, anyone's listening. And he was really, he was bashing his ex-wife with the things he was saying a lot while I was there. And most of the time it was when Aiden was in the same house. So who knows if he was even hearing any of that. I hope he wasn't, because that's a very bad situation to be in.
But, yeah.
What did you do? Did you do anything, or did you, in addition to asking for her help?
I don't remember all the things I did. That's part of the condition too. I don't remember all the things I do. That's why I make notes and I try to make sure things are down.
So he also admits that he doesn't remember all the things he does. He probably... I'm not going to give him any ammunition here. This is all willingly given to me. I told him I'm never going to abandon him. I had a conversation with him about this. Like in person. I told him I'd never abandon him. And he ended up abandoning me with this. Because I was starting to ask too many questions. You see, when I get into investigative mode, I guess he doesn't like that.
But I don't make notes about what I was doing to search for things.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you do not recall what you did, if anything, to find documents responsive to this document demand, correct?
I think Becca went through it detailed and she was looking for whatever would comply. She's very diligent.
Okay, that's her, but I'm talking about you, sir. I'm talking about any steps you took. So is it a fair statement that you do not recall what, if anything, you did? I'm not talking about your wife, I'm talking about you. You did to find any documents responsive to these document demands.
I try to help in whatever way I can. I don't know the details of what that searches are. Of course not, especially with condition. I don't know.
So is the answer to my question yes? That you do not recall at this point what exactly you did?
I don't recall this point.
Okay, thank you.
So he admits he doesn't recall what he did in regards to the requests given to him by the court to further investigate material pertaining to his case. He says he just doesn't remember what he did. Is there truth to that? Probably.
Right, sir. I'm going to move to a different subject. Talk about the underlying lawsuit. Oh, sir, you recall that the underlying lawsuit was filed in many years after the Matrix movies had come out, and
That's a fact. He filed this lawsuit many years after the Matrix movies came out. When I asked Tom when he realized his script was used in those movies, he said it was something like 2009, 2010. So my question was, what took him so long? That's why most of what he says is speculative at best.
do you recall that one of the issues that Mr. Rankin wanted or raised with you was the issue of statute of limitations? Do you recall that?
I do, but you have to give me a second to adjust to the change. Whenever you abruptly change the subject, it takes me a little longer to adapt.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
Because of my condition. Because
When you change the questions, it takes me longer to adapt because of my condition. That's Tom's words right there.
continue to trail thinking about what the question was before.
More and more that I listen to this, the more I think that it was Tom himself or somebody in his camp that was harassing me through email a few weeks ago, trying to get my footage pulled off the internet. Oh, we'll buy it from you. And then they start to talk all this litigation mumbo jumbo. Very similar to what Tom would say.
To make sure I answered it properly. It's a condition thing.
Do you recall, sir, that one of the issues that Mr. Rankin felt was important in the underlying lawsuit was the issue of statute of limitations?
He raised that point before he missed the filing, and then brought it up again after he missed the scheduled date to file.
Sir, isn't it true that you told...
Tom fumbled his case. Tom fumbled it. This is really sad to even listen to right now. You know how I said, like, everybody else is helping him get to the finish line, and then it's like he twists his own ankle trying to put his next foot in front of the other one. And you have to wonder if he does it on purpose out of fear, because he doesn't want to see what the end result is.
Told Mr. Rankin in the underlying lawsuit that you had not.
By the way, Tom hasn't said a word to me since October, since that day that he canceled all further interviews with me because of a 5-minute window.
Filed a lawsuit earlier against Warner Brothers because you found out about the Matrix similarities.
I've asked Tom to contact me for us to talk this out, and it is now June of 25. It's been 8 months. He's had 8 months to contact me before I publicly shared this here. And he gave this audio file to me. So I told him multiple times, that I'm an archivist. I save everything. Whatever he gives me is in good nature. But now that we're actually looking into this, you could see how his story falls apart. And we could even go back real quickly. We'll bounce between these two. Because this is Tom just the other day, right? June 16th. 6 days ago. Last Monday.
Storyboard that Wachowskis claim they, wrote it or whatever. Utilized. They lifted what they thought was cool off the original script, kept it on set, and used a storyboard to reconstruct a new kind of story off of it, but they kept the same ending. Anyway, so I'm an author. I like to say a visionary like others, father of a diminishing sum. My sons were used in the plans and strategies of Disney and Warner Brothers and the cabal. And that basically the idea is to break you, kill off your sons, your heirs. Very archaic method, very cruel method. And from thence they think you'll never recover. But that's what I am still. Father, writer, performer. I won awards for my work. But my job is to help others together defeat this great evil and allow basically work to be restored. Then we can have a golden age back in film.
This dude wrote one script. And where's all of his other work? He said that this was an idea given to him by God. What God? He transcribed stuff that wasn't his own thoughts. So he's not a writer. Sorry. All right, let's get back to this controversial recording here.
Between Matrix movies and your script sometime in 2010?
2010.
Can you rephrase that question? It was compound.
Sir, isn't it true that you told Mr. Rankin that you had not found out about the similarities between Matrix movies and your script until 2010?
That I did not find out about the Matrix similarities between my film. Can you simplify that question?
See how he's stalling? He's stalling because he knows he's caught.
Sir, okay, let me ask you, when did you discover that Matrix movies were similar to your script, The Immortals?
When it was strikingly similar, when it really stood out that this material had been taken, that was in, I believe that was in 2010.
Okay.
You see how he phrased that, though? When they were strikingly similar? As if he had an inkling of any of this prior to that. He's trying to give himself some slack so that he could recover if he fumbles here and say, no, actually, I knew prior to 2010. This attorney's asking directly, isn't it true that you said to Rankin that you found out about all this in 2010. And Tom's being like, well, and he had to repeat the question back before giving an answer because he's giving himself time to come up with an answer. You see that? It's very simple stuff here.
And do you recall conveying that to Mr. Rankin in the underlying lawsuit?
I believe we had discussions whether it was prior. I think. I don't know if that's fully right, but I do know that we set the deadline for filing, and he missed it and just didn't do it. And then he asked us, basically said it was over. He missed it, and then. Is this answering your question, or are we taking too long?
You're taking too long, sir. I'm gonna strike as non-responsive.
Is this answering your question, or is it taking too long? It's taking too long. Very direct. Tom's just trying to buy himself time here.
My only question was whether you told that to Mr. Rankin. So I'm gonna introduce some emails here, just so it's a bit easier.
Are we done with this?
Yes, sir.
Do you want this back?
You can put it up there. Okay, I'm going to introduce this as exhibit number 26. Yes, sir. What I just introduced is a chain of emails, and I want you to focus on the email that starts on the bottom of page 2. Okay. And it's an email from Anthony Rankin to appears to be Tom Althouse and Becca, dated March 13, 2012. So I'm going to start up by asking you, have you seen that email before?
Jay asks, did he mean the reporter Rick Leventhal? Might be, because that's the first time I'm hearing of this. I'll make a note. It could be. And if that's tied to TMZ, then that's the entirety of all of this here. Keep in mind, the most crucial part of all of this that Tom said was crucial, the pieces of information he gave me of one of our last transcribes while I was at Tom's house, was that when the reporters showed up in Maui to look for him at his hotel job, that his boss told him to flip his name tag around so that the reporters wouldn't find him. So it's not that his sons were killed, or how they were killed, or how it affected him. That was the most difficult thing. But it was being denied talking to reporters that hurt Tom the most. From what Tom said to me in his own words. And he considered that a breakthrough as well.
I'm not taking just saying Althouse. It's important to me, my family. Like your name said, right? So Althouse. Althouse. Is that okay?
Sir, have you seen this? Yes, I'll try my best. Okay, have you seen that email before?
It's just that it's important to me to know. And just like you said, you wanted your name said right, I'll say your name right.
And see, Tom's trying to re-steer this conversation. He's trying to jumble stuff up by saying, no, my name is Althouse. Althouse. The dude's saying his name right. It's just he's trying to muddy up the conversation here. Very typical of a narcissist. And, man, this is just sad. I'm sorry.
That's all.
Sir, can we focus? Can you please focus? Have you seen that email?
I don't remember, but I'm sure this is an email that was sent.
Okay.
I don't recall, there's so many of them, but I'm sure it must have been something.
Okay, so at this point, you
So he can recall all of this other stuff, but he can't recall an email that he sent. So I'm going to just go off the cuff here and say that he's probably telling others that he doesn't recall any conversation he had with me in October. He just thinks that I flipped on him. I went from helping to hurting, whatever he was trying to say about me. I was sitting here waiting for him to show up in part 23 in October. And if he really didn't get the email from Zoom, that's unfortunate. But I did send it to him, and he was getting all panties in a bunch about like how he had to wait 5 minutes. And then he calls everything off. And he hasn't said a word to me since that day. And I've been trying to say, hey, you can call. He has my number. He has my email. He can contact me anytime. It's been 8 months, dude. And I haven't shared this audio clip until now. So keep digging the hole that you're digging, Tom. Keep digging it. You got some practice from when you were trying to put your garden together, which is dead now, apparently. I don't know if he went and replanted anything for the summer, but chances are he didn't.
you have no reason to believe that this email was not sent to you, correct?
Not at this point, no.
Okay, and just to make sure, the address on at the to field, it's mauitheater@yahoo.com. That's your email address, correct?
Yes, the only reason I say it is because with a copy, you're never sure. You just have to make sure, leave it open to, you're assuming it's the thread.
Okay.
It's the original.
I'm sorry, you're assuming it's the thread?
No, assuming that it's real, but unless you see the original, it's...
He's trying to say that the emails that they obtained are fabricated. You see that? And yes, he was working at a Maui theater, but apparently he was also working at a hotel from what he told me. So who knows what he was doing at that time.
It's never a certain thing. That's something I've been taught.
Okay. And there's also this email address, Becca808 @gmail.com. Is that your wife's email address?
On this copy it is.
Okay, sir. So this email, it reads, and I'm going to read excerpts from it. It says, "Hi, Tom and Becca. I need an answer to my question to Tom about timeline of when you discovered you had a claim against Wachowskis and Warner Brothers. Tom mentioned that the timeline Becca gave me was off by a year, and the party was in May 2009 and not May 2010. And if there were significant discoveries in March or April 2009, that may start the clock running. I need to know exactly what your testimony will be in terms of what you found out, when, and what emails you would be producing if requested by the other side. That would be evidence these discoveries in any way. Please determine this immediately if you haven't already done so, and let me know." I'm going to stop right there. Sir, does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Rankin asking you that it was important that you tell him exactly what the timeline was about your discovery of claims against Warner Brothers?
This was after you missed the deadline for filing, that's why it was brought up. So we didn't have a discussion.
Sir, you understand the statute of limitation for copyrighted 3 years,
That's
correct?
why it was important.
Wow. So there you have it. Statute of limitation for copyright is 3 years. So everything he's been talking about prior to 2022, as of today, is outside of the statute of limitations. That would mean any film from now to 3 years ago, that's what he would have to go to court with. But he's not going to do it.
Yes, and sir, that's a legal conclusion that I will just state. You can continue repeating that, but just for the record, that's an incorrect legal conclusion. So you can continue saying that he missed something, missed the date of filing something. But I just need you to give me factual information.
What's your question?
Do you recall responding to this email?
I believe either Beck or I responded. I don't see the copy, or I have to see the document.
Okay, so it was.
By the way, I'm going to restate here that this is Tom's recording that he gave to me. So if he wasn't supposed to record this, he did so anyway. And he gave it to me to use for the documentary. Okay? Because I say that like that because it never happened. It's just this floating idea. It's always in flux. It's never... No solid plans for anything. I showed up with all my equipment. All of it. And he wanted to write a book instead by the time I got there.
Normal for your wife to respond on your behalf, correct?
We did different responses. I don't understand that question.
Well, were there moments in the underlying lawsuit where your wife responded on your behalf to any questions that...
So you notice what they're also saying? That this originally started as an online lawsuit. And it got him nowhere, really. I don't even know who thought that was a good idea for him to do.
Mr. Rankin may have had about your case.
There were times she responded.
Okay. All right. Now, if you can turn to the first page of this document. Now, at the very top, you see that's your wife's email address, right?
Yes, that's what I
Okay, and that email is being sent from your wife to Anthony Rankin. The email is dated March 15, 2012. Do you have any reason to believe, sir, that this email was not sent from your wife to Mr. Rankin?
It's a copy, but it probably is sent by her.
Okay.
He is continually saying, in response to these emails being genuine and authentic, he's like, oh yeah, it might be a copy of it. He's trying to give himself enough slack to say that all this stuff is fabricated. When clearly it's not. Like, he did all this stuff and now he's denying knowledge of it. Not a good look.
All right. Now the email reads, part, the 2009 event was not case related in any way. The matchups are finally hitting, I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop right there. So my question to you is, do you recall what your wife is talking about when she's mentioning this 2009 event?
No, you had to ask her.
Okay, so you do not know.
Do you recall what your wife was mentioning when she said about the 2009 event? He's like, no, I don't recall. You'd have to ask her. Real slimy tactics here.
I'm not sure what it is at this point.
I'm not sure what it is at this point, he says. This paints a completely different picture from what he's saying on all these other shows, doesn't it? Right?
Are we coming with this one?
Yes, sir.
We're doing this one.
Let's introduce this as 27.
I'm putting this all out here because I feel you all deserve to hear this. Because it's an audio recording. There's no video with it. because he had it tucked away, hidden. Which, if he wasn't supposed to be recording this, like, I don't know why he felt it was a good idea to give it to me to use for the documentary or whatever he was thinking I was going to do. You can't really put this into a book form, so I don't know why he was telling me no documentary, we need to make a book, and then he gives me all of this information here that doesn't reflect well on him, honestly.
Okay. This is a document entitled Declaration of Thomas Althouse in opposition to defendant's motion for summary judgment. This is a declaration that was filed in the underlying lawsuit. Sir, you look at the document, review the document, and just let me know when you finish. Scan through it.
I just want to mention again that Tom Althouse stressed this point many times with me, that he envisioned doing this whole like roadshow thing, going to all these different conventions, going to these different podcast shows, and talking about all this stuff. He wanted me to be there with him or on screen with him talking about all this stuff. I'm not a rehasher. I don't like going over things over and over and over again. The same stuff over and over, like it's the first time, which is what he's doing going to all of these shows. He's going to this one here. Like, we'll listen to a few minutes of this now. We'll bounce back and forth a bit. We're listening between this, like, this deposition thing that he wasn't even supposed to record. And then we're also listening to something that he recorded just last week. And he's going at this like it's the first time every time.
Where all these restored works can then be shown. I look forward to celebrating with other writers their rights and their work returned also.
The celebrating part. You see that? That was mentioned in the audio clip, Bill. He was planning on going back home to Maui to celebrate. And the lawyers were asking, what? Celebrate what? Celebrate something to the case? He's like, oh, no, celebrate with family.
Yeah, it's beautiful. My first question would be to describe to the audience, who is Tom Althouse? So, you literally took that right out of, it's in the air, it's in the ether. And, since you've went there already, I just want to refine for the audience. So there is a movie called The Immortals out there. Henry Cavill, everybody knows he played, the Superman in the most recent iterations of it. And Mickey Rourke, that Immortals, but they took the Immortals script, reframed it, called it The Matrix and the Matrix series, and that is the work that Tom is referencing was stolen from him. We're certainly going to get into that because they put like a 20.
It's like all of these hosts are trying to play attorney for Tom. You notice that? Like they're trying to explain what Tom is trying to say. Tom can't articulate his own stance on any of this.
20-foot law around Scripty and the AD and Joel Silver and the directors on set. If you come near it, you're going to get fired, and it's all been verified, which is just crazy, especially on a film set, with how contained it is, even when you're doing exterior.
Did you see the little picture that popped up?
On set, if you come near it.
You recognize that picture, right, audience? Right. Now listen to Tom talk, right?
You're going to get fired, and it's all been verified, which is just crazy, especially on a film set, with how contained it is, even when you're doing exteriors, 20 feet, like, my goodness. So now I know about that. But where did you grow up? What inspired you to go down this path? Because so many people have had the inklings that they've always wanted to be something, whether it's the kids, the astronauts, the firefighters, to be a doctor when I grew up, or maybe being author or writer or in movies.
6,000 views on this video.
How are you raised? And then what drew you to screenwriting and filmmaking?
Great question for going into the formulation of the piece and where it comes from. You have to have a dark past in order to write such a dark piece. Wachowski's didn't have that. Basically, what you got is the original author, myself.
I'm darker than they are, says Tom.
With a copper.
I see Texas Learning said that slight smirk Tom had when the guy bought his story. Yeah. Tom really wears this emotions on his sleeve quite often.
Right. It had a terrible, terrible life. And what I kept striving to do was see if we could connect, have people connect, even as a child, connect, show compassion for each other, care for each other. It seemed like I was in a different world, a world that wasn't the one I was supposed to be in, which then generates that idea for what you get with the Matrix, the world within the world, or the world that we're not aware of that suddenly is thrust upon us. When I was born in Pennsylvania, that's where I was. Right from the start, as I got old enough and even got into school, I never liked Pennsylvania. I didn't want to be there. It made no sense to me why the Pilgrims landed up there or around there in New England. It's like, why didn't you go where it's warm, And then I learned about the other family line that actually went down to Texas. I'm like, that's where I belong, down where the sun shines. I don't want to be up here. This makes no sense. It's illogical.
What family line is in Texas, Tom? I feel like he moved out there. He had I'm pretty sure that house he's living in Texas now was co-signed with his mom, who's still living in Pennsylvania. He was supposed to bring her over to that house in Texas, and he never did.
Yeah. And so another part, all these factors factored into the creation of the piece, where I felt like a fish out of water. I felt like, I didn't have family support. I got beaten a lot. I was told I was too perfect, believe it or not. That's why I got beaten. The eyes, I smiling all the time. It still boggles the mind that was the reason that I got beat. Like I looked like a doll, they said. And so basically a area
from your mother and your father?
Both. Yeah, both. And my siblings. My siblings were brought into it too. Okay. So
I don't know how much of this to buy from him. Like, this whole story's tainted, in my opinion. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Complete outcast in the family. I was brought up, even at 5 years old, being told I was Satan, I was the devil. I was mocked continually. I was,
You know what I'll say? He probably had a demon inside him, which still might be there today. That's all I'm going to say on that.
I got the scars on my face. But
so was this a religious family then? Do you know? With
it was very religious, right?
Construct? Okay.
Yes, very religious, right? Strict Puritan. So what you have is, it's weird. I never thought of it this way before, but in that kind of mentality, Calvinistic Puritan kind of mentality where you had to be perfect. If you appeared perfect, according to their language, then you must be Satan. You must be evil. It just was so twisted. It didn't make any sense at all. There was no way to redeem. So,
hey, Beyond the Box, welcome. We're going over two different things right now. This is a show from last week that Tom guested on, and we're also going over an audio recording that Tom made himself and he gave to me sometime last year. But it was back in April when I was visiting him. We're going back and forth between these two. But it's also just to show the consistency in him. There's a consistency, but it's repetitious. And there's no new information coming in.
So I relied on creativity and sense of humor, but I wasn't allowed to show creativity. So again, when you look at the Matrix and where it comes from, think of the author as a young child, not allowed to do art, not allowed to do music. And if you do art, it's torn up when you go home.
We've got quite some similarities.
There you go. See, so it causes us to come to that.
You gotta wonder, was he like drawing pentagrams and stuff in his religious family's like, no, you can't be making this stuff. And then he took it personally.
Crossroads mentally of, are we going to become bad? Like Megamind character, if I'm going to be bad, I'll be bad, but are we going to do good and try to not let this happen to others? Compassion takes over, and probably for your situation too. Where with compassion, which I tried to argue with Disney, is the way to go. If you want to have good writers, work out a place of compassion, serving your audience. They said it's all about power. My siblings were all about power. I was all about compassion. So I never.
He's estranged from his siblings. He's estranged from his children. Even Aiden didn't want to spend time with him while I was there. Locked up in the room all the time. Slamming the garage door to leave at 7 a.m, which is why I was wearing earplugs in that guest room that he's sitting in right now. So he changed his location from his living room to this guest room.
Never fit in. Couldn't wait to grow up. And I thought, I'll do creativity once I'm free from this hellish family. Called it the House of Hell. What's interesting
Let me ask you a question about it, if you don't mind.
He's all, yeah. Texas, you're right. Texas is saying, classic narcissist, quote, I'm all about compassion, end quote. Wasn't very compassionate with how he cut off the working relationship here with him and myself. And then he turns around and says how evil I am, right? Just lies on top of lies here.
Fine, because looking at the audience that we have, these sovereign souls, living men and women souls, not dead corporate entities, also good friends with Lynn, Scott Hagerman, Bishop Jim O'Connor, right, doing spiritual work, Robin, talking to Scary.
Great people.
So all of these amazing things. And when we look at so much of the awakening which is going on, from the Great Awakening to the spiritual awakening, I've always said it's more important to be spiritually awake than patriot awake. That's a place to start there with what's happened in the world, though. Like my mother was SRA. My mother was her father, my grandfather, raped her and her 3 sisters, constantly incestual family, and then my grandmother, my Nana. And that was continual. I've heard all the stories because grade 8, I woke up one night, she was screaming like a banshee because she had blocked all the memories that came back. And I had the same feeling in school. Where I'm going with this is for the audience, for those who can resonate with this message or might have had this at this point in time, and you've blocked your memory.
Look how Tom's sitting. Like, he's loving that this guy's sharing all this information. That's a little, too much to share publicly here, honestly.
So I remember as well, through certain times being taken, I've talked about it a couple times on the shows over the years, it's happened to me too. It's okay. There's ways through the fire, literally, right? And, for 20 years, I was suicidal because I didn't want to be here because of everything that I've saw or been or experienced. And I just never felt like I had fit in. And you're touching on that touch point too. And to me, that's also.
Well, Brad, I hope you remain unsuicidal, especially when you find out who Tom really is.
A powerful aspect for the audience, for those members listening or watching this broadcast, of how do you get through that as well? So what are the mechanisms you use to get through that when you are literally denied being who you came here to be, when you are literally in a world of perversion, and trying to escape it, but you can't because you're a young child, and then getting to that point in time where you can finally move forward? What are some of the tools that you leverage to get through that at that point in time?
Brilliant question. And I'm glad we share an understanding of what these things are. It's refreshing to be able to, know the party you're sharing with understands completely, and you can learn from each other in these aspects. It's a great question, by the way. Yeah. So basically, one of the things I want to point out too is that the psych field is like a child that hasn't grown up yet. The psych field really needs to understand.
I have a feeling he's going to mention narcissism very shortly, but we'll see if I'm right or wrong here.
That there's much more than just theory and opinion, and that has been put in place to capsulize the conditions of dynamic human beings, children of God. And what happens, like what would say in this case, one of the things we will do is they will call it disassociation. But actually, no, what we're doing is coping, but we're also coping with hope that we can make a difference with our compassion and learning as we go. It is not something you simply label as he's disassociating or she's disassociating. When I got beaten by the siblings. The brothers were told to beat me in the basement and take turns hitting me in different ways, and I was not supposed to flinch or show any emotion. Yes, I took my mind to another place.
Yeah.
That's not a handicap, and that's not a condition that's bad.
Yeah.
What I'm doing is I am utilizing every faculty I have at that moment, even as a child, to try to find a solution while thinking it through. So I take myself in a place where I can formulate even while I'm getting beaten. There's a difference. And the way it's spun by the psych field often is it's really, they need to actually employ people that are experienced like ourselves, that can understand and have empathy for those that suffer from abuse, rather than clinically approaching it in dry cut fashion and a lot of times arrogance. I just want to point that out.
I don't know. There was a lot of things flawed in what he just said there. You can't really diagnose people by people who are diagnosed with those same things themselves. Texas says, does he think he's special because he can zone out? Yeah. Who knows? And maybe, like, I'm not going to speculate on this childhood stuff. He's an adult now, and he's still talking about this.
So one of the devices utilized too was
he's around 60, by the way, if not a little older than that now.
Lucid dreaming. See, these conditions, like you're not, the conditions push us that way, right? They push us that way. So I believed the more I slept, the faster I'd grow up and I'd be free. Once I got big, I wouldn't get beaten so much and I'd be out of there. So I wanted to get my childhood out of the way. I didn't have my childhood really. So in lucid dreaming, I learned that the nightmares that occurred to me, it was I would sleep with my head covered just to withdraw, from the shield kind of.
He said he had a dream when I was there. He said he had a dream that he was getting married and that I was like one of the groomsmen or the best man at his wedding, and that I had somebody too, like, oh, we're gonna have a significant other, Steve. We're gonna have the women. We're gonna have the yachts. We're gonna be speaking to world dignitaries. He said this stuff constantly to me, and I finally told him in person, like, I don't want any of that. I want to get justice for whatever you're talking about, which now we know a lot of it's bullshit, and I don't want to be on a yacht. I don't want to be talking to world dignitaries about world peace. Who does he think he is? He's going to introduce himself to everyone he meets as the writer of The Matrix. I mean, that's a given now. He did that at fucking Texas Roadhouse. Went up to the hostesses and showing his phone with the clock on it. Hey, you see this? You see this? See the clock? See, I wrote The Matrix. And the hostess is just like, oh, cool. Let me find your seat now. And I'm right there next to him. I'm like, Tom, you can't be doing this stuff. And Penny was doing the same thing, apparently, according to Susie. I'm a loving of Stranger Things. I have no proof, but... And Penny said that she has zero proof of any of that, so take that with what you will. Yeah, Beyond the Box says, that's right, Steve, we can fish from a dock. Hello. Yeah, honestly, I don't want to be on the ocean, especially after going through all the Bermuda Triangle stuff I've been going through. Like, I don't want to be on a boat in the middle of the ocean. You kidding me? And if you're going to be on a boat with world dignitaries, who's to say it's not going to get bombed?
So I'd always learned to breathe very shallowly and survive. I was in survival mode all the time. Right. And it didn't stop me from getting beaten in the middle of the night, or being called Satan. But I learned lucid dreaming. So
he's continually mispronouncing Satan as Saint-in. You notice that? Because I did. He said it several times now. Saint-in. He's not saying Satan. He's saying Saint-in.
So if I had a nightmare, I would literally roll credits visually in front of my mind's eye, like a screen. I would roll credits to end that dream. And that's 5 years old. and then I would recreate the landscape of the dream, and I'd lay out like lollipops and stuffed bears and things like this on the landscape. Inevitably, it'd start to go sour, and I'd roll credits again. So I was ultra lucid dreaming at a very young age, very young age. And there was one image that kept surfacing in the nightmare, which I found very interesting. It was always three-headed. Now, what's interesting is in Amazon's
Cerberus, the three-headed dog. Texas Liberty says, I wrote Hamlet. Shakespeare stole it from me. I can't prove it. You just have to believe me. Yeah, that pretty much sums up Tom. Let's substitute some words here. I wrote The Matrix. Wachowski stole it from me. I can't prove it. You just have to believe me. Yeah, it fits in right with what Tom's saying.
Version of Wonderful Canadian Piece was done.
You'd figure he'd be holding the script up and being like, see this section? This is all what was like used for this part of the movie. This is what was used for this part. He's not saying any of that.
About Ulysses and Hercules, and the stories intertwined as real people, real like people, beautifully done show. And in that they had a god figure with the three heads, and it was amazing to see that, because in mind, out of the landscape that I would recreate, a sandy figure would rise up, a sandy figure with three heads slowly turning the three-headed figure.
Right.
And that.
You encountered a demon, Tom. Maybe that's the thing that was inside him the whole time. Who knows?
Stood out to me. There was also a lamp at my house, if you want to know the details of where, before Matrix, that had three cones on it, like a stand with three cones on it, sort of 60s kind of lamp.
Right.
And I called it a doo-doo-doo, a doo-doo-doo. And it's like, I was scared to death of that lamp. I had no support system, no one I could turn to. If I cried, I could get beaten. So I had to internalize what to do with it. But it was this fear that developed of furniture moving on its own and this lamp moving on its own. No way to deal with it. If I had a nightmare, I'd be scared to death if I had cried out in my nightmare, because that means you could get beaten.
Yep.
So it was like this whole new way of handling it led to the development of the Matrix story. It really does. You have to have that kind of background to create something where Hollywood thinks everything's been done.
Who's to say this lamp wasn't in his bedroom and he was seeing the three-headed lamp in his dream? When you go into lucid dreaming and also deep REM sleep, you could open your eyes and you see what's in front of you. And if that lamp was in his room, that would explain it.
Under the sun. And that's where you get the piece then in the end that has like everything's in it, like Shakespeare in Love, all these things filter in it. And people who always say like, I got to watch The Matrix again. If you understand what the author has experienced and what he whispers through art.
The only reason people are saying they have to watch The Matrix again is because this guy's claiming all of this shit here. And they're trying to watch it again with a different context. Okay? That's the only reason why people would want to rewatch it at this point again. Besides, like, doing character studies like I'm going to be doing on Smith. It's just a way to re-verify the things that he's claiming here. Like, why... All right, let's continue.
In it, it'll make sense to you. Then you'll get it. Then you'll understand it. Rather than filtered through people who were brought in as failures to take it in-house,
Yep.
So I would say to people, when you see the original film and some of the scenes we have, it'll make sense. But that was, I think, one of the answers is lucid dreaming became...
He hasn't shown them. He's not going to show them.
And one of the things that I could use. One of the other devices I used was I had empathy, like, obviously yourself, Jen, others, Lynn and all, empathy. A lot of times empathy is the way to survive these things. Yep. I endowed it into my...
If you remember, when we watched the Michael Yako interview, Tom couldn't remember Jen's name. The one that helped him with the website, the one that's helping him all right now. And she's the one that's she's one of the handlers right now, honestly, unless she's really that dense and she's not catching on to what he's doing. But Jen was the one that was sucking up all his time when I was visiting Tom. Jen was the one that he was on the phone with saying, finally, you get it. I'm finally talking to someone smart. The same thing he said on all of these other shows.
My stuffed animals. I wasn't allowed to have many toys. They were always taken from me, but I had 4 stuffed animals. And I would try to like pray whatever that they could be alive. And, that, you know, you have companions that are alive.
Holy shit.
Well, my older brother caught on to this. And so he called me one morning to the window, and my bears were gone. And so he says, come to the window, come to the window. And it's interesting because you're thinking, oh, there's a connection. He wants to interact with you. Oh my gosh, this is new. So I go very happily to the window. He points outside. He had timed it when the garbage truck had pulled up, and it was doing the crushing thing. He said, your bears are in there. He had taken them, put them in the trash, waited the timing for the truck to come, and it just happened to do that.
Tom just admitted that he was trying to make his stuffed animals come alive. He was praying for them to come alive. This dude was trying to make his stuffed animals possessed with demons. And he doesn't even realize that's what he's saying here.
Crushing thing. And I was crushed. I was just like crushed. I never could answer the question, why would people be this evil? Why would they do this? So
do you think your parents had it where, as you came along as the youngest, that happened to him and they just dropped everyone down the pecking order, so to speak?
It's a logical question, logical conclusion. Actually, I was second born, and my mom had said that, she explained this to me when I went to college. She said that, wrote me a letter to explain it, gave it to me. And she said that when she was young, her sister was second born and was favored. So she was going to make sure that her second born was not favored. And so the reason, my older brother looks kind of sickly and stuff, but he's got a big ego. So I was born.
Big ego, you say? I don't know if it's bigger than yours, Tommy. You inflated yours quite big nowadays.
Jolly, happy, you know, blue eyes, dimples, smiling all the time. So I was the one that was suffering for being too pretty. And one of the things they did that I know now.
Being too pretty. I can't believe he did that gesture. Holy shit.
Now, if you look at my feet, I have stumped toes. They're like stumped and disjointed, because she even said later, I made your shoes too tight. So she put the baby shoes, the hard shoes, and made them too small. So my feet were always like Chinese, like Japanese thing, like crunched. And that was to make me cry so I wouldn't be that appealing. And it was always painful. The other thing she said was she told people that I couldn't eat and was not hungry when I was starving. So I was not fed well at all. And so one time she said that my hand, when I was very little, reached out and grabbed a pie with my hand and put it in my mouth, and the ruse was up. It couldn't be that I wasn't hungry, couldn't eat anymore. So there was things like that. So just constantly. So now I've got the scars, I've got the stumped feet, I've got the, my toes look really funny. In fact, one girl, I was back in high school, she said, everything about you is perfect except your feet. They're really ugly. I'm like, yeah, because they're deformed basically from tight shoes. But these devices show how far it went. So I was a perfect target for the.
Man, how does he remember shit all the way back from high school of a girl telling him his feet are ugly, but he can't remember an email he sent for the deposition? Holy shit. Let's go back to this deposition audio.
Do you recall seeing this document for him?
I'm just sorry.
No, you don't need to read the document. Just let me know if you recall seeing this document before.
Without reading it through, I wouldn't really know.
Tell me, Tom, recall if you remember reading this document before. Well, without reading through it, I can't recall.
Yeah. Sir, I'll represent to you that this is a document I pulled out from the underlying lawsuit. And do you have any reason to believe that this document is not your declaration?
Beyond the Box says maybe we should ask his sister about this stuff. Hey, if you got contacts, let me know, because I can't reach out to her. I don't know how to get a contact with her. I haven't even tried, honestly.
I don't see my signature.
It's electronically signed, correct?
I don't know. I don't know how electronic signatures work, so...
You see, Tom was saying that... So, we have a commenter who said, I remember seeing long time ago in some TV show or movie a street lamp come to life and start moving, and it did freak me out as a kid. Yeah, but you see, Tom was also trying to make his stuffed animals come to life. He was praying for them to come to life. So what does he want? It's either he wants the inanimate objects to be alive or he doesn't. And why would some freak him out and others don't?
Okay, let's go to the portions of this document and page your questions, I just in your email in red. So what you see in the email in all capital letters is your wife's answer to Mr. Rankin's question.
I don't see any red, that's why. I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm trying to follow you.
Sure, thank you. So in that email...
He's saying that there's certain parts of the emails that are highlighted by this attorney. And he said, oh, I don't see it highlighted. I'm not trying to be difficult, I just don't see it. Is he playing dumb here? He can remember everything from his childhood and high school, but he can't remember the important stuff regarding his lawsuit here. Simple emails that he sent back and forth.
So your wife is saying that the first time you discovered the similarities, or you observed the similarities between the Matrix and the Immortals was in February of 2010. Do you agree with that?
I believe that assessment would be correct.
So he just said here that February 2010 is when he realized that his script was ripped off for the Matrix franchise. And if this is sometime, I want to say this is between 2013 and 2015, this audio clip here.
Okay, and this is something...
Hey Juan, good to see you in the chat.
...that your wife told to Mr. Rankin back in 2012. Did she discuss it with you before she answered these questions, Mr. Rankin?
That is a long time ago. I do not know if this particular email...
He's saying that just a few years is a long time ago. But he's here reciting all of these childhood memories like he remembers it yesterday. And I know that trauma can cause that, but like, he can't remember stuff from his own deposition.
Religious right to be brought in, and
I'm jumping back to this video clip from last week. We're jumping between the two. We're jumping between his conversation with lawyers and then this thing. And this is all stuff that's publicly available. Like, Tom gave me that audio clip, okay? He gave it to me to use for his documentary that then he canned on us. So, and there will be more information about that coming to light soon. See, this is a lot of slow leak stuff, but I'm not doing this intentionally. It's more so like the times pass by. Now we're exposing all the other side of this stuff.
groomed to be a leader in the cabal.
So we have an international audience, from maybe 55-60% Americans, but the rest all around the world: Australia, New Zealand, Switzerland, Sweden. Just explain the religious right as we go there, because that's also a big part of the foundation.
Well, the religious,
to deal with.
Great question. Religious right is actually a political organization when you come down to it, and a cult. And at least with Pat Robertson, who was one of the top televangelists at the time, along with Jim Baker, the other guys. Anyway, so what you got is they had an idea that they could form a one world theocratic or theocracy, right? Where they would be the head, not the tail, they said. And so their idea was to create institutions where they bring in people to groom them to further their agenda for this one world idea. They also had the idea of simulating the return of Christ, and with Hollywood to claim that Christ was returning to them, that they were to rule in Christ's place. Now, CBN in Virginia Beach by Pat Robertson's group actually changed the name of their school from CBN University to Regent University to rule in place of God. So they give you a lot of clues. The Toronto Star actually came out with the article revealing this was the plan. That's what I whispered through Art when I was at his organization, Religious Right, was that plan of faking the second coming at the end. The Wachowskis said they wanted to keep the same ending on set. They argued, everybody said blow it up, since they ripped this piece of, to shreds with the images they thought were cool out. They didn't have a cohesive story anymore. And even Joel Silver, the producer, even said on set, we hope it ties together when we watch the rushes after we just finished shooting.
I'll just say this about the Wachowskis. I don't think they had any plan on making sequels, and they claimed credit for the storyboard artists' imagery of all the cables running and everything. That was a staple of the comic book artist, and they said that that's exactly what they had in mind. Similar to how like Tom talks about this stuff,
We hope it'll tie.
Other than that, I don't think they had a plan for the sequels, and they took the deal of doing 2 sequels instead of a prequel and a sequel. And this is all information I've gathered from researching the franchise myself before meeting Tom. And the only reason it wouldn't tie all together is because they're shooting 2 sequels simultaneously, mostly in Australia. And they're hoping that it's going to cut together well. Honestly, I think that's what they were saying at that point. I'm questioning everything Tom has said now.
Together, we hope we used up the rest of the story, and the Wachowskis, put aside every argument about just blow it up, which they should have done when they ripped it apart out of order, because you shouldn't take anything out of this. Out of any piece would unravel the story. So instead, they kept the same ending, which includes the second coming. Yep. People watch The Matrix and understand at the third one that the identical figures at the end.
I'm just going to say this too. In the Saturday show that I run for deep dives into the Chicago film industry, one of these studio creators, I forget which one it was, they said though that they had stopped watching movies because it's pretty much the same 30 stories just repackaged into different characters, situations, and whatnot, locations. But it kind of makes sense, saying there's only about 30 stories you can tell on film before it starts repeating itself. And so how many Second Coming stories are there? Keeping in mind that Hollywood does not want to make movies about Jesus Christ, there's probably not many, but you can't just straight up say that like he's the only one that had this idea.
And are supposed to be the Christ figure facing off of the architect's son looking like Christ. It's the second coming because the architect has, I'll just deviate for a second here to make that sense, I hope.
No problem. And just so you know, I've in the last 2 days, I've rewatched all the Matrix 3.
Okay. Good for you.
And then also the Immortals, just, because it's been so long and we have different lenses now and knowledge and experiences to look at this with all of your story. The last 2 years I've been watching you on different programs, Tom.
Perfect.
For your story.
Ladies and gentlemen, our show will continue
after this paid ad break.
The children, offspring of the architect. And the architect shows one begotten son who's supposed to feel grateful that he's the one that was chosen, most authentically, genetically matched. They use that in Star Wars 2 in the Clone Wars, where the guy, he said, the cloners said they couldn't believe the guy just wanted one natural son, like Galactica, and not a perfected one out of all the bunch. But there you go, lifting it also there, Lucas and Spielberg. So what you have is...
Dude just mentioned Battlestar Galactica and tried to say that Lucas and Spielberg made it. See how sloppy this is? His presentation is not well tuned at all.
Is the architect's son kills his father.
Beyond the Box says, Steve, we need to look at the end of that. I assume you mean the script. Yeah. Yeah, we all do. I think the public needs to see what the script actually says.
Father by, the embrace thing with Solo. The loving, you be loving and then take him out, rehash with Star Wars. Then you have him taking his Neuralink out of the back of his neck, and yes, we're the ones that created Neuralink.
Yeah.
The whole story through it. And he takes it out, cuts it out of the back of his father.
We already dispelled this myth of him creating Neuralink. Ghost in the Shell had it. There's other stories in the 80s that also had the jacks in the back of the neck. We showed it here on this Let's Talk series. Jay says, you could do a deep dive on those 30 stories. We could come up with 30 films to represent them. Yeah. And I'm sure they're out there. I'd love to know what that one studio had thought the stories were. See, I really wish that they would have done more like newspaper interviews, because that's all that's left from the Chicago film industry for the most part. You have advertisements for films that are there's no copies left. There might be some in someone's attic or basement in the city somewhere. It could be over in the meat packing district in some dilapidated building that's about to be torn down. Like, there's a bunch of possibilities where these films could be, but like they had studio fires. Others were destroyed after buildings were purchased. So like a lot of these films are just lost to time. And surprisingly, the Charlie Chaplin ones made it through all of this for some reason. Well, yeah, Texas is saying he created Neuralink. Someone should call out Musk for that. No, like Tom didn't create Neuralink. He's just claiming the concept in his script. That's all he's claiming. He's saying the script is from 93, but we have a copy at the Copyright Office from 90. I want to say March of 98. It was really, really close to the time when they ended up releasing the Matrix film. So you have all that, and then you have this wild story that Tom says someone broke into his house without breaking in, so no damage to the house, and left a script on his bed while he was away in Florida. Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. Like, these people aren't going to just break into his house undetected and leave a script on his bed. Out of all the outlandish things that Tom has said over the years, like, that's one of them that, like, Michael Yako's eating it up, like, oh, wow. And I'm sure that in this episode that he's on here with these people, he's going to mention that again, too. That someone brought the scripts back. It's like right after I started this Let's Talk series, he started pulling scripts out of his ass. I mean, I kid you not. He found scripts from 96, 94, 93. All of a sudden, all these scripts pop up. He thinks it's going to help him with his case, but like this, the nature of how they appeared and how he claims they appeared are so outlandish. And if anybody calls bullshit on it, then he cuts them off. Yeah, Beyond the Box says his alt put it there. Yeah. So when Tom says he disassociates, I'm sure he goes into this different mental state and then he forgets what he does. That's probably why he's like on this audio recording here saying he doesn't remember anything.
What was talked about, I can't tell you that. This is between two different parties.
Okay, so you don't recall right at this point?
I don't recall the details of this email.
I don't recall the details of this email. But he'll recall what he did at 5 years old and all of that crap, right? See how the inconsistencies are here? He can recall everything except stuff that pertains to his case.
Father's neck, looks at it and says, "Now we are one." I like that line. It's chilling. So now he wasn't wanting to be under his father. He wasn't content to be number two. So he's going to be
Texas Lerdy, I just saw your comment. He says, beyond, it wasn't Jesus who died for our sins. It was actually Tom Althouse. Holy shit.
He, his father, by taking this neural link. There's a warning here about the neural link. It was meant for the story, not for consumer consumption. It will enslave us all. That's in the original work. One of the reasons they took this piece was not only for the story, but also the tech, which they gave to Elon Musk. It's
So I definitely want to go there, and I want to just, for the audience, what you've just heard Tom describe, Neuralink, where we are now with Musk in this day and age in 2025, it's in the original script, the copyright script movie that Tom wrote, The Immortals, that they just renamed.
All right, I'm speeding this up here. I'm putting it at 1.5 speed so we can get through
And
it.
ripped off the name, put in, called it The Matrix. Neuralink is in there. And a couple of times you've described how they've placed Elon 1.0 and 2.0. I've been calling him Elon 3.0 for a year.
Yeah.
And they placed him in television episodes, actually filming him as himself, Tesla exec, SpaceX exec, stealing information. And it's almost to me like, hey, we're putting this in front of your face. We're showing you. We're laughing about it. And we've set him up.
Elon Musk is not an inventor. I mean, we already covered that. He acquired Tesla. He acquired Neuralink. He acquired X, Twitter. He acquired all these things. He didn't create them all. A few years from now, people are probably going to say he invented Twitter, all right? Like, that's the timeline we're on here.
As the avatar to still be under the deep state control, right?
That's right.
And now Apple's just announced yesterday or 2 days ago, this week at least, that they are building a Neuralink version for the Apple iPhone and computers that you can embed into people's skulls and just walk in and walk out of an Apple store is where it looks like it's going, and get a quick injection in the back of your head. And then you're hooked up to the Internet of Things. This is Apple, which is now on the present. Hey, we're going to invest $500 billion into America, leave China, yada, yada. Just announced that.
Yeah, it makes sense it's Apple, because Apple's the one that, before Matrix, before Neuralink, I was considered a prodigy, right? And so at Millersville University back in 1981.
Here he goes. He's going to talk about how he invented Windows.
I pitched to my professors who were visiting adjunct professors from California, computer professors, the idea of Windows. So Steve Jobs and Bill Gates got it off of me from these professors at Millersville. So naturally that would transcend into Neuralink.
Told you he couldn't resist saying he invented Windows.
And everything else in the Immortals, Matrix. I never stopped.
When you look at the Apple diagram or their brand label, it's a bite of an apple. That's for the forbidden fruit tree, right?
Stealing the knowledge.
Stealing the knowledge, fruit from the tree. God said, here's a garden, just don't bite and eat the apple from the tree. And guess what? Adam and Eve, watch out. Yeah,
well, that's what's happening now. You're absolutely right. Our timeline was hijacked. Many of us were supposed to be in high positions, and we've been pushed aside by a hijacked timeline where they brought failures in, legitimate failures. The Wachowskis, they said their mom said all they did was play video games. They failed at their painting contracting business. They dropped out of school, and they were brought in.
Tom is perpetuating this world around him. He wants to be a perpetual victim, so everybody's always stealing crap from him. And he never gets his flowers, right? That's where we're at with this. He believes it, so it is so.
By Warner Brothers as failures, wine and dine by Dean Laurentiis, the executive Warner Brothers, promised beautiful women fame and fortune. Why? They needed in-house failures that would be loyal to allow Warner Brothers to claim the work and the tech in-house. So that's why
one of them transgendered later for their.
They both did. They both did. As punishment, they both for sticking all my information in the first graphic of the Matrix. So that's what's so wild about this is that's irking them because by they were so angry about Assassins, being replaced by another writer to finish it.
Okay, so Assassins. Is this a different movie? So I just want to make sure.
Assassins is a different movie. It's the first movie they claimed they worked on when they were brought to Hollywood, right? So it's like 1994, 95. 95 it's done. Okay. Another writer had been brought in to finish it because, as I said, they didn't do justice to it. They didn't do it well. They sterilized it down and dumbed it down. So another writer's brought in. They actually did an article where the Wachowski siblings said, well, to pack our bags and leave Hollywood. He failed as writers. In an interview, they go, unless we're given the science project. Unless we're given the science project. Because of the tech in it. Now, here's what gets really interesting. Okay, Brad. An audience. What happens is, I'm glad I'm talking to a smart audience too with you. This is good. So you'll get this. What happens is the Wachowskis jump the gun. They have a very forceful personality, very, very angry, egotistical. So they decide to force Warner Brothers' hand. They're like this. It's like the Three Amigos where the guy says, we want this. And you go, okay, you're out. The producer. So anyway, what happens is, throwing the humor. What happens is they get the script, the green lighted script from Joel Silver. Joel Silver says, or Teresa Wayne, head of the story department, says, this work went in 94. Joel Silver submitted it, sans the Wachowskis. They're not in the picture yet. So Joel Silver enters the Immortals in 1994. Keep in mind again, there is no copyright on the Matrix, only the Immortals. No working drafts of the Matrix, only the Immortals. So
he didn't copyright the Immortals in 94. I don't know why he's lying like this.
What they do is he allows, by giving an audition piece, they even call it an audition piece. If you direct Bound, because Wachowski said you give them the science project in the article, and the only way they save their career is to direct something, prove they could direct, and they'll be given the stolen work. So they direct Bound. Now in it, they put my grandmother's name as a lead character, Violet.
You know, in Bound, there's the 11 symbolism, which I take that as the call sign that they are now aware of and possibly already in Freemasonry. And that's why Warner Brothers gave them the green light for The Matrix. But that's just speculation here on my part. You know, I'm just a lifelong film enthusiast here and filmmaker. That I've seen 11 symbolism and everything. Especially with John and Christopher Nolan, the brothers.
Yeah, they're going to mock that all. They're always going to keep mocking the whole way because they don't have that creativity. So they mock authors. And they decide that since they are now going to be given the Matrix after Bound, they can prove they could direct, apparently. They announce this. They say, we want to be given Jack's the Neck for real. This is very important. It's the only time they said it. They said it once. They said it publicly. What they were doing was they were trying to, in an age where if you published, I published Neuralink. I published all of it. How you do it, how you connect, how the parameters, everything's in here. So it's published at that time.
Show it then, you fool.
That holds up for a patent. Now what occurs is the Wachowski...
See, he thinks that just writing something in a script qualifies it for being patent ready. He needed to patent the technology if that was his goal. And again, we're not being shown what he's speaking about here. We're just supposed to take his word for it. He holds up the script. You're supposed to take his word for it.
Given the work, get greedy. So immediately when they're given the green light to take the science project, which they're going to rename the Matrix, the Immortals by moving the letters around, they say, we want to do Jackson Neck for real. What are they doing? They're trying to publicly force Warner Brothers' hand to give them the tech with a story. Neuralink, where's Elon Musk at this point? Nowhere.
Not even PayPal is on the horizon, because this is 1994 and 5, yeah.
That's right, not even in the picture.
Yep.
So
PayPal was also acquired by Musk. So, like, none of this was actually... See, there's actually dualities here. Tom is actually doing the same thing he's accusing Musk of.
He's not a failed person brought in yet. You got failed writers and failed engineers. He was going bankrupt. He's not brought in yet to be a candidate. So they...
Okay, question for everyone. Do you think that Tom Althouse is a failed writer? Because he has nothing else of substance to talk about except this one script that he wrote in the early 90s. Over 30 years ago.
After Wachowski's get the green light to take the work, the story, they want the tech. The money is in the tech, the neural link. How much is that worth? So they announce in the air, we want to do Jackson Neck for real. They get slacked back by Warner Brothers because they have not chosen who's going to get the tech that would enslave our entire world. They say it's all about power. There's your power. All about the money. There's your money. As far as their parameters are, they leave compassion out. We don't. So they're slapped back. Next, Warner Brothers rushes.
For someone to claim that he does not leave out compassion, he was very cold with how he cut things off with me. Considering all the work I was doing for him. On my time, on my bill, my cost, my money.
Along. They bring Elon Musk onto the cameo of the Warner Brothers picture, Iron Man 2. At the Raceway, there's no sense
That's
for
right.
it.
And Mickey Rourke was there. Mickey Rourke.
There you go.
And Mickey Rourke in The Immortals. So he played bad guy in 2 films.
There you go.
Iron Man and The Immortals as Helios.
There you go.
Helios, Heliopolis, or excuse me.
They like to do this, don't they? They play God. You're right. So what they did was they have Elon Musk on cameo at the Raceways where Tony Stark, so you can almost see the Tony Stark character going like, why are we doing this? This isn't even part of the writing. It's not even the script. Just do it. Just point him out and greet him, and then we'll move on with the story. Makes no sense. So it's very awkward. The clip is, hey, there's Elon Musk. And he goes like, hey, I've got an idea for electric car, or electric plane.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
I can do an impression of Guru. That's about it.
That's very good. Yeah. It's amazing if you do the South African accent and you're not bright at all and failed engineer, you come across as very important and you know what you're talking about when they don't even know how to wipe their own ass.
That's
anyway,
right.
So, yeah. That's it. It's the full.
I've been YouTubing. Good to have you here. We're breaking down this interview Tom did a week ago, and we're also listening to an audio clip that Tom had given to me about his deposition, where he's claiming, I can't recall. But he's sitting here a week ago recalling everything from like the moment he was born to like up until the time that he discovered that all this happened. It's like his mind is stuck in 2010, honestly.
Everything. So anyway, again, he's brought in that cameo to groom him, and that's a Warner Brothers piece, right? So he's brought in. Okay, what's the next part? Sheldon. Warner Brothers again. Sheldon. So he's brought in on Sheldon later.
Well, just think about this, Jay. Yeah, we had the whole thing where the Wachowskis met with Will Smith, and they didn't give Will Smith a script. They just described bullet time to him. I showed that on one of the interviews that I had with Tom. But also keep in mind that there was a 1993 TV series, which I think was produced in Canada, called Matrix, starring Carrie-Anne Moss. And I never knew about that series until I started doing this stuff with Tom. So, like, you want to talk about Mandela effect? If there was any Mandela effect for me, it would be that. Because I surely would have come across Matrix, the TV series from 1993.
It's like 2010, he's brought in Elon Musk's thing.
So this is a TV show. So because of podcasts like Australia, New Zealand, UK, other places. So this is another major TV show in America.
Yeah, Jay, Tom is capitalizing on all of this stuff because he loves the attention of going to conventions. He's going to UFO conventions. Have nothing to do with this. I told publicly to stay away from Carrie Cassidy. Now he's saying that she's not good. Are you mad that I'm calling out the players for what they are before you can, Tom? Like, you just don't want to give me any credit for anything here. Especially the John B. Wells interviews. Number 2 and 3 that you did. His first one's gone. It's been scrubbed off the internet. That won't happen here, though. I got plenty of other outlets to put all of this stuff up on. And I do suggest some of you, if you do have Rumble or BitChute and Odyssey, go to my description, go and sub to those channels that I have. It's all re-uploads from this channel. This is my main channel here. But in case things go south, I recommend you all to find me on those other platforms. You could search the same channel name. It'll all pop up. And if you search Tom Althouse interviews on Google, I still pop up as the number one. The whole first page is mostly me. If not only me.
With the pockets of Warner Brothers. So what you have is he's brought on, right? Thank you. Good job, Brad. It's like, yeah. So they have him brought on, and what is he portraying? Himself again, Elon Musk. And what's he doing? He's reading Sheldon's notebook and paging it to steal the rocket tech, and shows him stealing the rocket tech. And then he gets a phone call at that moment, a message on his message machine that says CNN's on the line, which is owned by Warner Brothers. And so he quickly stuffs the notebook into a drawer, showing he has stolen young Sheldon's tech.
Young kids.
That's
tech
the shaming.
on rockets. Yeah.
How bad can you get? So there's the grooming. There's the shaming. One more before he gets it. What they're doing is Warner Brothers is establishing, along with HBO and others, Warner Brothers is establishing, we own this tech, Elon Musk. We own this tech. You are being brought in. We will give it to them. We're good and ready, not before. We decide who gets it. And once we give it to you, we can snatch it back because we have the proof that we had it long before you were in the picture. A glimmer in the producer's eyes, because it's in this work we stole, the Immortals. So now that we have stolen it, you only get it by our grace. And if you don't do what we want, the cabal does, then you're going to be in trouble. That's why he gets close to the president. That's his job. Why is he so upset about current situations? Because he failed at his job, which means he could lose it all. He is nothing if he's not standing by the president. So what you have is his rockets keep failing, don't they? They keep failing. And in fact, that NASA launch, if it wasn't for the NASA tech people, I've known a number of them call me because they know I wrote the work, they'll call me and talk to me. If it wasn't for NASA's safety team doing the final checks on the Elon rocket, it would have had the hydraulics failure in space. It was NASA that saved the day.
It was part of a shaming ritual then. Didn't think we'd be going here in 11.
By the way, I visited NASA in Florida around the same time that I went to Coral Castle. And it's like an amusement park. It's like Disneyland, all right? But the thing that stuck out to me is on NASA's property, or right next to it, are Jeff Bezos's space program and Elon Musk's SpaceX program. Why are they so close to NASA? If they're trying... It's all together. That's my answer. Like, It's just they're rebranding the failed projects under these two assholes' names.
How the organic conversation works
Yeah.
out. It was part of the shaming ritual. If you're a member of the cabal, like we're alleging right now, FYI.
And the rockets don't make it up to space because they can't. That's why we see arcs all the time. You see the rocket go up and then, oh no, now it's going sideways. Oh, now it's coming down. And most of the times with the SpaceX stuff, they explode.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Based on things, right? Speaking here, sovereignty, just from what we see in our opinions, FYI. However,
If they really could reach outer space, they would have done so by now. They would have done a live stream with the rocket from the ground up into orbit and past orbit. And it hasn't been done. Because it can't be done.
he was dating Amber something, Johnny Depp's, whatever that whole thing. That was only 2 years ago. And it's totally out of everybody's minds now. So wait, how do you go with a guy who has been literally set up and shown to be a deep state cabal, Johnny Depp, actor, adrenochrome, blood drinker, all of this stuff that's been shown, who is with Amber Heard, and then Elon dating her on the side and all that kind of expose goes on. So is that part of the ritual, you think?
Exactly. So they're one little happy family that's all sold out to the gravy. And what you have is then you've got the grooming, Iron Man 2. You got the shaming, Young Sheldon. And now we get to Star Trek, Star Trek Discovery. Oh my God. Universal Studios that received my script also with Warner Brothers
He mentioned Young Sheldon, which I believe is, that's a spin-off of Big Bang Theory? I never watched any of that stuff, by the way. But he's trying to rope that into all this too, that Young Sheldon is mocking his childhood, right?
is doing that. They get it. And the exec from Warner Brothers, who was involved in the correspondence with me receiving my script, suddenly goes to Universal Studios. And then Universal Studios does Star Trek Discovery. And in it, you have this very interesting series of events. And I think it was season 1, episode 6. What you have is they say neuroenhancer. Then the character says neuroenhancer again. Then the character says neuronal link. Warner Brothers is showing that they just, through their own execs at Universal, they turn, or was it Paramount? It might be Paramount. They turn.
I don't think that the word Neuralink is anywhere in his script. And that's just my own perspective on this, not having read the entire script. I don't think it mentions that by name at all. And again, we showed on this Let's Talk series that Ghost in the Shell did it first. In the 80s, the late 80s.
Neural enhancer, which is what I call it in my screenplay, turn up neural link. I call it neural enhancer because it was something we can have a library of memories, enhance our cognitive, bring us together more.
I'll reconfirm this. So neural enhancer is what he's claiming is in his script. It's not the first time anybody's used the term neural because it's all brain related. And you go into sci-fi, these sci-fi stories, they work a lot with these concepts.
More. That's the intention. They changed it to neural link because it's going to be used to enslave. And they gave Elon Musk didn't even come up with the name. Before Elon Musk is claiming it, they came up with neural link in the Star Trek series. Again, they're going to claim it before he gets it. See what's going on? Yeah. And so then what they do to ice the cake, to get him tied to it, is they go neural link, neuronal link, after neural enhancer twice, the author's own copyrighted statement of enhancer. They change it that. Then they have the main Star Trek captain go like this. He's going to be this character's going to be more famous than, just as famous as Cochrane, the guy who in Star Trek fans see as the one who made the Vulcans connect and the one that did the warp drive. Right. Huge hero in the Star Trek community is the mythical figure Cochrane, Seth Cochrane. So then they're saying you'll be as famous as Seth Cochrane, Elon Musk. What? So you're saying Elon Musk? They
planted that in Star Trek Discovery and used his name in an actual episode? Oh.
Yes, that's not all. Besides saying as famous as Seth Cochrane and Elon Musk, then they have the main characters talking about neural enhancer, neural link. It turns out she went to Elon Musk High School. Shows on the monitor.
Wow.
There's your final moment.
Wow.
Now for egotists like Elon Musk and the Wachowskis, this is the bone they need. This is the stroke the ego. So Elon will go, oh, I like this. This sounds wonderful. I'll get laid more. So that's what's going to happen with him. That's him. That's his mind. Populate the earth with many beautiful women and be a Genghis Khan. But
yet Tom is always talking about having multiple women and being on yachts and having starlets, and that they said that to him because that's what he wants. Oh my God, Tom.
The thing is, like, here you have him being thrown a bone of you're going to be famous, women are going to love you, you're going to be famous. That's being done while they're attaching Neuralink to him. Now.
And Tom thinks he's going to be famous by going to these UFO conventions and speaking about these topics. He can't get away from garnering more attention.
After that's done, he's given the product. If he behaves himself, but he has a job to do, buy your way into the president, be close to the president, just like the Omen, like Damien Thorne at the end of the Omen, looking back and smiling. Be there, and you didn't get elected, you bought your way in.
He can remember all of these movies, but he can't remember an email he sent to his attorneys. So, like, we just listened to him do all of this stuff, right? Let's go back to this secretly recorded deposition that Tom gave me here.
Okay. But isn't it true, sir, that you had threatened Warner Brothers with lawsuits dating back to all the way to 2001?
I believe the answer to that is that I was asking if we could come to a mutual beneficial arrangement, and it was specifically mostly over Deposition Man, which is even listed as Pamela Kirsch's reference, Deposition Man.
I'm sorry, which is even listed?
I'm sorry, listed as Pamela Kirsch's reference is Deposition Man, which was the main issue.
So you see what he said here? He admitted it all the way back in 2001 that he tried to have a deposition on this topic to come to an agreement. 2001. But yet he was also claiming earlier that 2010 is actually when he had all this brought to his attention. So he just slept on the Matrix sequels and waited until he woke up in 2010 and decided he'll go and try to sue him again.
Are you talking about Demolition Man and not Deposition Man?
Is that what I said?
Yes.
No, I apologize. I don't think there is a film yet called Deposition Man.
Oh, so now he's trying to rope in the movie Demolition Man. Very interesting. You see, he doesn't talk about this stuff anymore, probably because it's fallen flat, and he thinks it's not going to get him anywhere.
Pretty boring film. Demolition Man, I apologize.
Okay. And is it...
He just admitted he calls Demolition Man Deposition Man. So he tried to go after the creators of Demolition Man in 2001, if I'm understanding this correctly now. So he didn't start with the Matrix franchise. He started with Demolition Man, trying to sue whoever created that film, saying that they stole his immortal script to make Demolition Man. You see, we're getting a lot farther in this than we would get anywhere else with watching Tom's interviews. But again, Tom willingly gave me this information here.
Is it true, sir, that you told Mr. Rankin in the underlying lawsuit that you had not seen The Matrix for all these years because you could not watch violent movies?
That would not be accurate. May I answer an explanation form, or?
No, just yes or no.
That's not a fair assessment.
Okay. Is it your testimony, sir, under oath that you have never told Mr. Rankin that you are unable to watch violent movies?
I have difficulty watching violent movies. I did have difficulty watching violent movies.
He said he has difficulty watching violent movies, but he's binge watching Game of Thrones. He's binge watching these ancient Roman TV series. It all has to do with death and violence and war. But he's saying he has difficulty watching movies with violence? The story gets more jumbled the further we go in.
Because of my condition.
Okay.
I can't watch them all the way through.
Because of his condition, he hasn't watched the Matrix franchise all the way through. It's getting worse and worse for him.
Okay. And isn't it also true, sir, that you told Mr. Rankin that you could not, or you had not seen any of the Matrix movies because you had this condition where you could not watch violent movies?
No, I believe that's not a correct answer.
Okay. What do you recall telling Mr. Rankin about this condition where you could not watch violent movies?
I don't remember the details of what we discussed. I can give you the discussion.
There he is again saying he doesn't remember the details. Yeah. Alright, I'll read the chat here real quick. Jay said he served the seared salmon with scrambled eggs, Thai basil, cream cheese, and lion's mane. That sounds delicious, man. And Classy Cat says Neuro related to neurons. How hard would it be for someone to use that prefix? It's not hard at all, because it all has to do with the brain. Neuro. Neural. It's been used for decades. And previous to all of this stuff Tom wrote. Yeah, Texas. He says now, Texas says now he has a condition as well. The gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, he said his condition prevents him from watching violent movies. But he was binge watching Game of Thrones while I was at his house. Away from me, upstairs. Who else? What else was he watching? I don't know. Let's keep going, though. Because this is him being questioned on the spot in a legal forum. And he's unable to recall many things during this time. But as you can see with this other interview he just did last week, he could recall shit back to his childhood like it's no problem.
What would be material to our discussion?
No, I just want you to, so let's back up a little bit. You recall Mr. Rankin asking you whether you had seen the Matrix movies before he agreed to represent you in the underlying lawsuit.
Sorry, that's compounded. That's a compounding question. That's
Okay, strike that. Before Mr. Rankin agreed to represent you in the underlying lawsuit, do you recall him questioning you if you had watched the Matrix movies?
He asked if we had seen the movie.
Okay, and what was your response?
I am going to have to give my best guess of what the response was. I don't.
So you see what he just said here? The person asking the questions here asked Tom, when you asked Rankin to represent you in the online lawsuit, did Rankin ask you if you watched the Matrix series prior to contacting him? And Althouse is now answering, well, I guess I'll have to recall to the best of my abilities. It's playing dumb.
Have that conversation available to me.
I don't have that conversation available to me. You see the games and tricks he's playing here?
But I can guess what the substance would be.
Okay, I don't want you to guess.
And the person's telling him, I don't want you to guess. Because this is a legal matter here. Can't be fabricating stories. Oh, this is what I think they said. They called me evil.
If you do not recall exactly what you told Mr. Rankin,
It would be,
just say you don't recall.
It would be impossible for me to recall exactly what I said to him.
Okay.
So Tom says here, it'd be impossible for me to recall exactly what I said to him.
And you don't need to give me the exact words, but if you can give me a best estimate of what you believe you told Mr. Rankin, that's acceptable to me.
Very good. I'll try to keep it short. I believe what I told him, because we were discussing early on that Pamela Kirsch letter, because he thought it was a very important issue that could possibly get us latches. Not a problem with Matrix. That I had seen, I guess Demolition Man, but I had briefly also seen Matrix, but didn't notice anything that was striking. Just had seen portions of it as I was in and out.
So here he's admitting that at the time that he asked Rankin for representation on the online lawsuit in 2010, that he had not seen The Matrix in its entirety. He saw bits and pieces of it, and he saw nothing striking that compared to his immortal script. There you go.
And I believe that's what I told him. So it wasn't anything that was anything I could act upon.
Okay. So if you
It wasn't anything to act upon, he says.
can go back to your declaration again, this document.
This one.
This is a document that we marked as Exhibit 27.
This one does?
Yes. And if I can, again, on the same page, starting with line 11. Same page.
Oh.
Yeah. You see the paragraph starts with in 1999.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay. It reads, in 1999, Althouse viewed The Matrix during its theatrical release, but was unable to sit through the film, being compelled to adjourn to the theater lobby multiple times. I'll end right there. Why were you compelled to adjourn to the lobby multiple times?
First of all, I'm going to let it go, and you can call me, as you pronounce it, it might be a pronunciation thing. It's Althouse in the last couple times now, but if it can't be said, I will.
You see what he did there? Instead of answering the question of why did you get up and walk out to the lobby when you were being shown the Matrix 1999 film, and his answer is, my name is Althouse, and I'm not going to let this go. You need to pronounce it correctly. It's Althouse. That's what he's doing here. I'll go back just a few seconds here.
I'm going to let it go, and you can call me, as you pronounce it, it might be a pronunciation thing. It's Althouse in the last couple times now, but if it can't be said, I won't correct it.
It's not intentional.
Notice anything that was striking. Just had seen portions of it as I was in and out because of my condition, and I believe that's what I told him. So it wasn't anything that was anything I could act upon in and of itself.
Okay. So if you can go back to your declaration again, this document.
This one.
This is a document that we marked as Exhibit 27.
This one does?
Yes. And if I can, again, on the same page, starting with line 11. Same page.
Oh.
Yeah. You see the paragraph starts with in 1999.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay. It reads, in 1999, Althouse viewed The Matrix.
Wow. In 1999, Althouse viewed The Matrix. You hear that?
During its theatrical release, but was unable to sit through the film, being compelled to adjourn to the theater lobby multiple times. I'll end right there. Why were you compelled to adjourn to the lobby multiple times?
First of all, I'm going to let it go, and you can.
He's not answering the question directly. He's bringing it back to the pronunciation of his last name.
Call me, as you pronounce it, it might be a pronunciation thing. It's Althouse in the last couple times now, but if it can't be said, I won't correct it.
It's not intentional, sir. I have an accent.
All right, okay, I accept that. I'm just saying I'm not going to correct you anymore, and I'll answer the question. So we're asking if this is an accurate statement.
No, I asked you why was it, it's your declaration, sir. I'm asking you why was it that you had to leave the film multiple times and go to the lobby?
Because I have trouble, because of my PTSD condition, and as severe as it is, and was, it continues to be, that it is just.
Oh, so he's actually saying he watched the film in the theater and he had to go and exit to the lobby several times while watching The Matrix in the theater? Man, this is getting good, isn't it? So he knew about it right then and there. Like, he knew of The Matrix in 1999 and did nothing. He went ahead and filed a lawsuit against the Demolition Man movie instead in 2001.
Difficult to me to sit straight through violence, not extreme violence in the film, especially.
I'm sorry, not extreme violence or extreme violence?
I'm sorry, extreme violence,
In a
especially when it's innocent parties or parties that are helpless being harmed in violent ways, like children. So that's where.
There's no children being harmed in violent ways in the Matrix film. And he's saying that he can't handle extreme violence in films when it pertains to children. There's no children in the Matrix. The lies continue to unravel here, people.
I have a problem.
And it's are you claiming that you still have that condition to this day?
That's been medically recorded, I believe. I still have a condition.
Yes. I'm sorry, not the condition, but your claim that you cannot watch violent movies, you get nauseous.
Well, I can offer this to you, that when Mr. Rankin had me watch the second and third as part of our casework, it took me about 4 to 5 sittings to just get through. I think it was 2 or 3, which one it was, but I kept getting very nauseous, and I had to take breaks from it. But I did it to finish out, and that's why this is kicking in right now. What happens is when it's affected, and I have a recall of these kind of things, then it kicks in, and that's where an expert can help you with what PTSD does.
You know what, guys? Also, let me know in the chat here if you're getting bombarded with ads, because I'm thinking about turning it off for next Sunday's show, just to retain viewers here, because I'm seeing people drop off 3, 4 at a time. Just let me know if the ads are constantly interrupting all of you, and I will adjust that next time. Yeah, see, because 3 more just came back in. I'm wondering if you're getting hit with ads all randomly. Beyond the Box says, so he claims to write the movies just to sue. Where's all the script for all the movies? Yeah. Well, he says it's all in the one script and that they pulled it apart and made 3 movies out of it. Yeah, Texas. Texas says he needs 5 times to watch a movie that he wrote. Quote unquote. Yeah. Rankin was showing him the sequels in 2010, which apparently he had not watched, but he watched the Matrix 99 at the theater. All right, cool. Then I'll leave the ad settings the way they are. They're built in here to help the channel grow. I don't want it interrupting the viewing experience if it's too much.
It affects your speech patterns, and it affects your communication skills.
I'm going to go back 30 seconds here.
I think it was 2 or 3, which one it was, but I kept getting very nauseous, and I had to take breaks from it. But I did it to finish out, and that's why this is kicking in right now. What happens?
So he watched the Matrix sequels in disjointed sections. He never watched them all the way through in one sitting. And he blames his condition for why he couldn't do it.
When it's affected, and I have a recall of these kind of things, then it kicks in, and that's where an expert can help you with what PTSD does. It affects your speech patterns, and it affects your communication skills.
Okay, so
right now you get an example of what happens when I watch.
Okay, let me get the timeline straight. You're saying that you watched the first Matrix, but it was because of your condition, you had to go in and out of the theater, correct?
Wait, just give me 1 second to regroup, because it has caused the effect. So with that effect comes broken speech patterns. It's not pleasant. That's probably why I have trouble.
Do you need a break, sir?
No, I want to continue, but I want to just let you know I'm going to answer your question. It also helps maybe to answer your question what the effects of PTSD are when violence is recalled in a specific way.
So violence is something when you recall, even the recalling of violence affects you.
It's a visual recall. For PTSD people, visual recalls are very powerful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why you have flashbacks and things like that attributed to the condition, and that's why a lot of your veterans, per se, I guess, have reactions that aren't anything physically present, but is a memory.
Okay.
A trigger memory.
Just to be clear, your condition is not caused by you serving in the military or anything.
My condition is considered as something worse.
Okay, but
Triggered by something.
Yes or no, sir?
It's not a military situation.
Okay, and you claim that, I believe last time you testified that it was because there was an incident, and you don't have to go into detail. There was some incident involving your dean or associate dean, correct?
It was sexual abuse with entrapment, basically, and it was the helplessness, all those things that would go where it was then abuse along with that afterwards, and loss, great loss. was brought in that was unjustified. So it's been kind of an anomaly right there.
Okay, so as you sit here today, sir, it's you're saying that just by just even talking about or trying to recall the times you were watching these violent movies, it flares up your condition.
Honestly, it's image based. If an image comes up or the memory, you relive the account. You actually, the things can trigger back in. That's why I say certain words that bring back that are, we can get an expert on it, but it's like delusional is one of those trigger words. Like I say, it will cause effect. But I want to answer your question. If you don't mind the broken language for a bit, I can answer your question.
Okay,
So
sir.
what is the question about?
Okay, so
I'm going to answer your question, but please tell me the question again, because I just went on a rambling rant about nothing.
I was trying to get the timeline right. In 1999.
Even these guys are having trouble trying to get the timeline together with this guy. You see that? 2.5 years of me interviewing this dude, and I still don't understand the timeline. I'm just finding out now today with you guys that he watched The Matrix in 1999 in the movie theater, and that he had to get up and leave and go to the lobby multiple times, and that he wrote this as part of his arguing case here, and then he doesn't recall it. He doesn't recall adding it in, and he's like, "Oh, we got to make sure these emails are valid," and and my name is Althouse. You keep on mispronouncing my name. Always deflecting. Classy Cat says it sounds like he's just going off on endless tangents trying to make his story bigger than it really is. Yeah.
You go and try to watch The Matrix, the original Matrix, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you, at that time, you did not notice any, striking similarities between your script and The Matrix, correct?
Nothing striking. The only thing that
Nothing striking. He says it right here. In 1999, when he watched The Matrix at the movie theater, that he had to get up and leave several times while watching, he found nothing striking similar to his immortal script.
caught of interest was really the jacking into the back of the neck. Did you want me to explain that, or?
And the only thing that stuck out to him was the jacks in the back of the neck. That's it.
I was trying to get the timeline right. In 1999, you go and try to watch The Matrix, the original Matrix, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you, at that time, you did not notice any, striking similarities between your script and The Matrix, correct?
Nothing striking. The only thing that I caught of interest was really the jacking into the back of the neck. Did you want me to explain that, or no?
No, it was. You don't need to explain that. I have your testimony from here, and I'm not speak about that. Okay. So, other than that, you did not notice any striking similarities, correct? At that time.
Nothing jumped at me like, oh, someone's taking my work here.
Nothing like, oh, someone's taking my work here. He admits it right here. I'll replay that once more.
You don't need to explain that. I have your testimony from here, and I'm not speak about that. Okay. So, other than that, you did not notice any striking similarities, correct? At that time.
Nothing jumped at me like, oh, someone's taking my work here.
Okay. And you're saying that the reason at that point nothing really jumped at you because of your condition where you could not sit through the whole movie and you had to constantly leave the theater, correct?
I was in the lobby for a majority of it.
Okay, and that's because it was a violent movie.
Well, I was with friends, and I did not want to. It was to go out socially, and I could not. Where am I going to go?
Okay.
So we watched it with friends, and he went out to the lobby several times because he couldn't handle the violence in the Matrix film. Come on, man. And he tries to say violence on children. There's no children in the Matrix film.
Was that before or after this 1999 time when you went to watch The Matrix? Was that before or after you watched Demolition Man?
I don't recall exactly when I watched Demolition Man. I know that I contacted Pamela Kirsch probably really soon after watching it, because that hit me. Demolition Man hit me.
Okay. Wasn't Demolition Man a violent movie as well?
Not like Matrix. Demolition Man didn't affect me as The Matrix affected me.
Demolition Man is a lot more violent, I'm sorry to say. They're walking around with these guns and shooting people just as, if not more than The Matrix. Woo! So you see this? This is parts that he's leaving out now, are the Demolition Man lawsuit that he had in 2001. Ain't that something?
Did it have any effect on you?
Demolition Man was more a tongue-in-cheek comedy, and it wasn't in the guise of a helpless, angry, raging, violent, where there's no logic to the violence. That can trigger. Demolition Man was more a tongue-in-cheek comedy, where there is no threat floating in your person or...
Dude, oh my God. In Demolition Man, it's a violent criminal that gets released and starts killing people again. And he's saying that it doesn't match up to the violence in the Matrix. You kidding me? The only thing I could think of is the shootout at the end of the Matrix in the lobby. And if that was the case, why would he go to the lobby of the theater? So you expect him to get shot up? Like, what is going through his mind? We may never know.
To trigger recall of any kind of horrible memory. From what I recall.
Well, sir, this is going to be 29? Thank you. Sir, if I can ask you to focus on your post, this is your Facebook, print out of your Facebook account, part of your Facebook post. December 23rd, 2009, you wrote, "Going to see Avatar!" Exclamation mark.
So it's December 29th, he was going to see Avatar 2009.
Would you consider Avatar to be a violent movie, sir?
No, Avatar is my favorite movie. I don't consider...
Avatar's his favorite movie, and it involves just destroying an entire race of people in a forest. Okay.
They're violent in a bad way.
So it's now you're saying that your condition only flares up when it's a violent movie in a bad way? Thank you.
I'm rewinding it like 20, 30 seconds here.
Sir, if I can ask you to focus on your post, this is your Facebook, print out of your Facebook account, part of your Facebook post. December 23rd, 2009, you wrote, "Going to see Avatar!" Exclamation mark. Would you consider Avatar to be a violent movie, sir?
No, Avatar is my favorite movie. I don't consider it violent in a bad way.
So it's now you're saying that your condition only flares up when it's a violent movie in a bad way?
I don't think that's what I said.
Okay.
Do you want me to explain? Because it is important to get it right, especially with someone with PTSD.
Strike my question. Strike.
This was a phrase he constantly repeated while I was over at his house. We have to get it right. So anytime there was like an inkling of progress, he puts the brakes on him and says, "Oh, no, we got to do this. We have to get it right." Perpetual victim. From Demolition Man to the Matrix. I should title that for today's show.
Are we done with this one? Done?
Yes.
And is this done, or are we still going?
No, we're still on. Okay. This is going to be 29 or 30. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So this is another printout of your one of your Facebook status updates. I want you to focus on the one posted on July 6, 2014. I'm going to read it for the record, read part of it for the record. Watched Gladiator, and Aiden pointed out something I never caught. He asked why he was wearing the concealing helmet when first to fight before the Emperor. I responded he did not want his face to be seen. So I'm going to skip through the end. Actually, I'm going to stop right there. So do you recall posting that status update on Facebook?
Well, on my personal page, it's probably something I would post.
Okay. So isn't it true that you, around July 6, 2014, you watched the movie Gladiator with Aiden? And by the way, Aiden is your son, correct?
It's very special to me.
Aiden is your son, correct?
So Aiden would have been around 7 or 8 years old in 2014. And he's listening to his son ask these questions, and he's posting on Facebook about it. About the movie Gladiator. Why would the guy conceal his face? See, and I don't know why this is important, but it's important to these people asking the questions here.
He is my son.
Okay. So isn't it correct that on July 6, 2014, you watched the movie Gladiator with your son?
Yes.
Okay. You don't consider the movie Gladiator to be violent?
Not in the way we're discussing. Gladiator is a movie of hope and redemption. And that
Gladiator's a movie of a guy that is being sent to his death every time he goes into the Coliseum. And it's kill or be killed. And he doesn't see that as a violent movie. Wow. All right, Jay, I'm going to catch up in the chat here. Jay said he would have been triggered by the interrogation scene. And Jay also said, he said that the interrogation scene was the first thing he wrote and it happens in the first 20 minutes. And on a side note, Demolition Man was a giant Taco Bell commercial. And Texas Learning says he has a talent for contradicting himself. Yes, he does. Yeah, from what I recall, Tom said the interrogation scene was the first scene filmed by the Wachowskis, and that's why they inserted all of his information in there. Yeah, Beyond the Box. Beyond the Box says he said he sees it as hope. Yeah, like a hope and redemption film, Gladiator. Not a violent film. You know, you're being sent to the Coliseum to your death every time you're out there, but no, it's not violent, right?
Aiden. And by the way, Aiden is your son, correct?
is very special to me.
Aiden is your son, correct?
He is my son.
Okay. So isn't it correct?
Wow, that was an interesting response. Aiden is your son, correct? He is very special to me. But he is your son, correct? Yes, he's my son. Wow. Couldn't even straight up admit that it was his son.
6, 2014, you watched the movie Gladiator with Aiden. And by the way, Aiden is your son, correct?
He's very special to me.
Aiden is your son, correct?
He is my son.
Okay. So isn't it correct that on July 6, 2014, you watched the movie Gladiator with your son?
Yes.
Okay. You don't consider the movie Gladiator to be violent?
Not in the way we're discussing. Gladiator is a movie of hope and redemption. And that does not trigger.
Okay, so are you saying that
And that
the movie
does not
Gladiator
trigger.
does not trigger your PTSD because it's not violent, not as violent as The Matrix?
You're forgetting the most important part. The triggers come when it's violent, helplessness, when it doesn't make sense, there's no rationale to it. When innocent people are being hurt in unjust ways, extreme violent ways, hopelessness, and no logic to the violence. Chaotic, psychotic violence. That's what triggers.
Okay.
So being sent to your death in the Coliseum and surviving the whole movie's about him surviving the Coliseum fights. and he has to continually kill the other person. I guess Tom sees logic in that, and he gets triggered when the violence is illogical and against helpless people. Wouldn't the fucking gladiator be the helpless person in this case? Because it's kill or be killed. Texas Lardy says Gladiator is about hope because it starts with glad. And Beyond the Box says Tom triggers me, clown. Wow, yeah. See, you're all seeing this in the same lens I am. Wow.
When it doesn't make sense, there's no rationale to it. When innocent people are being hurt in unjust ways, extreme violent ways, hopelessness, and no logic to the violence, chaotic, psychotic violence, that's what triggers.
Okay. So, you're saying that you did not watch the second and third parts of Matrix until after Mr. Rankin had agreed to represent you, because you believed those two movies were going to have violence that fit your category of violence that triggers your PTSD?
Matrix 1 made me nauseous multiple times. It would follow that Matrix 2 and 3 would probably do the same thing.
Okay, and is that the reason you didn't?
He said it would probably do the same thing, but he admitted earlier that it took him 4 to 5 times to watch the sequels because of Rankin, like, forcing him to watch them. So again, his story's falling apart again.
To represent you, because you believe those two movies were going to have violence that fit your category of violence that triggers your PTSD?
Matrix 1 made me nauseous multiple times. It would follow that Matrix 2 and 3 would probably do the same thing.
It would
Is
probably.
that the reason you didn't watch those until 2011?
I also heard they weren't very good.
Okay. All right. But
He also heard they weren't very good films. So that's why he didn't watch them. Not to go see if they ripped off any more of his work, but because he heard they weren't very good. Unbelievable.
just to be clear, Gladiator, according to you, is a movie that does not trigger your condition.
It is of hope and redemption. It doesn't trigger the condition.
Gladiator is about hope and redemption and doesn't trigger his condition.
By the way, didn't Russell Crowe die at the end in Gladiator?
He made a sacrifice for the rest, and it was redemption for all, which is
He said Russell Crowe's character was sacrificed at the end and it was redemption for all. What in the...
Crowe died at the end in Gladiator?
he made a sacrifice for the rest, and it was redemption for all, which is often happens to us. Even in my own screenplay, the person sacrifices himself.
Okay, so are you saying that before you went to watch Gladiator, you did all this research to make sure it would not...
If there's ever a movie with sacrifice in it, Tom wrote it. Right? Jay, we should really make that list of 30 stories of film that's repeated throughout time. I'm going to read the comments here. Beyond the Box says, I can see the judge just shaking his head. Yeah. Texas Lurdy says, they weren't very good. I thought he wrote them. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't you want to see what they ripped off even further? And then Jay says, he specifically said that the interrogation scene was the first scene he wrote and the first scene that they filmed. I can verify that in the first 12 pages of The Immortals, that scene is not there. It's not even in a city setting, it's in a jungle.
trigger your condition?
No, I didn't know what to expect.
All right, I'm going to back up a little bit again.
Crowe died at the end in Gladiator?
He made a sacrifice for the rest, and it was redemption for all, which is often happens to us. Even in my own screenplay, the person sacrifices himself.
Okay, so are you saying that before you went to watch Gladiator, you did all this research to make sure it would not trigger your condition?
No, I didn't know what to expect.
So he just jumps into watching movies not knowing what to expect, not doing research to see if it's going to trigger him. He just blindly goes and watches movies, and then he doesn't watch the Matrix sequels, even though he said there was nothing striking in 99 when he watched it. He said there was nothing striking that connected his story to the Matrix. This gets wilder and wilder the further we go.
Well, so you recall testifying under oath in the underlying lawsuit. You recall testifying under oath in the underlying lawsuit at a deposition?
Do I remember the deposition?
Yes.
I do remember the deposition.
Okay. And the deposition was videotaped, correct?
It was videotaped, that's right.
Okay. And in that deposition, you recall testifying that you had not discovered these striking similarities between the Matrix movies and your script until around February of 2010. You recall testifying to that effect?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
I don't have to do the deposition definition.
Well, isn't it true, sir, that you knew about that even in 2009 that you knew that or you were claiming that you had stolen your script?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that you...
I don't recall. But he'll recall everything up to the moment of his birth, right?
You posted on Facebook that Warner Brothers has stolen your script in preparing the Matrix movies.
I don't recall.
Are you believing this crap? The interrogator asked, isn't it true that you posted on Facebook that Warner Brothers stole parts of your script to make the Matrix films? And he says, I don't recall. So does his memory get wiped after every show he hops on? Like, is he going to say he doesn't recall saying any of this on this dude's show? Give me a break. All right, we're backing up 20 seconds again.
That you knew that or you were claiming that had stolen your script.
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that you posted on Facebook that Warner Brothers has stolen your script in preparing the Matrix movies?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you posted on Facebook claiming that Warner Brothers used parts of your scripts to make the Matrix movies? And he says, I don't recall.
It's true, sir, that in 2009 your wife showed you how to make a blog so you can blog about your claims that Warner Brothers has stolen your script.
I don't recall that either.
So his wife showed him the Matrix blogs so that he could go and talk. Man, what if the last freecity.net got pulled because of Tom Althouse? I'm gonna be really pissed off, because that was a good forum to post in
preparing the Matrix movies.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true, sir, that in 2009 your wife showed you how to make a blog so you can blog about your claims that Warner Brothers has stolen your script?
I don't recall that either.
Okay, this is going to be 31. So, Sarah, this is again a printout from your portion of your Facebook post. I want you to focus on the one that you posted on December 15, 2009.
Okay.
It reads, Becca showed Wendy and I how to do blogs. So fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to finally post evidence on my old screenplay Warner Brothers had me submit so long ago that became a blockbuster. and will state the intended message and whom the little girl originally was in the story and who they first wanted to play the lead.
This is 16 years ago.
Period. Matrix anyone? Question mark. End quote.
Perfect.
Do you recall writing that, sir?
I don't recall writing it, but it looks like it's there.
Okay. Do you recall posting that in 2009?
I don't recall posting it, but it's just there.
Okay. So isn't it true, sir, that you knew in 2009, you knew that, or at least you believed that there were striking similarities between your screenplay and The Matrix?
It looks like that would be here, and that, yeah, Rankin missed the date to file. That's what it was.
I'm sorry, sir. Did you ever tell Mr. Rankin that you knew about your supposed claims against Warner Brothers in 2009?
When we first went forward to him, we believed it was 2009. That's why we had a date for him to file, which then he didn't do.
Sir, would it be, do you have any emails or do you have any documents stating that, stating your belief that you had discovered your claims against Warner Brothers in 2009?
This interrogator has all this information. He's trying to see where Tom is lying. So he already has the answers. He just wants Tom to admit them. That's what's happening here.
I believe there was the discussions between Mr. Rankin and us where we established that we believed it was 2009 at first. That's why we're going for that deadline that we missed.
Okay, so are you saying now, sir, that you lied under oath in the underlying lawsuit when you said that the first you discovered about your claims against Warner Brothers was in 2010?
Nope, that was the best of my knowledge.
Okay, so the best of your knowledge now is wrong. Are you saying that?
Well, this would indicate that it was mistaken, and that the first thing we assumed with Mr. Rankin was correct, and that's why we had asked him to file and he missed that deadline. So he already, it's a moot point. He's already, the case was lost.
Okay, move to strike as non-responsive. All right.
Move to strike as non-responsive. I think that happened a lot in this case.
Sir, isn't it true that Mr. Rankin had told you and this your wife, to compile a list of similarities or list of what you believe to be similarities between your script and the Matrix movies?
Rephrase the question? Or
Isn't it true that Mr. Rankin had asked you and your wife to compile a list of similarities between your script and the Matrix movies?
He asked us to watch the film, and we watched them together with him too, and we were coming up with the similarities, yes.
Okay. So is it your testimony now, sir, that originally you told Mr. Rankin that you had discovered this similarities, etc., in sometime in 2009?
That's why, I believe that's why, yes, we were saying it was 2009 we felt originally. That's why he set the date to file that he missed, and then it was over. And then we felt, well, maybe it was 2010, and then he went for that. He said, oh, then we can go for it. So, yeah, he was supposed to file at a certain time. If I'm seeing this in front of me, then that makes sense to me.
So are you saying that you lied to Mr. Rankin and made it 2010? If
No.
you believed it was 2009, sir, why did you change your testimony to 2010?
We believed it was 2009, and we believed it was 2010. Mr. Rankin had us going on 2009, missed the deadline, and then we believed it was 2010, and he had us explore why because of the party on 2010.
Okay, so you're saying that Mr. Rankin asked you to do an investigation. And by the way, just for the record, I'm going to disregard, or even though I'm not going to disagree every time with your statement that there was some missing of the deadline, I'm just going to disregard that for right now, and I will state for the record that we dispute your claims, your new claims, that there was some missing of the deadline. So, sir, Mr. Rankin asked you to conduct an investigation to determine when was it exactly that you discovered that you had claims against Warner Brothers, right?
You have me thinking about this event that I have documentation on, so I need to adjust to the facts I know that I'm not going to share, and then go into your question then, because it's a strange, it's like a striking change from what I know to be true. So, ask the question.
Let me just strike that. True or not, sir, in the underlying lawsuit, you testified under oath that you discovered the similarities between Matrix movies and your script in 2010.
That was my belief, yes.
Okay. Now, are you changing that belief?
Well, if I'm looking at a 2009 entry, I've got to always go with what's before me, because my condition, I have to go with what's documented. But
So he's also using his condition as a loophole to get past this latches thing and the statute of limitations. He was told that if he had a condition such as PTSD, then that would garner him more time to prosecute this case. That's my understanding of this.
with my belief, absolutely.
Okay. You're saying that you always have to go with what's documented. So, sir, in 2009, when Mr. Rankin asked you to get him a timeline of when was it that you first discovered the similarities, what, if anything, did you do to ascertain that timeline?
I looked at correspondence and such, and so did Becca. And we had established early on with him, we thought it was 2009 at first. And that's why he set the deadline to file.
Sir, move to strike as non-responsive. My question, sir, is not your claims that, your new claims that, that Mr. Rankin somehow missed some deadline. My question to you, sir, is what did you do? Did you review any documents? And if yes, what documents did you review to ascertain when was it that you first discovered the similarities between Matrix and your script?
Well, it's already been established about the missing deadline. We've done that. But as far as
It's
the
not being
question, we discussed it already.
Move to strike as non-responsive. Sir, answer my question. What did you do to ascertain when was it that you discovered the similarities?
We probably looked through any kind of correspondence and any kind of notes we had.
Okay, and after you did that, isn't it true that you came to the conclusion that it was in February 2010 that you first discovered the similarities between Matrix and your script?
Well, that's what's important, is after the deadline was missed, we thought that it could be the case, even though we felt, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that you basically, you saying that just because the deadline was missed, or
No.
your claim that deadline was missed, you were willing to lie and change the timeline to 2010?
May I use the phrase move to strike? That is so untrue.
So what is this, sir? Honest, at that point, when your wife told Mr. Rankin that nothing in 2009 had anything to do with the case, and that the discovery was in 2010, are you now saying, sir, that that statement was a lie?
I'm not saying it was a lie. I'm saying that, that's not my words. I'm saying that we based it on the party, and when the event was to announce it, that we felt, yeah, it was 2010.
Okay, and you conveyed that to Mr. Rankin, yes?
Conveyed what exactly to Mr. Rankin?
That the party was in 2010, and that's when you had discovered.
I believe that's correct. After the deadline was missed, we conveyed to him in 2010 that we looked into it further, and we found the party was 2010.
Okay, so you,
Because if you're looking at December 15th, 2009, that's right before the 2010. You're right in the time frame of when this is being discovered.
okay. So at this point, sir, are you changing your belief, and are you now testifying that it was sometime in 2009 or before, December 2009 or before, that you first discovered the similarities between Matrix and your script?
Having not seen this before, or having recollection of it, due to condition and such, I have to say that it looks like it was 2009 as we first said to Rankin.
Okay,
True.
but you, sir, you're claiming you have this condition, so, but you remember clearly that you had told Mr. Rankin first that you had discovered this similarities in 2009.
The reason I believe we said 2009 to Rankin Mr. First was because the deadline he set to file for statutes was based on a 2009 entry, and after it was missed, which I need to share, this is reason, your answer your question, that it then became 2010 after that when we started looking at it further, and the email correspondence will show that whole situation and trail and what occurred.
Okay, what was the deadline that Mr. Rankin had set?
Originally,
Yes.
I believe it was 2000 let's see. I believe it was 2012, 9, 10, whatever 3 years on the 9. It would be, I'm sorry, it's funny, but I'm not really that good with math with stress, so I don't mean to make you laugh about it.
Okay, sir. What month? What month?
Could have been 2009, 10, 11, 12, something within 3 years of 2009. That's what he's... like, Tom, you're continuing to deceive a lot of people out there, and I hope they find this channel.
February, I believe.
Okay. So now you're saying that that you had known about this claim of yours that you claim you had against Warner Brothers from February 2009 forward.
I don't know. I don't claim that. I don't know the exact date. I just know that the filing was based on the 2009 entry originally. It was missed by Rankin. And then we tried to see if there was anything that, was it just because it was right in that time frame, we tried to figure out exactly where it was. It's within a 3-month span.
Oh, so you recall that?
Recall what?
Recall that there was a timeline set by Mr. Rankin. And that was in February 2000.
I just said there was a time. I didn't say a timeline. I don't understand the question.
Okay.
What's the question?
Okay, so now, sir.
Wait, what's the question, though?
Okay. I'm just kind of curious about your selective memory.
That's a question?
No, just.
I'm just curious about your selective memory. Is that a question? He has selective memory for sure.
Curiosity is the statement.
Well, let me answer your question.
No, there's no question. Okay, sir.
So it's a put down.
Going back to, it's not a put down, sir. Just a statement. Just like you were saying, Mr. Rankin had repeatedly missed the deadline. I'm just.
He only missed the one deadline.
Okay, back to number 31. Who is Wendy?
That is a friend of Becca's.
Okay. And does Wendy claim that she had claims against Warner Brothers as well?
No.
Okay. All right.
Not that I'm aware of.
And by the way, why did you, in 2009, why did your wife teach you or show you how to use the blog?
I believe she was teaching Wendy how to use the blog. I never caught on how to do blogs.
Okay. And so at this time you posted a status update, did you believe that you had claims against Warner Brothers?
Come on.
It seems like there is.
Okay. And can you tell me what was it that was supporting your belief that you had claims against Warner Brothers at the time you wrote this post?
I can't recall.
Okay. Now, sir, isn't it true that you had asserted a claim or a demand letter to Warner Brothers back in 2001 claiming that the movie Matrix was similar to your screenplay?
That was the Demolition Man thing.
Okay.
With the Matrix mentioned.
Yeah, so isn't it true, sir, that back in 2001 you believed that the movie Matrix was substantially similar to your screenplay?
I'm sorry, what?
Isn't it true that back in 2001 you believed that the Matrix movie was similar to your screenplay?
No, what I had in that message was that there were elements or an element in it, like the jack in the back of the neck. It wasn't actionable on its own, but with Demolition Man being so similar, it recalls that there was an element in there.
Okay.
So yeah.
That's actually
He's not talking about Demolition Man today, is he? He doesn't even make mention of Demolition Man for any of this stuff. Texas Learning says, I can't imagine being an interrogator. That job must be so damn frustrating. Yeah. And Jay says, I've learned a lot about interrogation from Deception Detective. I think I've heard of that before. But yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it?
we're done with 31.
Are we done with this thing still? Or
No.
we still hold on to that?
Yeah. 32. Sir, is this the letter that you wrote to Warner Brothers back in 2001?
I believe it is.
Okay.
It's either a draft or it's it.
He wrote a letter to Warner Brothers in 2001. This is information he's not sharing anymore.
If you can look, ask or turn to the first page.
Turn to it?
Or
Okay,
just
all
stay
right.
on the first page. On the first paragraph, the very last sentence, it says, the main elements have been used in at least 2 Warner Brothers movies.
Where are we? Oh, I see it. I'm sorry. I see it.
Do you see that?
I do.
Sir, when you talk about the main elements, are you talking about the main elements that were taken from your script?
Hey, Jason, good to see you. This is very audio heavy for today, but I mean, we're bouncing back between something from last week and then something from 11 years ago. But yeah, it's exposing a lot here. Good to have you here, Jason.
Immortals?
Yes, that would make sense.
Okay, and you're saying that the main elements.
I see it.
Do you see that?
I do.
Sir, when you talk about the main elements, are you talking about the main elements that were taken from your script, The Immortals?
Yes, that would make sense.
Okay, and you're saying that the main elements have been used in at least 2 Warner Brothers movies. Can you tell me what those 2 Warner Brothers movies are?
At the time, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Demolition Man, of course. And one of the things that surfaced too was, what's it called? Forever Young was also another one that was bouncing out at us.
Okay.
Yeah. His Mel Gibson Forever Young claim. Well, with the locket, whatever that was, or maybe it was the Patriot. Who knows?
So you're saying that when you say at least 2 Warner Brothers movies, you're talking about Demolition Man and Forever Young?
I don't recall exactly what that was at this time, but I know that there was a thing about Forever Young too. Just saying that is another one that was in there.
Okay. Did you mention Forever Young in this letter?
I'd have to read it through.
Okay. Let's actually take a break. I need some water, so you can read it through.
Okay, let's go off the record. The time is 11:07.
All right, so they're taking a break here.
Here's the lien. So
I know any winnings go to it. I don't care. What I want to do is cover the bases, and I want to walk out with 0. That's why I said 90. 90 is so I can cover Warner Brothers thing and get on with my life. I don't care about the money. I just want a clean slate. So that's why I said 90.
I'll I mean, the lien is for like 47 or something.
But there's going to be taxes, and there's going to be also I require to pay an extra bit. So what I understand that'll come out in the wash. I don't bear Mr. Rankin any malice. I feel that this thing should have been over a long time ago. And I'll tell you, with it, I'm not trying to harp on it, but when the thing wasn't filed on time, end of story. It wasn't filed on time. And we probably would have walked away saying, oops, sorry, okay. But the thing is, if the settlement can occur, we all get on with our lives. And that's why I posted about our boys. I want us to be able to have lives with them. We're missing time with them.
Oh, this is my job. This is my life.
Yeah.
No, I feel you. Okay, thanks.
So did y'all catch that? He had a $47,000 court bill that he wanted to pay off with a $90,000 settlement from Warner Brothers. That's what he ended up wanting to settle with. See if I missed anything.
here's the lien.
Cold water. Cold water.
That's nice of you. No, thank you, though. It's funny how we go in and out of throats.
We have our moments.
We do. That's why I'm saying I put that settlement offer again on the table just because.
By the way, I'm just doing my job. Just Just,
Well,
I mean,
my thing is
there's
this.
nothing
Listen,
personal.
listen. This is it.
Mhm.
I'm hoping this all wraps up, but
You know what's the thing? There's a lien, so
I know any winnings go to it. I don't care. What I want to do is cover the bases, and I want to walk out with 0. That's why I said 90. 90 is so I can cover Warner Brothers thing and get on with my life. I don't care about the money. I just want a clean slate. So, that's why I said 90.
I'll you know, I mean, the lien is for like 47 or something.
But there's going to be taxes, and there's going to be also, I require to pay an extra bit. So, what I understand that'll come out in the wash. I don't bear Mr. Rankin any malice. I feel that this thing should have been over a long time ago.
He doesn't bear Rankin any malice, but he goes on to all of these shows trash talking the dude that was trying to represent him. Explain that one to me.
And I'll tell you, with it, I'm not trying to harp on it, but when the thing wasn't filed on time, end of story. It wasn't filed on time. And we probably would have walked away.
And there's this thing again about like, did I give him PTSD from like him not having a link for the live show, and then 5 minutes went by and he's like, oh no, the time, he missed the time, I gotta cut him out. Come on, man. Giving him flashbacks to this deposition.
Way saying, oops, sorry, okay. But the thing is, if the settlement can occur, we all get on with our lives. And that's why I posted about our boys. I want us to be able to have lives with them. We're missing time with them.
Oh, this is my job. This is my life.
Yeah.
No, I feel you. Okay, thanks.
You hear how that interrogator went and said, this is my job, this is my life. Like, it was incredulous to him for Tom to even mention all that stuff, try to pull on heartstrings. Ugh. All right. We're going to pause this section for now. We're going to go into this last week's show. So now you have a lot of information here on Tom's previous court case, and then a court case before that in 01 on Demolition Man. And he's not talking about Demolition Man anymore.
Pennsylvania, yeah. And then if anything happens to Trump, heaven forbid, by popular demand, you'll step in place. Forget Pence. You'll just step in place because we'll want you to be our savior. Now, how do I know all this?
See, he's just talking about current politics now. It's just real convoluted here.
Because the actual author who came up with neuroenhancer was groomed to be this very person. Elon Musk hired brothers in this. I was groomed by the Christian, you said the religious right, you know what they are.
Yep.
They're part of the cabal. They're the religious control factor. And so I was groomed to be the face of the Christian coalition, blue eyes, dimples, that even women would say, oh, he's so nice. If he does wrong, he seems so nice. We'll excuse the wrong he does because he's so nice. That's the power of the face aspect.
Right.
So Elon Musk took my place with my tech to be the face, a willing face for the rewards. But he's not that bright.
Well, I think that's a good thing. So you're on our side.
I said no to their, I got groomed,
exactly.
I got trained, and I said no. And you're absolutely right. So here I am, supposed to be a leader in the cabal who wrote these works, and they're afraid of the influence that carries. If I get credit for my work, name credit, even though I have the copyright and everything else, it should be hands down. But of course, they threw the case. If you look up, Tom Althouse's name, they'll say he lost his case. They supplied their own attorneys. They blocked all evidence. We actually won the case, and they blocked us from filing it by supplying their own attorneys. We actually won.
We definitely know about the lawfare these days. I mean, you continue to be a targeted individual, and I want to go there as well. For people who have exposure to that, I mean, even in our own, Team Buddha Lifeline team, there's two people who are working with their mutual friend Michael and coordinating. They are TIs.
Michael Yako, there you go. That's how he got onto this dude's show.
on as well. You know Jim and Nicole
Yes, I do.
as well, right?
Great people.
And that's pretty powerful. I hope the White House actually, in a positive way, is working through this, because I've had conversations with Todd Callender, and he and the senior partners of his law firm actually led the world's first class action case in the United States for targeted individuals, like 2,562 or so class action case. And every court continually, the judge would rule, get out, until they finally went through, right? And to me, he's also a hero because he took on DOD and HHS in the beginning for the vaccine genocide, right? You know, like, hey, all the military had a class action against them, working with them to go, hey, listen, you know, you cannot do this to our military members. This is Nuremberg. This is also medical freedom. They cannot be. So he won that, but it took a long time. And also he lives, you know, what did he say? Major General Valley told me first, and then I've heard it from somebody else who knows Todd very, very well and has worked with him for a number of years. And then Todd said it also on
I heard this, I heard that, blah, 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 blah.
show. He gets between 30 to 50 legitimate death threats monthly. And because he stands up. So for people to know that there's people standing up fighting back, that all of what we're discussing right now, if this is new for you in the audience just becoming spiritually awake, that this exists, it's all evidence-based as well for those who are just waking up to this information, and that for those who feel like you, there are places to go as well. You know, there's not only is there hope, there's
no evidence basis here, dude. This Brad guy is regurgitating the same shit that like I used to do in a way. There's no basis for it. Now, Tom gave me this audio clip. Tom gave me this. Like it was proof that he was innocent.
Runner, he liked to run. Yeah, but they told us that years ago, running on the concrete was not good.
Yeah, well.
But we don't think about it until we're 90.
You didn't believe it.
Yeah, I know.
So.
We're going to get through the rest of this. It's almost done.
You told me last week?
Yeah. After the Celtics came back from 28 down.
I mean, but get to the second round of playoffs.
You, what you meant by...
I mean, but get to the second round of playoffs. Yeah.
Oh, they got great.
Oh, yeah.
Back on the record, the time is 11:15.
All right. We're back on the record, Mr. Althouse. Just want to remind you, still under oath. So, sir, before we took the break, we were talking about this letter, this 2001 letter that you had sent to Warner Brothers. You know, I asked you what you meant by the at least 2 Warner Brothers movies that you claimed were based on your script. And you testified one was Forever Young, correct?
That's one of the movies that was we were addressing or bringing up as a situation. It wasn't the only ones.
And then the second one was Demolition Man, correct?
Demolition Man and Matrix is mentioned here also.
Okay. By the way, and I will represent to you, I read this letter and I did not see the movie Forever Young being mentioned in this letter. Is that correct?
Right. I don't see it here.
And now, if I could ask you to turn to the second page of this letter, and the second full paragraph, the last sentence, it reads, "Now, after just viewing the films Matrix and Demolition Man, I am gravely disappointed in the actions of Warner Brothers Company," end quote. Based on what is set forth in that sentence, sir, is it an accurate statement that by the time you wrote this letter, you had watched the movie Matrix?
Yes, absolutely. I tried. I didn't watch it all the way through, but I tried to watch the Matrix movie.
Okay. And based on what's set forth in your letter and this sentence in particular, isn't it true that that after you watched the movie, you were quote unquote gravely disappointed in the actions of Warner Brothers?
Not after watching Matrix.
Okay.
It was after I watched Demolition Man.
If you were not gravely disappointed, and by the way, when you say you were gravely disappointed, is that because you felt that the movie was the Demolition Man? Let's go with that first. The Demolition Man movie was substantially similar to your script?
I believe when I say gravely disappointed, it's more a matter of trust. It was dealing with that I had pitched it, that we were told it's being made, and then to see it when the Demolition Man really came out there and struck me, it was like I was disappointed that the trust had been broken, that I was told, submit this thing. I believed in Warner Brothers, and I still have a feeling of that, where even in the letter itself, I still hoped to work with them. So it was a company I chose.
Okay. And in this, and by the way, you said you still hold that belief. Do you still believe, sir, that the movie Demolition Man was taken from your script?
I believe from what the story department even indicates in their website for Warner Brothers, that they study films and even say original works that are submitted, and they look for the elements that are most compelling and marketable. And so these elements would end up in multiple films, as I understand it now. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, and let me ask you a different way, sir, but I appreciate your answer. Do you believe to this day, sir, that the Demolition movie was copied from your script, The Immortals?
I believe elements, if I may, elements were taken from the script and applied to it and other films.
Okay. Sir, isn't...
He never speaks of Demolition Man, though. Ain't that something?
What if I tell you that the movie Demolition Man was released in October 1993? Would you still hold that belief that Warner Brothers stole elements from your script to make the movie Demolition Man?
That would absolutely be perfect because of the timeline.
So you allege that in June of 1993, you submitted your script to Warner Brothers, right?
It's true, but there were also multiple avenues of access.
Okay, so you're saying that they could have accessed your script through some other avenue?
It was directly sent to the companies Joel Silver was invested in even prior.
Okay, now you're saying, okay, what company, sir? What is that company?
Universal.
Okay, and you're saying that prior to your attorney submitting the script to Warner Brothers in June of 1993,
right,
that somebody submitted the script to Universal?
It was a professor. I believe it's in the deposition testimony, but it'd be hard to recall probably too. That Ned Vankovich, a professor at Regent University, then CBN University, for Pat.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
a
sorry.
professor for regional?
Regent
Regent
It's-
University.
Yeah, like Regent.
Oh,
And
Regent.
Then, Regent, that's it.
Uh-huh.
And then CBN University, it's a silly name. Thank you. He had contacted me, Ned Vankovich, and said he wanted to help me, knowledge of the situation that caused this condition. And he said, having lost my education, my jobs, he wanted to help me. So he said his wife was working now for Universal, and to give him the script, and he would send it in. He did.
Brenda, the movie Demolition Man stars Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone and Sandra Bullock. And it takes place in the future where a serial killer, mass murderer, is put into a cryo freeze, and then he's woken up in the future along with this cop investigator, which is Stallone. So Wesley Snipes is the criminal. And they wake up in the future and they're trying to adjust to the future, but they're still doing their old stuff. Wesley Snipes, the criminal, he's going around killing people. He murders people everywhere in the movie. And Tom's saying it wasn't violent, huh? No innocent people killed, huh? It's crazy.
So I believe that's in my testimony too. If it's not, I will add.
Okay, sir, isn't it true that you testified in the underlying lawsuit?
Yeah, Beyond the Box says, I know the movie. I have never heard Tom talk about it. Neither have I. This was such an essential linchpin into his original thing in 2001. And he said that he noticed back in 93. when it released. So not only did he watch Demolition Man when it first came out, he also watched The Matrix when it first came out. Both he watched probably in theaters. He said he went to the lobby in 99. He had to keep on walking out of the theater and going to the lobby because he couldn't stomach it. So he didn't see the whole film the first time through. And what was triggering him? He can't say specifically what was making him walk out.
Under oath, that that Warner Brothers was the only studio you submitted your script to because you had a lot of respect for Universal Studios?
I wasn't the one that submitted it to Universal. Ned Vankovich did on my behalf. He asked me to give it to him. He submitted. So as far as what that submission entailed, I didn't know. And you'd asked me if I knew he had sent it in. I believed he did because he said he was going to.
Okay.
Excuse me. Your last question, I think you might have misspoke. Sir, isn't it true that you testified in the underlying lawsuit under oath that that Warner Brothers was the only studio you submitted your script to because you had a lot of respect for Universal Studio?
Sorry about that.
Okay.
You understood my question, Mr. Althouse, that I was referring to Warner Brothers, you having respect for Warner Brothers, correct?
You mean, the question is...
Never mind. My last question, when I said, isn't it true, sir, that you testified under oath in the underlying lawsuit that you had submitted a script only to Warner Brothers because you had a lot of respect for Warner Brothers?
I would like to see the exact statement because my feeling of what I intend or what I would want to say, my feeling is that I respected Warner Brothers the most, and I wanted to have them make it. I wanted to honor their telling me that they were going to make it. But I don't believe they're the only ones that...
Jason, the metadata on this says Saturday, December 31st, 2011 at 11 p.m. But I don't believe that's correct. It could have been a false timestamp. I believe this was happening between 2013 and 2015. So my accurate guess is this was from 2014. Because they did go ahead and they gave the time at the beginning of this. I don't know if they mentioned the year because we were skipping around a little bit in the beginning because it's Tom stuffing this into his coat pocket and I guess illegally recording his own deposition. And he gave this, so I asked him for digital files and stuff, and this is the only thing he gave me when I was visiting him. And he wanted me to listen through all of this in its entirety, and it's quite a chore. Beyond the Box says, I know the movie, I've never heard Tom talk about it, and he was on my show for a while. Yeah. So Tom was on Beyond the Box for quite a while. Never mentioned Demolition Man. Ain't that something? Yeah, to answer your question, Jason, I think this was 2014. It's my best guess on this. And some of these audio recording devices, they'll default back to a different date. That might have been the factory setting of the date. Like, it might have been a 3-year-old recorder, and that's why it says December 2011, because they're talking about 09 and 2010 in the past tense. Yeah, Jason H. 3 seashells. See, I think at this point in time, Tom was not concerned about the 3 seashells. He was thinking of high concepts being stolen. I don't know anymore.
Had access to it. Although it does end up, these things still end in a line to Joel Silver when it goes to Universal, because Universal is someone Joel Silver is directly connected to.
Okay. And sir, now let me just get this straight. Now you're saying, sir, that in addition to Warner Brothers, your script was also available to Universal.
Which does the business with Warner Brothers, yes.
Okay. And now it's your testimony that someone, this professor you had at your university, you believe he submitted the script to Universal?
It's in our packet notarized statement materials that Ned Vankovich, yeah, it's right there in the write-up, which we submitted to Mr. Rankin and everyone else.
Do you have any documents showing that Mr. Ned Vankovich submitted the script to Universal?
Well, that's what I was telling you. I don't have any kind of receipts or anything. I just know that his wife was working for Universal in the story department, and he was going to give it to his wife. I can only assume that that is what he did, since I, in good faith, gave him the script to send.
Okay. Do you have any evidence, sir, supporting your belief that after Universal supposedly got your script, that they gave the script to Joe Silver?
There is a plausible trail of immediate events that we're addressing right now, which is Forever Young. And I can clarify why Forever Young would be a kind of a, what is the term used for marking it, or a glaring kind of indication.
Okay, sir, just one sec. I'm not trying to be rude. I know you.
I'm not gonna. That's fine. I don't mind
I'm
my
just
name.
trying to Google something.
That's all right.
So, sir, other than these, what you believe to be series of events, it's a fair statement that you don't have any documents or any other evidence to support your belief that Universal Studio gave a copy of your script to Joe Silver.
No, I can make the plausible trail quite easily, since Mr. Silver even says in his articles and interviews that he's directly connected to Universal, and that he says that Mel Gibson basically discovered the Wachowskis and brought them to him. It's interesting. And that
I thought it was Tom Hanks.
It is Mel Gibson that is involved in what they call the insurance film. And insurance film basically just takes any idea and runs it, because they can't lose on the insurance film. It's guaranteed to have a payoff through insurance. So they can do silly B-grade movies. And
Okay.
yeah.
So, other than that, sir, do you have any evidence other than your belief that after Mr. Silver supposedly got a copy of his script, that he gave the script to the Wachowskis to prepare the to make the Matrix movies?
I'm sorry, I'm not. I got lost.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep
I know.
track of
I
the
just
story
couldn't.
too.
Sometimes the question.
You testified that you believe this professor that you knew submitted the script to Universal, correct?
Yes, he called me specifically to do that.
We talked about that.
Yeah.
And then you believe that Universal gave a copy of your script to Joe Silver, correct?
I believe that Joel Silver had awareness of all scripts that were coming in, basically of note, or that were sent in with particular interest.
Okay, and we already...
So it's not based on what Tom believes, it's what the evidence shows. So he can say all he wants that Joel Silver found his script, but he has no proof of it.
talked about, what your belief is based on as far as Joe Silver is concerned. Now, I'm taking to the next step is, do you believe that Joe Silver gave a copy of his script to the Wachowskis to make the Matrix movies?
I believe he gave them a initial viewing of it during their dispute over Assassins to placate them, and then, from what the Wachowskis even say, and Joel Silver apparently indicates too, that Bound was done after Assassins as what they call an audition piece to see if the Wachowskis would be able to do what they call the science project in their interviews. And so the science project was based on, would they be show aptitude doing Bound. And there's a whole series of things that go with this that are going to make it quite compelling from my side.
Okay, sir. So, other than what you just testified to, do you have any documents or any other evidence that supports your belief that the Wachowski's brother got a script of your Immortals from Joe Silver?
Yes, and it's interesting that it's very interesting that there's a conflict of who discovered it that's circulating articles and news sources, and that both the gentlemen that are directly connected to my situation are making the claim. So those are both executives at Warner Brothers.
Okay, sir. So let me just make sure we have I have this correct. Now you're saying that it could be Warner Brothers or Universal Studios who could have given your script to Joe Silver?
What I believe is that there was a multiple access, which is very important, and their direct multiple access to the companies that Joe Silver is directly invested in. Universal is who Joe Silver went to after he removed himself or was removed from Warner Brothers for that 6-month period or so. He comes back to Warner Brothers at the end of it, apparently, but he forms a relationship with Universal specifically, which is where he hangs his hat immediately after Warner Brothers, and he has relatives directly involved in there, and says that Universal is connected with him. So.
Okay, so, all right. Okay. Now, sir, would it affect your, your belief if one were to tell you the fact that Forever Young movie came out in 1992?
I believe it did come out in 1992.
And with that timeline, do you still believe that the movie Forever Young was stolen from your Immortal script?
Absolutely. What's interesting about it, if I may, I'll keep it short, is that 1992 is perfect. Because
All right, Texas Learning, thanks for being here. I know this show is going long today, but I'm going to try to be wrapping this up within an hour or so. But thanks for being here. I want to get through the rest of this clip here, since I've never shown it before. And, yeah, we'll finish this up and hopefully within the hour.
Because that's when Ned Bankovich is asking me to send this thing in. And what's so compelling about it is, as an insurance film, as it's been called, you're getting the idea of, okay, an Allied officer, I'll make it short, an Allied officer is being cryogenically preserved and being brought back about 60 years later. And he's seeking out his wife to see her again, which she's aged and he hasn't. And what's interesting is that this Allied officer's wife's name is Helen. My character, who is integral in the very beginning of the script, is a character who's frozen, cryogenically preserved, tested on, brought back, seeks out...
Hold on. Cryogenically preserved.
Cryogenically preserved, brought back, seeks out his wife named Helena. It's beautiful. So what's interesting is the story department says they take the elements from even original scripts, they say, and I think Greg Silverman made this statement. It's on the webpage. Take these elements that are most marketable. That's the staff's job, to see what's most plausible, new, and marketable. And so it's not a leap at all, or even a small baby step to get to, well, here's material we can use for this insurance film. We can't lose on it. Let's just put it in there in 92, right when it arrived.
Okay. Sir, isn't it true that you had not completed your script in 1992?
In 92, the first part was done. The second part is completed in 93.
Okay, and is it your allegation, at least in the underlying lawsuit, that the second part was completed? And by the way, the script had only 2 parts, correct?
It has 2 parts.
Okay, so you're saying that the first part was prepared in 1992, correct?
It's being written out, yeah.
Okay, and that first part somehow ended up with Universal Studios through your professor.
He asked me to send it.
Okay, and that script gets stolen and we get Forever Young, correct?
Bad film, yes.
Okay, and then the 1993 comes around and you finish your second part, so the whole script is...
That's unbelievable that the first thing he has to say about Forever Young is that it's a bad film. If they used your ideas, I guess it's not a good film then. Your idea is not a good film, is it? All right.
Ready, correct? Is that your testimony?
It is ready, but I wasn't happy with the battle sequences, but it was ready. It was done, but we were reworking the battle sequences.
Okay. And then that gets submitted to, you're saying that script was submitted to Warner Brothers by your attorney, correct?
Well, it was pitched in full to Bonaventura in the New York session that we know about now at Lenny Coco's home. So that's pitched in full along with music. So the whole thing was presented, and Bonaventura made it clear that we're making this and that he was going to be the one that pushes it through, which is really important.
Isn't it true, so when you say it was pitched and presented to, isn't it true that the first conversation you had with this Warner Brothers executive, it was a phone conversation?
It was a lengthy phone conversation.
Okay, so you're saying that you pitched your script to Warner Brothers executive over the phone, right?
I was put on the phone by Mr. Coco, yes.
Yes, so, and then are you saying that the whole script was pitched over the phone conversation?
That's right.
Okay, and then you're saying that later on, Mr. Boyd submitted the script to Warner Brothers.
Mr. Boyd, as we understand it now, as we look at the materials, and it finally makes sense to us all because we're like, wait, he submits the full story treatment, which, as we say, and stop me if I'm not answering your question, the full story treatment is submitted, which is the important part of selling and marketing a script, is what goes on that the audience doesn't see, what's going on in the story, how it connects. And that, what we understand now is that first part of that script, the first one part, is sent in too. Because we're still reworking the battle sequences, and Mr. Bonaventura said, send something in, I'll push it through, I've got it, well, it's happening, we're going to make it. And so we put our best foot forward.
They're trying to greenlight a script that's only half done? That's what he's saying here, right? You only had part one of a two-part script, and they were saying, oh yeah, send it in so that we can send it through to get it made. Makes no fucking sense.
Forward, as we were finishing the, making sure the battle sequences were just right.
Okay, so
that's a clear story.
By the way, you did take the position in the underlying lawsuit that the entire script was submitted.
That's what we believed at the time.
Okay.
And it was pitched and submitted in full to Bonaventura, yes.
I'm sorry, you said pitched and submitted. Did you submit something over the phone?
He recorded the conversation. He had the total thing recorded on what we gave.
So you read the whole script?
How does he know that the phone conversation was recorded? I really think he's fabricating a lot of this to help his case here.
Over the phone?
No, I was better. You're getting the original author telling you exactly, sequence by sequence, what's going on. Sorry,
Yeah,
I know, I promise
you're
you I wouldn't
getting
do
the
that.
original author telling you.
I get passionate about my work. Sorry.
I'm just trying to get you.
I know, you have a job to do.
Hang on, I'm trying to get you back to where you were.
You're good.
You're getting the original author telling you.
Yes, so I'm saying the original author is telling the executive all the inside, all the outside of each of the scenes, what's going on, and telling the story through in a way that anybody would want to be privy to.
But he doesn't mention log lines. He doesn't mention story summaries or any of the They're not buzzwords. These are technical film industry words. If he really was serious about submitting a motion picture screenplay, he would have at least talked about the log line.
What is the actual story from the standpoint of the person who conceived it, the original work, not even from a book.
Okay. So now that you're saying that that not the entire script was not submitted, but only part one of the script was submitted.
But that's the important thing, is the full thing was... Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah. So first, let's focus on what you now claim was submitted to Warner Brothers by your attorney, Mr. Boyd. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me get that clear. Just to be clear, you're not now, you're not contending that the entire script was submitted to Warner Brothers back in June 1993 by your attorney, correct?
No, it's a moot point, because, yes, why do you need to color it?
Sorry, so the answer is you're not contending that, correct?
No, we had him look up the entire file.
Okay. And after he looked up the file and got back to you, he gave you what he submitted, correct?
Right, because we thought the full thing had got in, because we had finished it by then. So now we understand what was going on.
Okay. And by the way, when was it that you asked Mr. Boyd to go back and check whether he had copies of what he submitted?
I think it was immediately when Mr. Rankin asked us to, and maybe even prior, but we asked him to check because he didn't have the file at that time.
Okay. So you do agree that Mr. Rankin had asked you to contact Mr. Boyd?
I believe it's in our, sorry.
And ask whether he had copies of the files from 1993, correct?
I believe it was our email correspondence will show you.
Okay. I'm going to mark this as the next exhibit. It would be,
That's
33.
this is 33.
Is this finished, or keep
You
that
can
out?
just keep that.
Keep that out.
Yes. Okay, what I asked, marked as exhibit number 33 is a document entitled Affidavit of James M. Boyd.
So there you go. James M. Boyd was his first attorney.
Sir, this is a document that you produced during discovery.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall producing this document?
I don't want to waste your time, but I would want to see exactly what was
That's all you're doing, Tom, is wasting everyone's time. Give me a break.
in here, but
I can represent to you that this is a copy of
Looks-
the exact file
it
that
looks
you
good to me.
filed,
as far as I can tell, it looks good to me.
that you produced. Okay, sir, on the very first page, it talks about the very last sentence, the paragraph. I'm sorry. First sentence. It reads, "On March 6, 2014, I received a phone call from Thomas Althouse. Mr. Althouse called to ask me whether our firm might still have his file from 1993 related to the submission of the Immortals to Warner Brothers." And I'll stop there. Sir, is it true that it was not until March 6, 2014 that you had asked Mr. Boyd to confirm whether he had a copy of his file?
I believe that might be correct, but I believe what happened was Mr. Rankin, in our email it'll show, he contacted him and said that Mr. Rios didn't have a file. And so this may have been when we tried to confirm if he did or not. I believe that's right.
Isn't this after Warner Brothers had already filed motion for summary judgment?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the dates when that was.
And isn't it true, sir, that last time we went through this already, well, isn't it true that Mr. Rankin had asked you to contact Mr. Boyd back in 2011?
We did contact Mr. Boyd, and from what I understood, I don't think he had found the file.
Okay.
So I believe we did. And Mr. Rankin had contacted him and said that Mr. Rios had no file. And then when we talked to him again, Mr. Rios then, I guess, had a file. So it's kind of muddy to me,
Mr.
exactly. But
I'm sorry, you said Mr. Rios.
oh, I'm sorry. That's Boyd.
Okay. So you're saying, let me see if I understand your testimony. You're saying that Mr. Rankin back in 2011 asked you to contact Mr. Boyd to see whether he had a copy of the file, and you did contact Mr. Boyd, correct?
I don't know. I'd have to check the correspondence to be sure. I'm making guesses. I don't know.
Okay.
If I see the email correspondence, I might be able to ascertain better. Was it?
So as you sit here today, sir, you do not know or you do not recall why was it that it was not until March 6th of 2014 that Mr. Boyd was claimed that he was contacted to see whether he still had a file from from 1990.
I don't know the details. I don't know if that was the first time we're asked to do that, or if there was other conversations with him prior that was like, do you remember these things? And the file wasn't mentioned because it wasn't brought up yet. I don't know.
Okay. And in this March 2014 conversation that you had with Mr. Boyd, did you discuss whether he has submitted the entire copy of the script to Warner Brothers?
I don't know. I don't know what the conversations were.
Okay.
And I don't know what Mr. Rankin asked us to do. I'd have to see correspondence to know what was going on.
Okay. Isn't it true, sir, that you filed a declaration in the underlying lawsuit, which is sitting in front of you, dated 23rd of March 2014, in which you stated that the entire copy of the script was submitted to Warner Brothers?
What page is it?
If you go to the second page.
This is that weird numbering. So 3 of 7?
3 of 7, yes.
Thank you. And what section am I? Here we go, right here.
Yes.
That's what was believed at the time. Yes, like we said, that's what we believed.
Okay, so paragraph number 3, which reads, having mailed himself a copy of the full script and the story treatment to obtain a poor man's copyright.
That's correct. I did mail myself a full script, and it said script enclosed. That's about that packet. So yes, this is true. A full script was mailed to me, and the packet shows that.
So you're saying that before Mr. Boyd submitted the script to Warner Brothers, that you had prepared a full script of The Immortals?
Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to make clear to you, is that the full thing was pitched. The battle sequences we weren't very happy with, and so we were putting our best foot forward. So the full story treatment and the script that we were part that we were like set on, send it in, because Mr. Bonaventura said he would be pushing it through. Just get this to them, best foot forward. Yes, the full script was mailed to myself in the poor man's copyright.
Okay.
That's why we thought a full script was submitted, because a full script was completed.
And it was, but now you're saying that even though the full script was created, you had only the first part of it was final by the time Mr. Boyd got involved, and that's why you...
No, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but no, the full part was done. What I'm saying, and tell me if this isn't clear for you. What I'm saying is the full script was done. I wanted to be perfect. I'm a perfectionist, and it sure turned out that way. But the thing is, I wasn't happy with the battle sequences. And what's interesting is now we know the gentleman who worked on the battle sequences with me knows it was done in '93.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So the battle sequences, are those part of the second?
It's the very ending. It's the very ending, just before the final, like pointing, little girl, all that stuff.
Okay. So you did not submit the final ending part because it was not to your satisfaction.
It was done, but not to my satisfaction.
Okay. But you did submit the other part, the first part of the script, because that by that time was to your satisfaction.
Well done. I thought it was perfect.
Okay. And so since you thought that the first part was perfect, it was ready to go and to be sent out to Warner Brothers.
Because the full thing had been recorded and received by Bonaventura, he was going to push it through, and it was more a formality to get this thing to the hands of Diane Bellis for discussions to talk about how we were going to work together. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Ripping away on you. Tell me where I can keep
Because the
going.
full thing would have been recorded and received by Bonaventura.
Right.
He was going to push it through,
Right.
and it was more a formality to get these things to the hands of
Diane
Bellis.
Right, who he told us to submit to. So to get the materials to them, so discussions could ensue on how we were going to make it, was what we were understanding.
Okay. My question, sir, but my question is, so the part you submitted to Warner Brothers through Mr. Boyd, that was the part that you were happy with at that time and felt that it could be sent on to Warner Brothers, correct?
Well, I liked the whole screenplay, but there was the battle sequence seemed a little bland to me. And what's interesting is Joel Silver felt that's the thing that meant the most to him. He says it in his interviews. But for me, the battle sequence, wasn't fleshed out enough. It wasn't fitting with the rest of the film. But when you have the battle sequence, you have the three-quarter point, you have the ending, you have all the stuff I was very thrilled with. It's just that middle spot, or actually end before the very ending spot, that need to be matching the rest. Otherwise, it's glaring.
Okay, and so other than that part, the battle sequence part, you sent the portion of the script that you felt were glaring to Warner Brothers.
No, what you do is you can't just retract the battle sequence scene out and go, okay, here you go, here's the materials, and I just took the scene out. What we did was we submitted the first part before they go to the future, and then what we did was we were going to go ahead and send the second. I know that now because Otika Ball, I think it was her idea to say, put our best foot forward. It's already being sent in. This is more a formality. Let's get this into them with good writing, and they'll have the full story treatment. And Bonaventure is pushing it, has the whole story anyway. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you submitted.
Wait, I didn't finish getting what you said.
Go ahead.
I need you to slow down.
No, that's right.
Okay, I need you to slow down.
Right.
Let's get this into them with good writing, and they will have the full story treatment. That's
okay.
fine. I'll check it. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay. So you submitted the first part because that part was final.
I submitted the first part because it, in my mind, it and the second part were perfect except for that battle sequence. And that's why I specifically brought somebody in to work on the battle sequence.
Okay, got
and then
it.
it was resubmitted, yeah.
Got it, thank you. Now if I can ask you to turn to this, I believe the page may have been folded. It's like in the middle of the document. There's no page numbers here, but...
oh, you made a mark on it?
Yeah, it's not a mark.
I mean, a bend.
Let me help you, sir. Let me help you find that page.
Part of my thing is you fix everything. You try to make things better for the world. So I fix creases.
Here you go.
Man, he's still
This
going.
is part of the script, part of the package that Mr. Boyd provided, that you produced in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the page that we're on right now. It's the caption page has the heading, The Immortals.
Right.
And it reads, Screenplay by Thomas B. Althouse. You see that?
Yes,
Okay. And now it has a copyright 1993 at the bottom.
it does.
Okay. And it has the date March 21st, 1993.
I see that.
Okay. Sir, is this the script that you submitted through Mr. Boyd to Warner Brothers in 1993?
I believe this is the portion of it that we submitted.
Okay. Now, if you look at the very first page of the script that we were talking about, you see right above date, it says it has the text draft,
Mm-hmm.
and next to it is the number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a draft. This is the first draft of the script. Is that accurate?
Draft 1, yes, the full script, draft 1, is what it would be. But this is the portion taken from that draft to submit. It's exactly what we talked about.
Okay, because I'm asking you, this is important. You're saying that by 1993 you had the whole script created, other than this battle sequence that you were unhappy with. So my question to you, sir, is The Immortals, did it have only one draft or did it have multiple drafts?
I think there was another, well, I would consider having the battle sequences done probably a draft 2, but the battle sequences were in the first draft. It was a complete work. It just wasn't happy with that element that wasn't finished.
So is it a fair statement, sir, that what Mr. Boyd submitted to Warner Brothers back in 1993 was an incomplete first draft of the Immortal script?
What he submitted was an incomplete, and what define incomplete?
Well, you just said not the entire script was submitted by Mr. Boyd, correct?
That's right. It was a
Okay.
full script, but we submitted what was best foot forward portion, because the battle sequence in the second act, I don't mean to be repetitive, but
Yes,
that's-
you are being a little repetitive, but you said the best foot forward. And my question to you, sir, is that best foot forward was the first draft, okay? What was the first draft, was it not? Of whatever was submitted.
the half of the first draft, because the first draft would indicate the full script. That's why the poor man's patent was about the full thing. So,
Okay.
and we're at time.
Okay, I'm gonna finish real quick, sir, of this area. What do you mean by draft one? Draft one means the very first draft that you prepared, right?
I don't know how to explain it. It was a full script done. That's why it's called draft one. If it's a full script, it's draft one.
Okay, so you're
Because
saying
you did
that
the draft. You did the draft of the first script.
Okay, but there are changes that come to the draft, correct?
There can be changes made, but like I said, draft one would include the battle sequences that weren't that perfect. It's draft one. That's why I'm very excited about when the battle sequences are perfected and that goes in. That's exciting to me.
Okay, let's not jump to what was submitted later, okay? Because we'll get to that. So as we sit here today, sir,
Why would it make any difference in this case for him to even mention about, not that he made a second draft, but that the battle sequence being perfected was exciting to him? It had nothing to pertain to what the guy was asking him.
I'll let you finish this one question then.
what do you want to take a lunch break?
No, we're at time.
What do you mean at time?
2 hour.
No.
So yeah.
I'm sorry.
No. Listen, what I computed was I did everything where we time locked it. So are you
going to take an issue with this because we are not the judge? We were barely able to finish about 3 hours last time.
No, that's a wrong assessment. We can do it. I can bring back I can do the timestamps and show you. But we are at time, and we're not to exceed 7 hours at all.
I'm sorry. We did about 3 hours last time.
No, I waited where it's actually been done. It's actually laid out, and it shows where it's been productive and everything else. The assessment was wrong on what it was, but I cannot go over 7 hours, and I am right now.
Okay, so let's be clear. Before you walk out, you're walking out of deposition.
No, I'm not walking out. I'm saying that the 7 hour period
is complete.
Concluded.
Okay. Well, we disagree with that.
We can disagree, but we'll look at the timestamps, and I'm happy to look at the timestamps.
So you're just going to leave right now? You're just going to walk out?
Well, I'm done testifying. 7 hours is done. You can't go over 7 hours.
Well, we're going to suspend this deposition because the witness is walking out.
I'm not walking out. He's saying we're done
in
7 hours.
Wait. That's it. You have to talk one at a time. No, you have to talk one. It has to have some kind of decorum in here.
Right.
Yes. Okay. I can't. Go on like that. It's just nuts.
We are suspending the deposition because plaintiff has taken the position that his 7 hours are done. We completely disagree with that, but we cannot force him to stay here. So right now we're going to go to court and seek the court's intervention. And as of right now, we're suspending this deposition and we are off the record. Thank you.
I have to make a statement though. 7 hours has been completed.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
You're talking right in
I'm
that.
sorry.
Like,
But I have to make a statement. Okay,
it's
very
fine.
good.
Sir.
I'm good.
I just want to not have you screaming in my ears.
I know.
Okay? I have to make a statement though. 7 hours is complete.
7 hours was completed in good faith, and it will be shown through timestamp. And I think it's unnecessary to go to the court to waste the court's time on this when I gave a full 7 hours, and now plus 7 hours. So the timestamps will show everything that was actually constructive and to the point. And it's really, I think it's against the law to go over 7 hours, to push someone or force one, or compel or threaten that actions will be taken for someone to go over 7 hours. So I just put that to you that it would be a waste of the court's time. But if you wish,
Sir,
I will show the state.
I'm
willing to work with you on timestamps, but that's
we are going to court. We met and conferred. Thank you.
That's not a meet and confer. Well, meet and confer is going over timestamps.
Hold on.
We're off the record.
No, we're not. I want to say this too. A meet and confer would be go over timestamps and show, in good faith and show that the judge asked us to work things out, would be to go over and show the timestamps and show where the 7 hours actually were expended, now plus 7 hours. And I thank you for your time, and thank you for the discussion.
Well, we'll just continue to Althouse volume number 3, volume number 2. The original video will be retained by DPI at 207-50 Boulevard to 205 Woodland Hills, California. Going off the record, the time is 11:15.
All right, thank you guys.
Wait. Where are those exhibits? I need the exhibits. Those are all.
Do I have any?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Just going. No malice intended.
That's okay.
Are these all his?
Let me take.
Oh yeah, go please.
Okay.
Make sure there's none of my stuff in there, but.
Sure, I will.
Sure, the first time was February 12th.
Got it. I think I just laid on top.
Is that where we ended? 33
All right.
and 51.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well, thank
this
you
is
guys.
good, that's all.
All right. Well, thank you for
so
your
much.
patience.
Sure.
No, he walked out of his own deposition.
Have a good day.
He's just like, I'm done, bye. And everyone's like, wait, what the fuck are you doing? I'm leaving my own deposition and I have no malice. I did 7 hours and now you could add another additional 7 hours. So what is he saying? 14 hours? Yeah, he's at the elevator. Come on, man. He walked out of his own deposition. We hit time. I'm going to get out of here. You're not respecting my time. That dude walked out of his own deposition. The interrogator was still asking him questions.
He went ballistic. When it became time, he's like, "Oh, we're going to suspend your deposition. We're taking you in. We're off the record." I'm like, "We're not off the record. We can meet." He's like, "We're not. That's not meet and confirm." And that's not the meet and confirm. We can not waste the judge's time. We can come to an agreement. We can look at the timestamps together. But it's time. No, it's not. You suspend a deposition. So he threw a fit.
See how he twists that? He said that the interrogator went ballistic. He didn't go ballistic. He's just like, wait, what are you doing? You can't just walk out of here. Like, we're in the middle of questioning you. You can't just walk out. And we're going to put on the record that you left. And he's like, yeah, go ahead. Look at the timestamps. Blah, 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 blah. I did my time. Blah, 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 blah.
Fit. He brought Michael in on me and everything. And then something very weird happened, honey, in the middle. He goes like this to me. And I did really well, although I got upset. And I was glaring at one point. It's on camera. But the thing was, and then my PTSD kicked in and I started stuttering. And he's mocking and smiling, and I was like, I'm like, so this is what happens to the people. And then they made a big issue of, what was it? A big issue out of, Gladiator. They had all our Facebook pages copied. And so they researched it off to the T. And they go like, so you can see Gladiator with your son? Gladiator? And I'm like, yeah, because that's about hope and redemption. He dies, yes, but he sacrificed to give hope to others. It's not the same thing. You're saying that these movies aren't affecting you? And what about Avatar? Same thing. It's about hope. It is not senseless violence that makes no sense just for the sense of violence. It's not people being helpless, being subjected to psychotic violence. That's what triggers when the victims are helpless and things like that. Avatar, Gladiator are not that. So they really tried to go all out on that. But they did do something. God, they kept pushing it. They're trying to make Rankin innocent because we have an email or a Facebook post from December 15th, 2009. So in 2009, we are saying, which Rankin should have, 2009, December 15th, we're saying about the Matrix thing, the blog. So, yeah, so no big deal on my part because I'm saying, look, first of all, Rankin missed the deadline to file. But they kept trying to blow that away. But they're going to move really quick to do their motion, of course, which I told you they do. So they're going to put a motion right away to say, he screwed up our deposition, But the thing is, I said, we can show the timestamps as productively done. You cannot go over 7 hours. It's illegal to. So I was like, holding in there. But I did stay like an extra 4 minutes to talk about, you know, hey, look, we don't have to waste the judge's time, and it's on record. He didn't want it on record. And then a very interesting thing, midway through, after he's grilled me and grilled me and grilled me, guess what he does? Shakes my hand. It's just business. It's just business, you know, and no, I understand, and da-da-da-da. Yeah, he did it again and again. Again. So he plays that. 1 second though, 1 second. Hold on.
And there you have it. He walked out of his own deposition and said that the interrogator went ballistic on him. But an interesting thing that I heard him say at the end here, because I think he's talking to his wife or something, or a friend that brought him to the courthouse. The thing is, he was like glaring at them while he was talking. Like, I can imagine him being like, "There's no malicious intent. I gave you the time that was legally required." Like, dude. Holy moly. Okay, so that was 11 years ago, and then here's to a week ago. 1 week ago. So he has no more Demolition Man talked about. He never talked about James Boyd, who he had the attorney for the Demolition Man court case. And Anthony Rankin, he talked about a lot on my interviews. But he was trying to say that Rankin's the one that threw the whole case and everything. He walked out of his own deposition. That's probably what got the case thrown out, is that moment. That he refused to sit down for further questioning.
A path, you know, to get past walking through the fire and into thriving. You look at this man. I mean, he is thriving while they are still coming after him and what it's done. So that's also a purpose of the art of your heart. And I want to get it back into, if you don't mind, in this pivot. The art.
He's sitting here like he wants another court case, but all he's going to do is walk out again.
Of your heart. So we've taken it to almost where we are today, relatively. But walking through the fire as a kid, leveraging your ability to go out and do lucid dreaming, which is very powerful. I leveraged that. I didn't know it was called lucid dreaming back then, but you know, if stuff was happening, I checked out. I just called it checking out, right? I just checked out. I went into my mind. I would read books, or I would take off and go into the forest. And but I don't want to kind of set it up and put words in your mouth, so to speak.
No, it's like you were a brother that just stood with me in the past and knew exactly what I was talking about and what I was trying to do, because the neural link has to be harnessed. It has to be given back to us to control it, because it will be what destroys. It may have destroyed it before.
I have this at 1.5
in the hands of the nefarious that they're going to.
I have this at 1.5 speed, by the way, because I'm trying to finish this up. It's already been almost 5 hours again.
Do wrong with it, and they see it as the holy grail, basically, for enslaving the entire community. And they are doing everything they can to paint a pretty picture on it. But it is a killer clown. It is not something that should be unleashed. And they even did with Alder Carbon, with Joel Silver, the defendant.
That's right.
Silver, who had all my materials, were to deal with Trudeau's and Canada's finance minister to steal the work there. And all these things transcended in Canada. Events happened in Canada that were just. I was just talking
this is during Chrystia Freeland when she was the finance minister.
It was a gentleman. The gentleman was caught in the Mediterranean on the yacht and everything.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Trudeau very much.
Yeah.
And so what's interesting is. This goes back to that situation where they consider the biggest boon, Alder Carbon, the biggest boon for Canada as far as film industry gains, and the finance minister was bragging about that. Well, that was right after Joel Silver had all my notes, drafts, everything, where their attorneys on tape saying they had no drafts, none at all. So he was using up the whole premise about, and this is very important, the rich in the future have immortality, or is used as pawns, That's the premise that was in my story that Joel Silver solved during the throne case we had.
He didn't have a log line. He didn't have any of this that you're required to have. He sent in part 1 of his script and called it draft 1, and he didn't put in part 2 until draft 2, and then there's parts missing, and then people break into his house a few months ago and give him his old script back on his bed. No signs of breaking it. How can you follow this guy?
And where their attorneys were on entire control of it, blocking us from our win. He had all my stuff. So that's direct access. So Alder Carbon hasn't even been claimed yet. And that's like direct access. He has all my stuff. He's a defendant reading it all. So we got him on that. But he said back then it was a mundane concept. When they do Altered Carbon, and again, one of the execs from Warner Brothers, Kate Chilton, actually goes to Netflix in order to launder the work. She becomes in charge of litigation content after the case is thrown, and that's where Joel Silver does the Altered Carbon. And again, now they claim that it's the rich in the future have immortality, the poor is used as pawns, is the greatest sci-fi concept in the history of film. Well, that's right from my story treatment, right from my pages. So, but what's chilling is to institute that.
Well, I would like to do the premise to Altered Carbon for people that don't, so they're just kind of catching up rather than doing the,
Sure.
Mind says, no, I'm not sure what is this. So Altered Carbon is a sci-fi series set not too far in the distant future, trying to build a log line here. And you have the ability to pull the chip of your consciousness on a little chip right out of the back of your neck, and then transfer that consciousness into another sentient creature, typically bipedal, right, individual, but of course you get your cats and dogs. By the way, this is actually proven, right? It's literally been published in the last 2 decades that they have done tests to transfer consciousness between cats and dogs. But the Altered Carbon is transferring consciousness between soldiers and people. So there's even a scene in Altered Carbon, because I watched that during the lockdown pandemics. Because again, in Canada and Vancouver, we had a few months, it was full on lockdown, can't go anywhere. I gave them the finger, I got them.
Well, I ended up watching Altered Carbon right around the time it came out, and I thought it was one of the best TV series out there. Season 1 in its entirety is amazing, and it's produced by Joel Silver. So me knowing that name and having been a fan of the Matrix franchise, I went and I watched Altered Carbon all the way through within like 2 days. I binged it, and it reminded me of Vanilla Sky. A lot of these concepts are people being cryogenically frozen and put into the future. So why isn't Demolition Man co-creators going after Vanilla Sky? Why aren't they going after like the writer of the Truman Show, being in a world that's deceptive of your, and it goes on and on. You can't just say that all these ideas are yours, Tom.
A motorcycle, went up to Whistler and all that stuff, which is great because nobody's on the road while they're murdering seniors with midazolam and still doing MAID, right? Euthanasia right across the board. So with this scene, there's a guy who walks in and his wife Rex says, "Oh, is that you? This is your new body." And he goes, "Yes." And she talks about liking the older one versus
Same thing with the chip in the wrist. In mine, it was the palm. So this is like 1993,
Right.
1993, where he puts the palm up, and then everything's like transferred banking, everything else, information gathering is with the palm.
Yep.
And the eye readout.
Minority Report, I Report.
That's the big one.
With Tom.
Even Spielberg.
Philip K. Dick made all of the Minority Report, I, Robot. He wrote all of those films, A Scanner Darkly. He wrote those stories before all of them were made into movies. They didn't make these movies until he passed away.
Really stacked it in Minority Report. That's where he put, again, John A. whatever, Anderson. So he put my dad's, Captain John. He put my dad's naval rank and name, played by Tom Cruise, where his son Sean has been murdered. He's going to be put away for pre-crime. My son Sean was murdered after that film was made. Spielberg did pre-crime by doing Minority Report, forecasting that my son Sean would be murdered. And that's not even in Philip K. Dick's novel that the film's drawn from. Philip K. Dick had nothing to do with, or didn't have anything written about a son.
There's a first time, he's like 55 minutes in, and this is the first time that he mentions his son by name. And he didn't mention any of his sons by name except Aiden in that deposition that we listened to just now.
Son Sean, or a son at all being murdered. They stuck it in, Spielberg stuck it in to mock, just like he did in Saving Private Ryan.
I did. This is the first I've heard about this.
Yeah, you look at the name of the kid as Sean,
Okay.
and you have the whole thing where he's in.
See, this interviewer hasn't done any of his own research. He hasn't watched any of this channel. You gotta be kidding me. This guy's just pulling Tom on here because Michael Yako's like, oh, you gotta listen to Tom Althouse. Like, dude. I went and I looked at like half a dozen different interviewers with Tom, multiple episodes, before I pulled him in onto this channel to interview him. And this is the first time this host is hearing about any of this. Give me a break.
In like the holographic thing where he's come back and talking to him, which is in The Immortals.
Yeah.
And you have my character, Thomas A., who's actually not named Thomas A. in mine, Anderson. He's actually named Jim Reese. But they take Jim Reese and put him in Terminal List in Amazon and use the exact name there as the agent, CIA agent. So copy that there. But name Neo, 2 names, Thomas A., Anderson, and Neo. They're putting my name as his. And then the first graphic, there's my high school, my birthday, my dad's name, my fiance's birthday, all that's in that first graphic. It's incredible in the interrogation scene. But Minority Report, yes, they alter it. When Philip K. Dick said he didn't want his work.
He didn't talk about the interrogation scene in the entire deposition. You notice that? Where he said all of these inserts of all of it, like his high school, his dad's name, his like birthday, and all this. And he doesn't mention about the 9/11/2001 date on it either. Does he?
Altered in any way after his death. That after his death it would not be altered. They alter it, and they make it so altered that Steven Spielberg puts in Sean, the son, being killed. The reason my dad's name and rank, Captain John Anderton, will be put away in stasis for life. which they tried to do for me after Sean was killed. But Steven Spielberg didn't stop there. In Saving Private Ryan, he also forecasts that my sons will die. In Saving Private...
I think Tom had a mental breakdown when his son died, and his son was estranged from him at the time, which is why he wasn't spending time with him. And it probably had nothing to do with any of this. It must have been a freak accident. That's just my take on it.
Private Ryan is fictitious characters, all right? Now, the premise is there. We know that people have lost multiple children in war. We know that. But there was no, as far as it was historically, the Jim Ryan kind of thing. So Spielberg has liberty to do what he wants. Now, here's what's chilling. He chooses Jim Ryan as the main character because Jim Reese, the main character in our thing, represents Tom. Then they pick Sean again. So Sean is one of the brothers who's murdered, killed in war. And then Kirk Daniel, my other boy, is in there. So you got Kirk Daniel, Sean, Jim, my main character's name that represented me, all in the same thing. Now, what's really amazing is they do this. The officer who receives the dispatches that these brothers have been killed,
right,
and takes it to the colonel in the office, if you will. At the
I remember in that scene, they actually had the woman on the typewriter. She gets it and then runs in. You know,
right.
Oh my god.
So another thing is he didn't talk about any of these matchups in the deposition. He didn't come prepared to talk about, oh, this was used in this was used in this was used in this was used in this. He was relying on other people to put that together for him. And he just thinks that he could seduce and swindle these people into listening to what he has to say.
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
runs in.
What's the name of the guy delivering? It's rhetorical. What's the guy's name who's delivering from the woman who holds it up to the colonel? His name is Boyd. Why is that important? Because Boyd, who is the attorney who delivered my work to Warner Brothers.
Oh.
So you got my son's names.
There's the first time hearing Boyd again in quite a while, if at all. But that one was for the lawsuit against Demolition Man, which he never speaks about.
Characters' names. And the very attorney who delivered it, delivering the message of my dead sons in the Saving Private Ryan. I mean, this is how far I was told, and this gets worse. Spielberg's best friend was named Peter, ex-cop, divorcee from New York in Hollywood, California. He took one of my housemates named Kirsten Leslie, said if she slept with him, she would have dinner with Spielberg and be a lead in Sweet Charity in Hollywood theater. So she acquiesced. She said, yeah, I'll do it. I'll sleep with you for that. And got my work to Spielberg that way. She took my screenplay with her. And Peter had said to me on the phone, don't you ever effing come to Hollywood. You're a dead man. So it makes sense that Spielberg would put my son's names in Saving Private Ryan and also Minority Report. In 2002, Minority Report, changing Philip K. Dick's novel, where son Sean will be murdered, which means the catalyst for putting Neo or Thomas A. away for pre-crime using my dad's name and rank. So what you got is Spielberg committed pre-crime by making a film about pre-crime, saying that when Sean dies, Tom will be put away for life using my dad.
So why didn't you go get, after Steven Spielberg, Tom? You know, when you're going and make lawsuits, you try to go after the largest player involved in all these things. Spielberg is at the top of the chain. Why didn't you just go after him? Because he doesn't have a case, that's why.
And they did. They came to put me away for life when Sean was killed.
Because he probably lost his mind. And he started watching all these movies, and he's like, oh, no, it was prophesized in these movies from like 15 years prior to when it happened.
It just doesn't. How far do they go? So the real concern by the religious right again, Pat Robertson, with the cabal, with the FBI, with Hollywood, was that this man who was groomed to lead before you would have influence in a way they didn't want, blowing the lid off of everything. And working with you, Jen, Lynn, all the rest, Michael, we're able to do this. And now what's happening is, which is mind-boggling, is in the original piece, The Immortals, and I want to just share this with you, give some hope to everybody. The original piece, the central, Neo is a lower echelon CIA department head. Smith, who's Behringer in this, is in a department over him. Wow. And so you have CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, in this original work with the backstory. You have that becoming central in the future. Central is what Smith is from, with the room of monitors and everything. It's not the architects, it's Smith's room. It's supposed to be in the original. That is central, which controls the One World Society's enforcement. In it, you have at the end, central agents switch sides because the architect who needs his mind stimulated decides to purge the agents which were doing that, stimulating through the conflict and all that stuff, is suddenly not needing them anymore because he's going to come back as Christ, thinking there won't be any Christ showing up, and he can have the pure people of Zion coming out. It's supposed to be one generation, not six. Even the Wachowskis on their fan page said that audiences were right, it should have been one. Yeah, it was in the original work, guys, one, not 6 generations. The architect knows where Zion is. He needs the people there untainted to the right time to be brought out by an ambiguous oracle, so the architect's son can be seen as Christ returning, so his mind will be stimulated forever. The architect's mind will be stimulated forever by the pure power of worship and not needing the conflict anymore. So he purges his own agents. Talk about looking like the good guy. But the agents switch sides to our sides, come to present day. So what just happened? The agents often will come up to me. They'll come up to me and they'll say, We're really fans of your work. Everybody knows you wrote it. So the other side knows I wrote it. So when I was before Easter, 3 days before Easter, a break-in occurs in my house. They didn't take anything.
Here we go with the break-in. I was going to pause to say, who's saying these things? He's not naming who's saying we know you wrote it. He's not saying names. But let's listen to this other big fish of the tale about the break-in without a break-in.
They brought stuff back. So in my bedroom, on my bed, are the original drafts that were taken back in 2013, taken away, stripped, because these are proof that the work was completed in 1993, before 1996. Warner Bros. Attorneys were trying to make sure that there'd be no proof of any drafts before 1996. So they took all these. Look at this one.
Holy, that's
look at the entry on the bottom here.
Yep, 1993, March 21st. Draft 1.
And look at this molded.
All right, Brenda, he's saying that somebody broke into his house and gave back everything that was stolen in 2013. But there's no evidence of a break. He even admits this. There's no evidence of the door being open, the window being open, forceful entry. There's no signs of that. We'll go back and listen to that one more time.
Yep. But the agents switch sides to our sides, come to present day. So what just happened? The agents often will come up to me. They'll come up to me and they'll say,
all right, we'll listen to this at regular speed just for this portion here.
We're really fans of your work. Everybody knows you wrote it. So the other side knows I wrote it.
No names.
So when I was before Easter, 3 days before Easter, a break-in occurs in my house. They didn't take anything. So in my bedroom, on my bed, are the original drafts that were taken back in 2013, taken away, stripped, because these are proof that the work was completed in 1993, before 1996. Warner Bros. Attorneys were trying to make sure that there'd be no proof of any drafts before 1996. So they took all these. Look at this one.
Holy, that's...
Look at the entry on the bottom here.
Yep, 1993, March 21st.
Yeah,
Draft 1.
And look at this molded entry up here on the top. It talks about this is being read over.
January 1994. Yep, up to date. Yep.
After December Christmas. Up to date. So here's an original draft also. That's not all. They also restored this one.
Wow.
And look at the comment at the top. There's a date on it.
It's by Trisha Fike. October, what's that, 1995. October 7, 1995.
Before 96, right? And just commented everything by her. The reason this is missing the cover page, you notice there's another one they restored here. Another one on my bed in my bedroom. 1993. Yeah. All these restored. The agencies want us to win now, or at least certain elements. Like Michael said, probably the entertainment one, film one.
Again, no color coding on any of these drafts. If he was a legit screenwriter, he would have color coded this stuff with a front page of a color code.
So the reason this is missing his cover page is because the cover page had been ripped off by the supplied attorney who had a suspended license, who was classmates with the Warner Bros. Attorneys and defense attorney.
No malice towards Rankin, but here he is just bashing him, right? He said in the deposition, no malice against Rankin, but here he is being malicious, right?
Representing me? No, blocking all evidence and blocking our chance to file our win. Jeez. And so the cover page was taken, stuffed down my child's art box, ruining his artwork, along with our poor man patent ripped apart by him. And this was taken because it has that entry. Restored now. So what's going on? Why are all these being restored now? Because now they want us to win. They are figuring...
You walked out of your own deposition, dude. You had it right there. If you would have spent another maybe hour or two with them, they would have been okay, and you may have had a chance in court. But just that alone ended up getting your case thrown out, dude.
What I understand, what I'm being told, is they're tired of working with the failures who are very egotistical and bragging all the time. Again, compassion can have its work and charm. So now they're figuring, well, why not the nice guys and girls? Why not the ones that actually wrote it? It'll be better entertainment if we're fans of the work. Why not have them succeed? Why are we working for these failures that all they do is brag and boast and want more?
Isn't that what he's doing right now? He has no other claim to fame other than this immortal script, and he's trying to piggyback off of Warner Brothers. That's what I'm getting from this. Jeez.
when they didn't even create it, when it's common knowledge they didn't. So now the good guys and good girls are suddenly being considered the ones that have survived the horrors and are still alive. I'm still alive, but I have 2 dead sons. I'll never get over that. Ever. Ask Jen. There's no way I'm going to get over that.
I want to say right now, he's lying about his sons. There was no emotion in the way he said that, and he could spin it any way he wants to. But just watch as he says this.
When they didn't even create it, when it's common knowledge they didn't. So now the good guys and good girls are suddenly being considered the ones that have survived the horrors and are still alive. I'm still alive, but I have 2 dead sons. I'll never get over that. Ever.
Liar.
There's
Liar.
no way I'm going to get over that.
Liar.
But I can do this in honor of their memory. And I explained that to Disney on a call I recorded.
He said to me, because I had him waiting to show up on my show, I was waiting for him to log in. And because of a 5-minute window, he turns this whole thing from everything's okay, and then by the end of the email, it's in honor of my 2 dead sons. Let us move on with our lives and not talk about this anymore. But here he is last week talking about this shit. And he's been doing this the past 8 months since then, since his disconnect from me. His move, not mine. I was open for him to be on here for as long as he needed to be. Go to part 40, part 50, part 60. Where is he now? He's on these other shows with the same contacts. This guy over here is affiliated with Michael Yako. I said Michael Yako is not good. I said Penny L.A. Shepherd's not good. And those are the 2 places he's going to. Besides Veronica's channel, which she hosted him after I started this Let's Talk series 10 episodes ago. This is episode 11.
Where they told me that the reason my last son was alive, Aiden.
Also, okay, I'm going to backtrack this a little bit, 10 seconds. But also, he went on Veronica's show after I had this Let's Talk series going on. So between episodes 3 and 5, he decided the best thing to do was to go onto Veronica's show and make fun of me. And say that I'm just like all the others. I'm just like his sister. I'm just like all these people that are trying to go out to get him. He's done a lot of this stuff to himself. The way he treated me in that moment, he should have never did that. But he did so anyway. And he thinks he did nothing wrong because he's a narcissist.
There's no way I'm going to get over that. But I can do this in honor of their memory. And I explained that to Disney on a call I recorded, where they told me that the reason my last son was alive, Aiden, was they said that they basically knew that they would keep me behaving myself. They said, we know you're concerned for his safety. So Aiden's alive as a leverage card.
How long ago was that Disney said that to you?
That was back in 2019.
So this call is recorded. Disney has literally agreed to maybe being complicit in the murders of your previous 2 sons.
I'm speeding this up to 1.5 again.
But at least admitting to the fact that your current son is alive as a way to keep you in control.
Yeah, they said that they knew I was concerned for my last son's safety. So that was supposed to keep me from speaking. What they were most concerned about was interviews.
Are those individuals at Disney still walking the streets free today?
Yeah, because they didn't know it was being recorded. It was an attorney for Disney, connected attorney. And so what I did was I tried to, I looked at it as a way that they have a playbook. So I thought, okay, how's their playbook mainly work? Then what I picked up the idea was they try to use what matters to you most, what you care about most, and then use that against you, right? And so I thought, what do they care about most? Well, that came out very clear in that taped conversation, because I said that, I had the 16 more drafts at that time, 16 other screenplays that were even better than Matrix. They said, how do we know you're not a 2-hit wonder? And I said, because they're referring to the one that's greenlighted for Broadway, the Domestics, and also the Immortals. So they're not even bare bones about it. They guess they didn't think it was being recorded at this point. And so I said, what do you think I've been doing since 1993? They said, okay, so we wait to see these.
I think you've just been going from lawsuit to lawsuit, losing and losing and losing. This dude says he has 16 other screenplays that he buried without any metal bindings to it so that nobody would find them. And that they're better than The Matrix. You know how many people can just claim that? Without any evidence, This dude is only a one-hit wonder, and it's not even a hit. The Immortals, as is, I think is a very poorly put together script from the parts that I've read of it. And he's shown pages of it on my channel with the interviews I did with him. But he doesn't want to release it fully. And there's a reason why he's not releasing it fully. It's because it doesn't match up to the Wachowskis.
You gotta show it to us. I said, no. I said, in fact, if anything happens to my last living son, I'm destroying these. I said, they're buried in a trash bag in hard copy form. And they understand that, because they said their library for Disney is in a New Jersey warehouse in hard copy form. They understand that. There's no staples, no fasteners, and metal at all. You'll never find them. They're in a trash bag. If anything happens to my last surviving son, I'm destroying it. And they said this. You'd think they would be compassionate about life, the child. No, they go, you can't do that. They were concerned about the property and the worth of it and the value of it. So that's what helped keep my last son alive, was I played a leverage card, incorporating what they fear and want most, and that is this other work product. They're also concerned that work product could show legitimacy. So that's what we're facing. That's the way I had to do it. And
what he should have done is taken those 16 screenplays and used them in his deposition. But he didn't do that.
people now accuse, from their side will publicly say, why is he still alive? He must be working for them if he's still alive. I'm still alive because I outplayed them, and God gave me the grace and the ability to do it. And the idea. And that's a grieving father trying to grieve, using whatever he could to keep his last son alive.
God didn't give you the grace to stay in your deposition. Why did you walk out of your own deposition, dude? You're trying to make the case for yourself. And you say, oh, time's up, I gotta go.
And I feel good about that I did that.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Tony.
Yeah.
So, what compels people, if I was just to kind of summarize our conversation to this moment,
yeah.
what has compelled you to be where you are, from childhood, your first known memories to this point in time, was
we're not going to listen to
Freedom Convoy in Epic Australia. That wasn't one individual. That was the collective. They still turned the LRADs and 2 million directed energy weapons on them and fried people with microwave weapons. And again, that art of the heart stems from...
See, they're mixing in like real things with this false narrative that Tom's putting together here.
Doing it out of love and still moving forward in spite of that. Like Bishop Jim says, you know, in his versions of the Bible, which I think are a lot better than the 66 or the 61 after the Council of Nicaea, right? They removed, you know, the Pistol Sophia, the Book of Enoch, the other, you know, 600 plus, almost 700 books of the Bible. And then they don't even acknowledge anything about, what about these Sumerian tablets over here, or Atlantis, or Lemuria, or these, you know, galactics that keep coming in and other parts of the earth and planet we don't know. So what about the Smithsonian? Did everybody notice that? You know, there's 5 dragons that the Smithsonian in the United States that this was
right.
Icons. You know, people who have done and been through and accomplished incredible things.
Through art. Thank you for that, Brad. And it was like this. They're pushing now. They have their players pushing like, put the whole thing online. Put every page up online.
Yeah.
It's like, otherwise, you know, well, no. If I put every page up online, I've shown the train station scene, the matchups, the room monitors, the Red Bull. I've seen these. I've
shown enough. I've shown enough. Just believe me now.
Things on there, including the train station scene. So I'm not supposed to put every page up because that's what they want, so that nobody will come see it. There has to be something.
Holy shit, dude. Warner Brothers already saw it, apparently. Right? The fuck, man?
Where the experience can still be had of what the Matrix was supposed to be.
Dude, your idea, in your own words, has been tarnished. You want to have people know the real story? You want people to know what the Immortal script is and about? You release it in full. You've said this on Aquarius Rising Africa that you were going to just release everything to the public. I don't understand why you're still here pushing the same bullshit on host after host, platform after platform. I have the script. I'm not going to show it now.
And how it ties together. Joel Silver on set in 2003 saying, we hope when we watch the rushes, we just finished shooting, we hope when we watch the rushes it'll tie together, that we use up the rest of the story. That's not going to play into that. So we have the train station scene published. We got just for people to see. We've got the Squiddies, the Jackson Neck, all that stuff for people to see. So what I want is, I'm going to hold out to do this the right way and have the experience. They're not going to take that away. It was a gift for humanity to bring us together.
Yep.
That's like, let's let your child see the instructions of the gift we're going to give them at Christmas, and let's let them see the instructions and the breakdown and lay out all the pieces before we wrap it and put it on the tree. I want them to have the experience.
The people that contacted me through email said that they had a copy of Tom's script. I didn't even acknowledge that in the emails. Tom says that he's the only one that has a copy. But he already said that he sent it to Bonaventura and had Boyd, his lawyer, go and whoever else send it out to Warner Brothers and Universal. Because Joel Silver was at Universal at the time. Why send it to Joel Silver, of all people? He wasn't really well known before The Matrix, as far as I'm concerned. Let's read the chat here. Classy Cat says, it's like his real life is some kind of separate Matrix movie. Yeah. And also, so is Tom a genius that got taken advantage of? Did someone mess with his mind? Is he the victim of some mental condition? Is he just a desperate narcissist? How sad. I wanted to believe him. Yeah, I wanted to believe him too. It's why I even spent the time to bring him onto my channel here. Which he was here for 22 interviews. All right? That's why we're spending time on this. Jason H. says, so many people are going to fall for it at the conferences. Yeah. Tom has refined this 45 minutes to an hour and a half story. He can't go beyond these boundaries. He's done it a few times on my channel, but like, it's just repetitious. Going back to the same shit over and over and over and over and over. He's saying the same stuff over and over. Didn't mention Demolition Man as much as it apparently is vital to all of this. Never mentioned that he saw The Matrix in '99 in the movie theater and had to walk out into the lobby multiple times. He never shares that on these shows. I think that's a vital piece of information. If he gave these full copies of the scripts to the studios, guess what? If he's saying the studios have it and that they've been using it up till this day, then you're foolish for not releasing your full script to the public so that everybody else can see what you're talking about.
So they're not going to take it to the public.
Will they get that experience? I heard Roseanne say that she was going to back you. Sure, we'll continue after these three.
I heard about Roseanne. Well, now we're going to a commercial break. Jeez. No. Roseanne's another handler. Sorry to say. She's a gatekeeper, actually. She disgusts me. But that's for another show.
She's doing a press thing. I think it's in DC now with the release of her documentary, which is great. And she's got some big things coming up. So her son Jake said, probably this next week I'll be with her.
That'd be amazing.
But that's going to be a banger, also a big piece. But this is great. I love doing this with you, Brad.
So this week he's supposed to do the Roseanne show, right? All right. And then we'll have to wait 3 to 6 weeks for them to edit it because, they're backlogged and everything. They just don't care. So they'll have a time period where they have shot it and then they're editing it together. They're not going to do a live stream like we do here. Like, you saw him live on my channel. You saw him how he acts and all of that. And I say acts because this is a performance he's giving. He's not being genuine here. He's having selective memory, like the interrogator said. He has selective memory. He can remember everything from his childhood, but he can't remember an email he sent months prior.
Because you obviously, you have the heart. The whole team does. I mean, it's like, Jen.
He can't stop talking about Jen, but he couldn't remember her name on Michael Yako's show. I'm sure he got a licking about that one after the show was over. I'm sure Jen called him and was like, Tom, how could you possibly forget my name on that show? John's going to learn the hard way with this one if she's not controlled opposition for him.
Nicole, all the rest. I mean, it's like Lynn is like a sister to me. Michael's like a brother to me. Tracy Joe.
The same thing he said about me. He said, Steve, you were like a brother to me. My mom's, he's talking about his mom. He said, my mom said that you were like the brother I never had. And now he's saying about Michael Yako the same exact thing. He just takes people and places them into spots where he thinks are going to be beneficial, and that's it. And then if he needs to cut them off, he cuts them off, just like me. And I wasn't even talking this way before he did any of that.
Obviously, you have the heart. The whole team does. I mean, it's like, Jen, Jim, Nicole, all the rest. I mean, it's like Lynn is like a sister to me. Michael's like a brother to me. Tracy Joe, all these guys. I mean, that's what I was, even back to my childhood when I'm being beaten. I knew someday I would meet beautiful people, great people. And in the piece, it's all about a remnant gathering, those that were scattered, that's that child mind again, scattered, coming together to solve world problems by bringing their different disciplines and having each their shared compassion. That's how we change the world. And we need to change the medical industry that way too. Child services should be outlawed, and we should have people in place that actually care about our kids. It should not be a weaponized system where you take away the children of targeted individuals because it pleases those in power.
And see, he places in these talking points to try to rope people into his story. He takes real life events and he's trying to incorporate them into what he's trying to do. He's not caring about the kids.
To break us, it's got to stop. So what I would like to see is a compassion brought in. I would rather have compassion emulated rather than professional
Absolutely.
Trappings presented.
Absolutely.
Show me with heart and you'll have healing. Heart is the healing.
And I think that's where it all started from originally. Some of the, like, whether it was Boy and Girl, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts of America, and all these clubs were originally started with that compassionate level, I feel, and then obviously we get back to it. The return to sovereignty and God, and I truly appreciate it. How would what advice would you have for parents listening to this to guide themselves to raise their kids right, and then any children or teenagers or young adults who are listening to this dreaming to get into the arts, because there's things are a lot more positive these days as certain things flesh out.
I think that's why we're seeing a switch up too. It's being conceded that we have, quote, won. We haven't seen the money, we haven't seen the power, we haven't seen anything like that, but that doesn't mean as much to us. What we're seeing is the influence being restored, that we can cause an effect and have a positive influence. What I would say to parents right from the get-go, especially new parents, is include your child in the creative process. If you want them to be able to create, include them in the creative process. When you go to make a decision, even over dinner, ask them their opinion, ask them their input. Let them have inputs all along the way in what you do. If you go to work and come back, share with them what you had at work and ask them what they think they would have done and their opinions. Let them formulate those synapses of problem solving and create.
Why did you let Aiden sit upstairs all day when I was staying at your place in that very room that Tom is sitting in right now? Aiden didn't want anything to do with his father, Tom, or me being there. It almost felt like he was being forced to shake my hand to introduce him the first day I got there. And then after that, boom, just upstairs, not even involved with anything. He's bringing dinner. Tom was making dinner and bringing it upstairs to his son to eat in his room. Not having it sit down with us and eating. He's totally isolated upstairs. So how is he trying to advocate for including his children and stuff and other people's children in their lives? And then he does the exact opposite. Whereas, oh no, I'm going to leave Aiden alone upstairs and let him do his gaming and whatever else he's doing up there. You ask him to come downstairs and eat, or else you don't eat.
Creativity employed by interacting with you in your daily lives. I think that's how it was in the olden times. If I'm back from another time.
He did not incorporate Aiden into his daily life. There were things that Aiden needed, like a vehicle and like tune-ups on the car and all that, where that took precedence over other things. Sure. That's what a dad's supposed to do. Take care of their son. And I mentioned it multiple times that, yes, I would rather see that from Tom, that he's being a good father. But the more I think back on it, the more Aiden is alienated from Tom. And halfway through my trip there, they had a talk outside in the backyard, and Tom told me about how, like, it was a breakthrough talk, how there was some disconnect that they're connected, and he was thanking me for being there, that it was because of me that they had that breakthrough. But all that means nothing now, right? Because I asked too many questions. Because I pointed out that Penny L.A. Shepherd is a handler. And Michael Yako is probably just not as good. And now he's calling Michael Yako his brother, like he used to call me his brother. You see this? You see the pattern that's forming here?
I think it was done at that time, where we included our children in every aspect of our lives. And we thought, they could be part of our process, and we could be part of their processing, that they learn cognitive, problem-solving skills, creativity, just by our interactions. And in the end, we have no regrets, because we did not neglect them. We included them all through our lives. They were part of our lives, and we were part of theirs. So
it's certainly a cross-pollination, I feel, too, that you're tapping into, Tom. I have another series called the Starseed Children's Series, where we literally just focus on, where did we come from, and these incredible, ultra-dimensional souls projects. But they're like almost everyone is like a prodigy. It's amazing kids these days. And we have
It's
so much to learn from them and what they've brought into this world. And it's
Beautiful.
my favorite.
What we've gone through and others like us allowed us to formulate our minds formulated
Yeah.
in a different way, outside the box. And that's why this work is so different when Hollywood says everything's done under the sun. Back to that taped call with that Disney attorney person.
Everything has been done under the sun. If there's only 30 stories, to tell, you can mix and match the names, locations, situations. It's all the same stuff, right?
They said that everything's been done under the sun. There is no new content. I'm like, no, there isn't. There's plenty that hasn't been done, and I've got 16 more, and that was part of that too. Another thing that parents, I believe, can do too is to whenever a child has an idea, don't shut it down. Say, that's very interesting. That's a really interesting idea. Always acknowledge it. Don't say no to them on their ideas. It's not a disciplinary thing. If they're coming up with an idea, engage in it, explore it, fascinate with them, allow them to activate their wonder, and bring your wonder back into life.
But Tom doesn't want to engage his audience with his script in its entirety. He doesn't even read 2 to 3 pages, let alone 1 page. All he does is open it and point to things so quickly you can't really freeze frame it.
Wonder is a great thing. It goes coinciding with hope. Hope, wonder, and love is a powerful concoction.
Yeah, so one of those. Your point is spot on. You just reminded me. One of the greatest trainings I ever had in my life was I did level 1 improv at Second City Toronto.
I love it. Yes.
And the very first thing that's taught, and this is the number 1 rule of improv comedy, is yes and. So if you can take that to extend that exactly to the teaching principle you just delivered about being a parent with a kid is yes and. When they have a creative idea, oh, that sounds amazing, and what else, and what else, and allowing that imagination.
To finish the job, and people like Jen, Alan, and others. Jen is doing a bang up job. This is a job, my God, and she's allowing me to finish the job. And so people like that, imagine a whole earth like that filled with Jens. It's like,
right? Exactly.
It all gets done. God bless her.
And she's got she's 80 years old now, right? 70, skin wisdom, rocking into their life wave, putting everything together, going.
You gotta be kidding me. Jen is 70 years old? Holy shit, she sounded like she was in her 20s or 30s, the way she sounded on the phone. Something fishy's going on here with that.
8 friggin' kids, great grandma out of like a small little army platoon, and incredible. Yeah, absolutely.
I got my wish as a child.
So how does a 70-year-old help Tom create a website? If Tom can't even do, I don't know why he can't do that on his own. He's not mentally capable of doing so, but he claims to have wrote the script that they based the Matrix off of, right?
To meet the best. And to work with the best. And that's what I was living and breathing for and trying to grow up fast to meet. And that's what I put Whispered Through Art in the Matrix story, The Immortals, was to gather that remnant. In fact, if you want to know the actual name of Trinity, it's not Trinity. The reason they call her Trinity in the stolen version is because Neo...
Oh, man. I really think that Jen is straight up lying to him. Because I swear, I heard a younger woman's voice on the phone with him because he had her on speakerphone one day when I was there. And she was going, wow, yes, I'm just so fascinated with your story and blah, 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 blah. The same dribble that's said about Tom with every other person that's newly introduced to him.
When he's being chased all over the place, Thomas A, if you will, it's because he had 3 love interests in the end because he had to survive the 3 love interests. One of the final ones was he was told that when he's cut from the program, the train station scene, the same as they had in Matrix, they ripped off exactly. Added the train man from Ghost, which was stupid, filling what they were, blanks in. He gets through with Trinity helping him.
Now, that's where I recognize it. You just said a train man from Ghost, and I had to go back to, yes.
Right? That was added in because they were filling in what they're familiar with into the gaps. So that's why they did Alice in Wonderland and everything else is they're making up on set.
But he uses the Matrix script's character names to describe his immortal characters' names. You see this? He can't separate the two.
Off this piece with the visual storyboard and the other, thinking they could create that. Got it. So what happens is, the Trinity character was actually named Monique. So all these people, parents that name their kids Trinity, what you're naming them is, if it's off the Matrix, you're naming them, the 3 love interests that were stolen from the original piece. But actually, her name was Monique, and she had a second name, Remnant. She had a biblical name also. That's why they did the biblical name with the 3, see? But the biblical name was Remnant, because he's asking, who's that? That's Remnant. She was part of Remnant. Remnant is all of us that have that heart, that have been scattered, the hijacked timeline, cast aside, that are now coming together to right the world and right the wrongs, make a better world. That was the vision. That was the code in the piece. And I'll say to people, I am honored to meet you each, and you, Brad, too. And God bless you all for seeing me through and never giving up, as my son said, never give up. And I'm honored to be in the company I'm in now, getting it done, getting the job done. Couldn't do that.
I'm seeing it through, Tom. I'm seeing it through. Don't you worry about that, boy. I'm seeing it through to the end here.
Mahalo, Tom. The feeling is absolutely mutual and truly inspiring. Where can everybody go to support you now?
There's a site called TomAlthouse.com. My other friend Jen did the whole thing for me.
Nice.
And so she made it memorable. I wouldn't forget it. So TomAlthouse.com. And on there's even a site to donate if you want to help the documentary, things like that. But where you can just keep living through this all. But it's like that site, she did a really good job with that. So with your permission, we'll put this up there too.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I hope we meet someday in person very, very soon, and it allows it. And God bless and Godspeed. You're welcome to come on at any time and give us updates. And thank you so much, everybody. That information is right below the description. So if you're watching this broadcast or you're listening to this on the podcast, just scroll right below the very top of the description. Is Tom's website. Follow him. Stay in tune. And I would encourage you to listen to this a few times again, because the nuggets of wisdom delivered by one of the greatest sages of our time and scribes is right here on the screen, or you're listening to him right now. So I would encourage everybody to go back a few times and allow the different vibrational notes, those nuggets of wisdom.
I cast you out, Tom.
In your heart, in your spirit here as well. God bless you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Tom. And we'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Show. Hey, dear soul, if you know it.
What a wild ride today was. I can't believe we did it again. 5.5 hours. Holy shite. Y'all still there? So this is pretty much it. Holy moly. This is it for today's show. I really don't know what else to say. You all experienced this with me today, first time, as well as myself, listening to that deposition. Tom gave that to me to use for the documentary, right? That he scrapped, alright? He believed that was evidence for him to win his case. But really, all it did is further muddy the waters. We got some really interesting insight on the inner workings of Tom and how he approaches stressful situations. He just ups and leaves. In the deposition, bye. I used my 7-hour allotted time plus another 14 hours? Is that what you're saying? So I don't know if he was in this last interview clip we watched, if he was referring to a different person and not Jen that has the 8 kids and is 70 years old. That might be Lynn or whoever else he mentioned. But Jen, I know, sounded younger, sounded around my age. And this interviewer here is around my age as well, I believe. He has that little thing in 5th grade where we like stuck up the hair in the front and then flattened everything out in the back. The duck thing. The duck ass. I thought he was wearing a yarmulke on the back, but apparently he wasn't. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's Jewish too. That's a whole other story. Yeah, he has these handlers that are just keeping him going. He has Michael Yako bringing in these other hosts like what we just saw. What are we to do? We tried to let Tom know what's really going on here, and apparently he's been at this since early 90s, right? But he never mentioned about Demolition Man as integral as it was to his early lawsuits. He doesn't talk about that anymore. Man, oh man. So that's going to be it for today, guys. I appreciate y'all being here. This was a whopper of a show. I didn't expect to do a second one at 5.5 hours. But I'm not running away. We covered just 2 things I didn't even plan to cover today. But this is what we're dealing with. And I got other content too to share on this. Actually, there's going to be quite a bit more. But I'll save that for next time. So, everyone take care of yourselves. Have a great rest of your weekend. Join me back here on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Central Time for Coral Castle, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Central Time for Bermuda Triangle, and Saturday at 11 a.m. Central for the final installment in the deep dive of the Chicago film industry. And then next Sunday will be episode 12 here. So, until the next one, class dismissed.